Bench one more, you could attack for this, just the pass, but he's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Close combat onto a Mungus, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout, defeats Ulchula!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down, can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left, I know, it's over!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome back, everyone. It is time. It is Championship Sunday in the Louisville Regional Championships. I am so excited to be taking y'all through to our final rounds of the tournament here in Louisville. My name is Evan Latt. I am joined by the Sandstream duo. I got Lynn Dool, I got Joe Brown coming out from behind the sand veil with a sand rush. Y'all, how are you feeling about this Championship Sunday?
I'm excited for it. We saw so many cool teams yesterday. I'm excited to see the teams we haven't seen yet that'll make it into the top cut, and then what comes out on top in the end.
I'm just excited that Len left the substitute and leftovers off stream.
Well, you'll be seeing Len recovering his health over time, over the duration of the tournament. We've had so many incredible matches. We have completed our first 2 rounds of Swiss for the day off stream, which means that we are heading into our final round of Swiss here in day 2. Let's take a look at some of the players who have been competing in our day 2 Swiss. As you can see, lots of big names there, and I know that before we went live, I saw that Riley and Carson Riley Fectura and Carson Confer have both punched their ticket into the top cut by going 9-0. Did not get a chance to check the standings before we went live right now. So a number of these other players have also made it into the top cut as well. But huge names here, of course, Riley, the breakout star from last season who had 4 total Worlds invites by the end of that season. Already in the top cut here in the second regional championships of the format.
Yeah, getting this season off to a similar start with the last one, but lots of other impressive names up there. We saw Joey play really well on stream against Paul yesterday. Excited to see him in cut as well.
Let's take a look at our current standings so we can see who else is in play for top cut. So you can see Carson did defeat Riley in the last round to go 10-0, our only undefeated player. Of course, that means that everyone who is at a 9-1 record right now, so 1 through 9, including Carson, has made it into the top cut. That includes Riley Fectura, that includes world semifinalist Colin Heyer, Nora Bowman, Giovanni Aranabar, Alberto Laro, Marco Martinez, Andrew Novak, Anthony Londergan, rounding out the current list of people in our top cut. So everyone who is 8-2 needs to win 1 more match to make it into the top cut. We will be broadcasting those matches soon.
Yeah, their single elimination life starts 1 round earlier than the others.
Exactly.
And need to win it out from here.
Andrew Novak flying high with those 4 terrifying Pokemon on his way to top cut.
Absolutely. It's an incredible thing to see some of these players. Drew, of course, an old school player. I'm really happy to see him having continued success. We saw him perform on stream yesterday. For those of you, make sure you're at home, make sure you're sharing your favorite moments from the stream. Make sure you're cheering on your favorite competitors. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon for a shot to see your post featured on the stream as well. Make sure you're also following the YouTube channel, so if you missed any of the action, you can catch the VODs afterwards. Join the community on Facebook, as well as see all of the images from the venue on Instagram. And of course, follow the channels. We have so much more to come throughout the season. Make sure you're following us on YouTube and Twitch to make sure you don't miss a single moment of the action. Now, that being said, round 11 is ready to go, so we are not going to waste any of your time. We're going to get straight to the action. Jake and Rose, take it away.
Thank you so much. Let's get the party started here for day number 2 of the Louisville Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Muller, and we are here to kick off our video game action with the final round of Swiss we're going to have before we get into our asymmetrical top cut.
The very last chance for players to secure their spot in the single elimination stage of the bracket. And like Len said, the players that are 9-2 right now, 8-2 right now, excuse me, they essentially are in that single elimination stage already. If they do lose this match, they will be knocked out of contention for a top cut. But if you win, you're in. It's that simple. It really is that simple.
It is that simple. So we're going to show you exactly how when we take a look at our notable match for this round. We're going to be focusing in on Xie Xiang versus James Beck. And you can see a bunch of other players that are fighting for that spot in the asymmetrical top cut. Wolf Glick versus Dylan Matthews. We saw Luke Bauer on stream, and he's going to go up against Hunter Braum. And honestly, just very exciting. All of these players here are sitting at that 8-2 record.
Yeah, so all of these people on your screen, all 14 of them, have one more shot to make it into top cut, remain in contention for the title of Louisville Regional Champion. And of course, this is going to be their most important match of the weekend so far. Of course, all the 10 leading up to this are equally important. You know, every win, no matter when you get it, counts for the same. But at this point, if you're not winning this last final match, unfortunately, your tournament is over. And it's going to be so fun to see how James and Jay go about, finishing this Swiss stage of the tournament.
We still have championship points on the line. I think the lounge went over that as we were starting off our day, but all of our players that are competing in day 2 of the competition, they're looking at top 64, top 32 CP, on top of the fact that they just want to be able to make it into that top cut. So let's get it going. We've got James Beck versus Z Sen, and we will see a pretty good mix of balance when we look across the board for these teams. Z's team might be a little more familiar, I think, when we take a look at how many tables that particular team has been able to run.
I think James's team is also the team that won Dortmund, and so we have the regional winning teams facing off against each other here in Louisville for a spot in top cut. Dortmund versus Joinville going off against each other. But of course, James is running the team that Davide Miraglia won Dortmund with. It will be that Annihilate, Garchomp, Clefable, Goldengo, Whimsicott, and Hydreigon. Goldengo finally making a stream appearance.
Finally, after so many rounds, we had yet to be able to see one of these Pokemon that had breached the top 12 in usage for day number 1. But if there's going to be any player to do it, it is James Beck. This might be the Pokemon that he is most famous for in Scarlet and Violet, making an appearance on almost all of his teams, in particular the team that he actually used to get a regional championship win last season.
And how can you blame him, right? Goldengo has been so good in every format where it's been legal, which I think in Scarlet and Violet is all of them, right? So there's been very little reason not to run it. Good as Gold is such a good ability. Nasty Plot and Make It Rain is a lethal combination, especially with that Terra Steel, with that metal coat, and the Clefable next to it to keep it safe from any sort of King Gambits that might be hunting it.
You've got the double dragons as well with the Garchomp and Hydreigon, and there's going to be 2 more on the other side with that Dragonite and that Garchomp. Again, this is the Agati and Palchua team that has been able to have so much success in the past couple of events. But I think when we take a look at how this is going to fare into the other matchup, I look at something like the Alolan Ninetales having a lot of power in this meta.
Truly, the Alolan Ninetales hits the Garchomp, the Whimsicott, and the Hydreigon super effectively with that Blizzard. Obviously, Blizzard being a spread move means that you cannot redirect it with Clefable. There's no weather on James's side of the field that is able to shut off the snow and make Blizzard less accurate. But of course, that doesn't mean that there's nothing you can do. Like obviously, Goldengo very, very strong into Ninetales, so there's certainly play there. Some possible Terastallization as well.
There are definitely some defensive Terras that I look at. I think Clefable having the Water Terra is certainly something that could come into play, but I think that this is going to be a huge match, a lot of stakes on the line for both of our players, as a win will guarantee them a spot in this asymmetrical top cut. So let's get into the match. This best of 3 is going to start off with this first game, and we'll see where our players take it from here.
It's going to be really interesting, Rose. This is the most important match of the day. We have the Ninetales and Dragonite coming out from Z, and the Annihilate and Clefable immediately for James, looking to start boosting up that Annihilate with Bulk Up, maybe take some hits and boost up that Rage Fist as well.
Annihilate is so interesting because I think when we take a look at this Pokemon, often we do look at something like being able to have beat up, but we don't actually have any option for that on this team. Annihilate is just going to be able to bulk up itself to be able to give itself those attack and defense boosts that'll really make sure that Annihilate can hit hard.
No bleed up and also no leftovers on this Annihilate, but it's holding the safety goggles item instead, which is very strong in its own right, but that does mean if Annihilate takes any damage, the only way to recover it will be that Drain Punch.
Well, this is a matchup that both of these trainers must know very well, running two of the most popular teams in the format, and we are able to see one of those examples why. This Dragonite with that Terra Flying is now going to be able to go for something like a Terra Flying Terra Blast, which would be otherwise super effective into this Annihilate, but it's going to go for a Protect, and in fact, that is a double Protect from James, just to try to fish out what these attacks could be, especially knowing that this Alolan Ninetales does have the choice specs.
I really like that Freeze Dry lock from Z. The Terra type on both of these Pokemon on James' side of the field is water. So if either did try to go for a Terastallization, especially that Annihilate to not be super effective into that Terra Flying Terra Blast, the Freeze Dry would have hit it super effectively still. Really smart double protect from James though, just making sure that you know what this Ninetales is capable of doing. There's not really a great way for Z to punish that. You know, this Dragonite isn't Dragon Dance or anything like that. You know, Ninetales doesn't have Encore or even Aurora Veil. So now you can safely go for Follow Me, knowing that there are no spread moves being used this turn.
And so the double up of the Freeze Dry as well as something like that Terra Blast, Clefable's usually pretty bulky, but that crit is going to put this Clefable in a range where it could get knocked out to a secondary follow-up. Annihilate gets that breathing room to be able to go for its first bulk up of the game, but it's the follow-up of this Terra Blast for the Dragonite that if Clefable does get knocked out here, then it's no longer able to provide that support, but it just barely hangs on well enough to get this Citrus Berry recovery.
And that's crucial for James. Clefable sticking around this turn means that it will be able to redirect one more Freeze Dry from this Ninetales and allow Annihilate to possibly go for one more bulk up before it has to take an attack from this Dragonite. Of course, Dragonite being a physical attacker means that these bulk ups are really limiting its damage output. Notably though, still Ninetales in a really strong spot. Annihilate, I don't think is able to one-hit KO either of these two Pokemon right now, especially considering the multi-scale on Dragonite is active, and you haven't taken any attacks, taken any damage, so your Rage Fist has not been boosted at all.
Another double protect from James. This is really slowing down the game. You're sort of starting to tire out the strategy of maybe do you force Z into a position where you switch out the Ninetales? Is there a possibility that you end up maybe trying to think about what to lock into next? Do you get a chance to fish for any more information about what those third and fourth Pokemon could be from Z? But you can see that focus is still on the Annihilate. Need to knock it out before it's able to get another bulk up.
You're stalling out the snow a little bit. Could come in handy once this Ninetales doesn't have that defense boost from the snow anymore due to its ice typing. Also, just kind of gives you another shot to see if Z possibly is trying to switch something out. You can then reevaluate, you know, do I want to keep Clefable around, switch it out into something else, or am I okay giving it up to protect Annihilate for one more turn? You know, +1/+1 attack and defense on Annihilate will become a bit of a threat, especially once those Rage Fist boosts start stacking, but unfortunately still just that 50 base power at the moment.
Well, the Follow Me here is going to redirect away this Freeze Dry once again, and without that crit, even with this Clefable was going to get knocked out on this turn. But here lies maybe part of the reason why James would want to be able to sacrifice this Clefable. You get another bulk up, and when you take a look at this physical Dragonite on the other side, this Terra Blast now with that +2 defense stack, not going to be able to deal too much damage to that Annihilate, or at least not knock it out. But that was still a lot.
It still is a whole lot of damage at +2 defense. Obviously able to stick around and survive it, but this Ninetales, you don't have a Clefable around to redirect Freeze Dry anymore. You do bring Whimsicott in, so you can go for a Tailwind, you know, possibly boost the speed of your Annihilate. But now at +2 attack with one Rage Fist boost, say that 5 times fast, it might be possible to one-hit KO this Ninetales, but with the Snow defense boost, I'm not even sure that's possible. And of course, this Dragonite with the multi-scale will be able to stick around. We have seen the Annihilate is faster than Dragonite at least, so if you want to try and break multi-scale with a Moonblast, you do have to risk Freeze Dry just one-hit KOing Annihilate from this point too.
Yeah, because with those bulk ups, you're not going to protect yourself from any of that special attack damage from the Ninetales, and that Choice Specs is making those attacks hit even harder. I kind of like what James is going here for, though. You can protect this Annihilate once again, try to stall out that Snow ever more, and you allow this Whimsicott to get this Tailwind active, so maybe you do have a chance on this next turn to retaliate with this Annihilate and actually make some use out of those bulk ups. Freeze dry, though, into the protect. That's big.
Yeah, Freeze Dry does go into protect, but Terra Blast does not. Whimsicott will be brought down to its focus sash. And because this Dragonite is not choice banned, it does have the freedom to switch its attacks. One more Extreme Speed could be the end of the game for Whimsicott. Luckily for James, though, it is the Ghost-type Terra on the Whimsicott, so if you do want to commit your Terrestrialization to that Whimsicott, that can guarantee that it can't be knocked out by the normal-type move Extreme Speed. You can give yourself the chance to, double target Ninetales or Dragonite with Moonblast and Rage Fist, which is most likely enough to knock out both. We do see the snow end here, I believe, so the defense boost on the Ninetales is gone, which could be very important, but of course, we're like 4 or 5 turns into the game and so he hasn't taken any damage yet. I think it's very reasonable to expect you can just swap the Ninetales out and bring it back in.
So then do you try to think ahead? What else does Z have that could potentially be brought in the back? Maybe you're trying to catch something on the switch in, and it is going to be the Ninetales that switches out, so saving that snow for a little bit later. Taking its place, though, we do have this Garchomp, so this is something that is going to take a pretty sizable amount of damage, but we do see this Terrestrialization committed there onto the Annihilate, just to keep it a little bit safer. You might not get knocked out to a Terra Blast now.
Certainly a Terra Blast, I think, won't be enough damage, and I like this a lot because if you are targeting that Ninetales slot, it just means that there's no chance you get knocked out by a Freeze Dry. Moonblast going into the Garchomp, though. James opting to double target that slot with his 2 Pokemon. Drain Punch coming through, which will be nice to heal up some damage, although you do have to take a little bit of Rough Skin in return, so probably a net neutral there.
And this Dragonite still gets a chance to actually go for an attack. And as you said, because it's an Assault Vest, it does have an opportunity here to change up what it's going to do. But why fix what's not broken? This Terra Blast, especially with that same type attack bonus, additional damage, it's not enough to knock out the Annihilate this time because you did get that defensive Terrestrialization, but now you get a chance to maybe even bring back in the Ninetales after you sacrificed your Garchomp. I
think that's really smart targeting from Z as well, not getting baited by a possible Terra Ghost in that Whimsicott. You go for the Terra Blast into the Annihilate, that's more guaranteed damage. Annihilate had protected the prior turn, so there's really no reason for James to try and go for a double, especially in Tailwind. You'd kind of be wasting your own Tailwind turns there. So you guarantee that damage. If the Annihilate doesn't Terrestrialize, it gets knocked out, but if it does, you've put it into Extreme Speed range. I think even with the +2 defense, this is likely more than enough damage to knock out the Annihilate from here. And of course, this Whimsicott, now that it cannot Terrestrialize, is just a sitting duck for that Extreme Speed as well. So it's just done a really good job getting damage out, not letting James, stifle the damage with something like the Bulk Up, with that Follow Me. And I think that Freeze Dry especially was a really smart lock on the first turn, just to keep that Annihilate from Terrestrializing.
You're still going to be able to get damage off onto something, but it is based on whether or not Z wants to take out the Whimsicott or the Annihilate. It's going to be the Whimsicott on the receiving end of that Extreme Speed, so no Moonblast at play for this next turn. And when we go for the Rage Fist, you've already taken 2 stacks at this point, so that is just going to be a one-hit knockout onto that Ninetales. That's really big now to even up this Pokemon count.
Pokemon count is even, which is really good for James. However, I think this Extreme Speed is still just too big of a threat. This Annihilate really can't attack the Dragonite anymore, and especially because this Dragonite still has its multi-scale active. Incineroar comes in, you're going to get a Defiant boost in this Annihilate, so if by some miracle you are able to survive at Extreme Speed, that's a pretty free Drain Punch in Incineroar, which would heal you up pretty far. But we might just have to rely on this Hydreigon for damage for the rest of the game.
I mean, the biggest issue here is that you still have Fake Out potential from the Incineroar, so James is forced to have to protect it. Otherwise, you are just going to get knocked out to a Fake Out and Extreme Speed. But it still leaves this Hydreigon potentially move to operate when maybe you can get rid of this multi-scale finally on this Dragonite to actually do some damage. But that Assault Vest into the special Hydreigon is going to matter a lot.
It will. I think if you do go for something like a Dark Pulse in this Hydreigon, I don't know if you can lock into Draco Meteor at this point, because he would be forcing yourself to be at -2, -4, -6 special attack the rest of the game. Dark Pulse does go into Dragonite. It does not flinch, and Z targets the Hydreigon once again with this Terra Blast. He has not been falling for James's Protects at all this game.
Ooh, and the knockoff as well is going to remove the choice specs, but that actually might be a little bit more beneficial for James. You don't have the Tailwind anymore, though, and that's going to be a huge issue for this Hydreigon to make sure that it's going to be able to get this damage off.
Yeah, Tailwind did expire. I do believe Annihilate should still be faster than both the Dragonite and the Incineroar. Of course, the Incineroar does have the Rocky Helmet, so you have to worry about some of that recoil damage, but Extreme Speed, despite the +2 defense, is enough to knock out this Annihilate.
And Annihilate tried its best here, and it comes down to this Hydreigon with such low HP to get something accomplished. And the Dark Pulse into the Dragonite just isn't going to be dealing nearly as much because it Assault Vest is making it so much more tanky. And so with that final KO, Z is going to take the first game in this best of 3.
Really well played by Z just to get that consistent damage going with the Dragonite, with the Ninetales. And I respect the game plan that James was going for. Like, the Annihilate can be a really, really good checkmate piece, kind of like some Archaludons we've seen in past games, where at a certain point it becomes really hard to damage it, especially with Drain Punch. You're recovering a lot of HP, and of course those Rage Fist stacks get some really big damage out. Just unfortunately, just wasn't enough. I really, again, like this Freeze Dry because it forced both the Clefable and the Annihilate really to not go for that Terastallization.
Ooh, that crit though onto the Clefable at the very beginning with Freeze Dry, it did put it into a pretty uncomfortable range. And I wonder if that crit hadn't gone through, do you actually survive so that you can take 4 attacks total with the Citrus Berry recovery? It's so hard to say.
It really is.
This Annihilate, while it was able to get those Rage Fists attacks, you got the stacks onto that move as well, it just felt pinned by every move that Z was making.
It really was. Z did a really good job, forcing no Terastallization early on and then kind of forcing the Annihilate to Terastallize later when you would have been knocked out by one more Terra Blast. And by forcing Annihilate to Terastallize, it loses its Ghost typing. It loses the advantage of being immune to that extreme speed. So once it gets down to a certain threshold of HP, it was down, at that 28 HP remaining in the red. That means that you can kind of just leave it alone as long as you have multi-scale active. It's not going to be one-hit KOing you, even with the +2 attack, even with the Rage Fist boost it had. And so as soon as you are in range for a KO, you can just extreme speed it and end the game.
So Dragonite is a big problem.
Yeah.
How are we going to see James actually break through this?
It's funny that Dragonite was such a big problem in a team with double Fairy and a Steel type, but that immediate Flying type Terastallization is really good both offensively and defensively for Z. Obviously that Terra Blast will be a normal type move until you Terastallize, so it's a pretty big Terastallization priority for that team. But I think if you're looking at James's team, I don't think you have anything to hit Flying type super effectively. You have the Golden Go, which is going to be resisting the Flying type Terra Blast. The Golden Go is also pretty heavily threatened by King Gambit, by Incineroar, by Garchomp, and so it's kind of a tough bring into this team.
Well, it's just going to be a run back of the leads from both Z and James. James still going to try to trust in this Annihilate and Clefable duo. And it's not a bad call to just keep going for the double protect here like that last game and see if you can fish out what the Alolan Ninetales wants to lock into.
Yeah, it's also kind of fish out, does the Dragonite Terastallize? The answer is yes, 99% of the time, but no reason not to just be extra safe here. Again, there's not a whole lot that Z can do to punish this, except maybe like a very aggressive switch, but I'm not sure what you could switch into in either of these slots to get yourself into a stronger position, given a double protect. We are going to see a Terastallization right off the bat once again, and it is going to be that Dragonite, dropping that Dragon typing to become a pure Flying type and setting up that Flying type Terra Blast.
Terra Blast is just doing an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah.
And this is where James started to get into a rough position in that first game, is that you don't really have a whole lot of things that you can even actually switch in to take those Terra Blasts. This Annihilate, if you do see, the Blizzard actually.
Ooh.
Okay, is he switching things up? If it was a Freeze Dry, you lock again, but I think the Blizzard is also smart. You get to damage both targets, and you get to get around the Follow Me from Clefable.
But that also means that James can now pretty easily Terastallize this Annihilate if he wants to. By doing that, you drop the weakness to Flying type Terra Blast, and you also resist the Blizzard. So in that case, you can possibly even not go for Follow Me and maybe try to break a possible multi-scale with Moonblast. I do believe we saw the Follow Me lock in there just to be extra safe. I think before you get a bulk up off, maybe you want to redirect at least one of those Terra Blasts.
This Clefable too maybe is going to deal with this Blizzard a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure about that one. Alolan Ninetales, though, is certainly putting on way more offensive pressure than we have seen it do in the past. As a Follow Me does redirect away the Dragonite later, but look at how well that this defensive Terastallization is going to keep this Annihilate safe.
Bulk up does come through. The Annihilate will boost its attack and defense, and because Blizzard did get locked in, Rage Fist is already being boosted as well. The Terra Blast is redirected by that Follow Me into Clefable. Takes a good chunk of damage, but I think after the Citrus Berry, maybe just enough for one more Blizzard to just not knock it out.
Absolutely. Unless you crit again,
yeah.
I guess. Clefable seems to be a little bit susceptible to that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Follow Me, certainly safe to do once again, and then Annihilate gets another bulk up to have to deal with this Dragonite.
Which is really nice. I think, especially because if this Ninetales does attack again on this turn, that is another Blizzard that's hitting the Annihilate. That's a second Rage Fist boost that you're getting before even taking too much damage with this Annihilate. But today, noticing that, does not want to give that Annihilate a boost and swaps out the Ninetales.
Great call in by James to read that the switch is going to happen, so you can start to break this multi-scale on the Dragonite and get another bulk up for free. That is +2 defense now for this Annihilate, and you don't have the super effective weakness to these flying type attacks. So even though the Terra Blast is going to come through again from this Dragonite, it is going to target down the Clefable anyway. That is going to knock it out, so you don't get a chance to break the multi-scale this time. But I love that targeting from Z to sort of read into James knowing that that switch is going to happen.
I think it's smart from both players. You know, they both recognize, okay, if I stay with this Ninetales, I'm giving Annihilate another boost while not doing too much damage to it, so I'm not going to let that happen. James says, you know, I can't redirect Blizzard, obviously, and if the Dragonite targets Annihilate, then that's honestly kind of good for me because I'll have 2 bulk ups. I'm already not taking super effective damage, so I'm not going to follow me and try and break multi-scale, but Z notices that as well. Gets rid of that Clefable, so it is no longer around to protect that Annihilate.
Moonblast now to help break the multi-scale. The special attack drop not going to help, but you do see this Dragon Claw move first from the Garchomp, so maybe something to keep in mind for later parts of this game. But as you see the Rage Fist follow from the Dragonite, big boss Dragonite now down, and that is one less start that James has to deal with.
That is now 3 Rage Fist boosts, I believe, so it is a 200 base power move coming off +2 attack from this Annihilate. I'm not sure there's anything left on Z's side of the field that can stomach a Rage Fist other than that Incineroar, but if you do bring an Incineroar, you're just giving it another attack boost and kind of a free Drain Punch to heal all the way back up. So this has become a very strong position for James. Really smart, no Tailwind there on the Whimsicott, knowing that, you know, my Annihilate is faster than the Dragonite. I don't care if Garchomp attacks me first. I have 2 defense boosts. It's not going to knock me out. King Gambit comes in instead. It's not the Incineroar, but it is an even juicier Drain Punch target. So now this Whimsicott, with that Focus Sash still intact, you can give yourself the opportunity to go straight for a Tailwind, make sure your Annihilate is faster than both the Garchomp and the Alolan Ninetales. And of course, this Annihilate now really doesn't take too much damage from the Garchomp. If you do have the opportunity to get a Drain Punch off in a King Gambit, you're going straight back up to full health. This is a much stronger position for James than in Game 1.
So many decisions to make here, but I love the call out that you made where Tailwind is not necessary in order to make sure that you can have the speed advantage. And so I love just being able to go on the offensive here. And reading that there's going to be a protect from this King Gambit. It's going to be a safety goggles, Dark Terra, Defiant King Gambit, and then Moonblast is just a one-hit knockout. That is a crit. We otherwise don't see that happen every day.
That does a critical hit, and maybe a little bit unfortunate for Z, but that is such a strong turn from James regardless, knowing that this Whimsicott won't be knocked out this turn regardless. The Garchomp is only running Dragon and Ground moves. The King Gambit does not have Iron Head, it is double dark, so even something like a Stomping Tantrum plus Kowtow Cleave probably doesn't knock out Whimsicott. You can get that Moonblast off, which allows you to, on the next turn, go for another Moonblast to KO Garchomp, go for the Drain Punch to KO King Gambit. Just sped up a little bit by the critical hit, one-hit KO, but I think regardless, this Annihilate was just not getting knocked out anyway.
No, and the Rage Fist stacks now should be enough to knock out this Alolan Ninetales too.
Yeah, most likely. I think especially if you're going to go for the Sunny Day with Whimsicott, turn off the snow, that means that defense boost will be dropped. There's no more Blizzard perfect accuracy for the rest of the game. Freeze Dry still would possibly be super effective, and Sucker Punch does come in here, so if Freeze Dry comes out, this actually might be the end of Annihilate.
Wow, it is going to be the Sucker Punch into the Freeze Dry, and maybe a little bit of a mistake to go for the Sunny Day instead of something like the Tailwind. That way you would have been able to be faster than this Alolan Ninetales and knock it out, but maybe you don't care about that. You know you've got your Hydreigon in the back that does have a couple of Fire type attacks to lock into. Notably, it's going to be the Heat Wave, but it's not 100% accurate.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the option for the Heat Wave here. It is Choice Specs, Sun Boosted Heat Wave. That might be enough to just end the game on its own, but you do have to wonder if Tailwind might have been the better play there. You would have had the opportunity to go for that Drain Punch into King Gambit, and of course, possibly go for that Rage Fist straight into Ninetales. Heat Wave does come off, though, after the Tailwind with the Sun, and the Choice Specs is enough for the double one-hit KO.
I just wonder what could have happened if maybe one of those Heat Wave misses.
Especially the Ninetales, right? King Gambit with the 2 dark moves doesn't do a whole lot to Hydreigon, but if you do miss that Ninetales and the Freeze Dry comes through, that might just be a one-hit KO.
Regardless, we get a chance to go to a game number 3 in the set between James and Z. And some fantastic adjustments from James. You kind of have to... I mean, maybe it goes back to what Z locked into at the beginning of that game too, though, with Ninetales going for the Blizzard instead. I'm kind of wondering what was going through his mind to have switched up the board like that.
I think it makes sense. Like, by going for Blizzard, you're getting guaranteed damage into both slots. But I do think the freeze dry might be a slightly better play, just because you can, make sure that Annihilate is not terastallizing. And as soon as Blizzard is locked in, that's kind of an instant Terra from that Annihilate, right? You're resisting Blizzard, you're not weak to the Terra Blast anymore. And of course, Blizzard kind of inadvertently boosting the Rage Fist power right off the bat isn't super great for Zay either. Maybe you're going for some freezes. I don't know. That's always an option there. There's nothing to prevent that other than this sunny day on Whimsicott that was not yet on the field. But I do think freeze dry might be a slightly better lock in that case.
I agree. You were able to deal with the Annihilate at the end of the day, but then I don't know. I still look at this turn and I think, what could have happened if the Heat Wave missed?
Yeah. Well, luckily for James, it did not. And we will have the chance to see a third game between these trainers. I'm interested to see if they do opt to kind of switch up their strategies here, because I think this Annihilate obviously is very strong. But once you get a couple bulk ups off, you're not taking too much damage at all from the Garchomp, from the Dragonite, from the King Gambit, those 3 really strong physical attackers. But you have to make sure it's in a position where you can terastallize safely, right? It's really just a freeze dry that threatens you once you've turned into a water type. So as soon as Ninetales locks into something else, you can terastallize, but if it is threatening that freeze dry, you have to be very, very careful.
I agree. Well, we're just seconds away from being able to get into this game number 3 between James Beck and C Sang, where the winner is going to move on to our asymmetrical top cut at the end of this incredible 2-day competition at the Louisville Regional Championships. So let's see. I feel like it's pretty safe to just keep going for Annihilate Clefable if you're James, and Z continuing to lock into the Dragonite and the Alolan Ninetales. Ooh. But it is a switch up from James. It is going to be the Hydreigon and the Whimsicott. But I love this switch up from James.
I do too. You're pretty immediately threatening that sunny day heat wave combination, especially because this Hydreigon is the Terra Fire. Even if the Ninetales locks into a freeze dry or a Moonblast, that would be super effective and perfectly accurate in the sun. The fire type Terra on the Hydreigon will prevent that super effective damage. And of course, you drop the weakness to the Dragonite's attacks as well in the form of Low Kick and Ice Spinner, both of which will be pretty strong into this Hydreigon. I think that the Annihilate, the Annihilate plan kind of depends on what Ninetales locks, right? And in this case, I think you have a little bit more agency as James to go for more offense right off the bat.
You've also kind of conditioned Z maybe to have to go back to that game 1 game plan where you lock into Freeze Dry and you lock into that Terra Flying Terra Blast. You're going to see both Pokemon stay on the field as this Dragonite from Z goes for that Terra Flying. Is very much trusting in that strategy, but the fact that this Hydreigon is going to be on the field, is going to be fast, it's going to be able to go for the Heat Wave, but that's why you do see this accuracy being a problem. It misses the Dragonite entirely and allows this Hydreigon to get knocked out by the Moonblast.
Yeah, this Moonblast comes through and just one-hit KOs that Hydreigon off the bat. The Terra Blast will also bring Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash, and I respect that play a lot from James, just unfortunately that Heat Wave misses, which means that Dragonite's multi-skill is still intact. So this is a really rough position to be in. You do get the Tailwind up. Obviously, you still have your Whimsicott sticking around. It didn't get knocked out thanks to that Focus Sash, but we're back to that precarious position where 1 Extreme Speed easily knocks it out. If you do opt to terastallize the Whimsicott to avoid that Extreme Speed, then you can no longer terastallize Annihilate, which, again, it's not locked into Freeze Dry the Ninetales, so you have the option to possibly go for that terastallization on the end of Annihilate there, but then your just Whimsicott is left. What can it do against this Extreme Speed Dragonite?
No, it can't do anything. It's just going to get knocked out before it gets a chance to move again. And so James has a really difficult decision to make. Do you actually use the Terra now? Do you just trust that this Dragonite is going to go for the Extreme Speed here into that Whimsicott? And could you take a Moonblast from this Ninetales?
Z's been very aggressively targeting this Annihilate and just not letting James fake him out with something like the Terra Ghost, even with a threat of a Follow Me from that Clefable. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see attacks just go straight into that spot again. King Gambit does replace Ninetales though, and Extreme Speed comes through to KO Whimsicott.
So James does get that call correct. The extreme speed means that this Annihilate is not going to take any damage, and it gets a chance to go for this bulk up free of charge. With this Clefable coming in, you do have that follow me pressure, so there's no way for this King Gambit to sucker punch you, and you know that you can take a Terra Blast or two from this Dragonite, so Annihilate does get a chance to actually get set up here.
Annihilate has a chance to set up, and I think you really want to break this multi-scale on Dragonite as soon as possible as well. The King Gambit, again, only has Dark-type attacks, so it threatens the Clefable not at all. The Clefable like really doesn't care about King Gambit, especially because it is that unaware Clefable. If King Gambit opts for a Sword Stance this turn, trying to capitalize on it for attack, you can just redirect it. Won't take any extra damage thanks to that unaware ignoring the boost. And we've seen the Dragonite Terra Blast do a decent chunk to Clefable, but certainly not enough to put it in range for another attack.
James kind of on the ropes a little bit, I think, when it comes down to this Annihilate. You get a chance to protect it for now, and so this Clefable is going to have the job of breaking this Dragonite's multi-scale, which it does get a chance to do. And this Annihilate gets another turn to stick around as the Terra Blast is going to go right into that Annihilate's Protect, as is the Kowtow Cleave. I like the Kowtow Cleave anyway, because I think that you've put James in a position where I think he has to go for Follow Me, he has to go for the bulk up. You really want to try to get any amount of, I think, Rage Fist stacks at this point. Oh, it's so tough.
It really is, especially because you're kind of running out of options for, you know, as soon as I'm taking more damage, it's going to most likely stick around. Of course, you have the Citrus Berry. You do have the Drain Punch into King Gambit, especially with the current bulk up you already have. I think one Drain Punch is easily enough to one-hit KO this King Gambit that cannot Terastallize. But this Dragonite is still an issue. The Ninetales in the back, of course, an issue as well. If you find yourself having to Terastallize before Ninetales comes back in and locks into another move, you're just giving Z the option to select their moves like as much as they want. Garchomp also still here too. So we're in a 2v4 situation, and this Annihilate, you know, a bulk up into 3 physical attackers could be enough. But you also have to worry about those Ninetales with the choice specs.
Ninetales can still go for the Freeze Dry, which would be super effective into this Terra Water Annihilate now. But there's still a chance for James to put himself into a better position. You see Z sort of like nodding his head a little bit. There's a Protect onto the Clefable, the bulk up onto the Annihilate, and Z still gets a chance to attack here.
The Annihilate does boost its attack and defense once more, back up to +2. Terra Blast comes through into that Annihilate, has the boosted defense, is no longer a fighting type, but that's still really significant damage, especially considering you need this Annihilate as healthy as possible because it is your only source of damage, really, for the rest of this game. We do have the Clefable, which of course threatens a super effective Moonblast into this Garchomp, but this Garchomp really not an important piece for Z anymore. I think you can pretty easily just leave it here on the field, maybe get some chip damage off with it, and like a Earthquake or a Stomping Tantrum here does a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, just gotta whittle away at this Clefable first, kind of leave this Annihilate all on its lonesome towards the end of this game. But with the Rage Fist, it's not enough to actually knock out this Dragonite before it gets a chance to go for yet another Terra Blast. And this Clefable is in range that a critical hit is good enough. And that Clefable doesn't even get a chance to eat its snack.
Really smart of Z to go for the Stomping Tantrum instead of the Earthquake there. You might be tempted to go for Earthquake just to get some extra damage on Annihilate, but one more Rage Fist boost would have KO'd the Dragonite. So the Dragonite sticks around because of that choice to use Stomping Tantrum for the single target damage. The Terra Blast there with the critical hit is enough to knock out Clefable, and now this Annihilate will be knocked out by a Freeze Dry as soon as Ninetales hits the field. So Z is moving on to the single elimination top cut stage of the Louisville Regional Championships.
What a great match between these two trainers, though. James, of course, has had so much success in the past couple of years. To get this close at his first regional championship, gotta feel really good, but also has to sting a little bit.
Of course. I mean, you have to respect, like, I did very well. I was 1 win away from that top cut, which was a very respectable performance. But you also have to think back, I was 1 win away from top cut, right? That hurts a little bit more right at the beginning because you were so close. Any of your 3 losses, if you've been able to turn them around, you might have been able to move on further in this tournament. But still a very good performance from James, a very strong competitor who I'm sure we'll see in a top cut later on this season. But of course, big congratulations to Z for qualifying for this top cut stage here in Louisville.
And Z showing off the power again of this double Dragon Alolan Ninetales team. It was kind of interesting to watch how Z was going to approach this matchup as well. I think James having one of the more recent teams especially looking at Dortmund and how this Davide team did do, I think you look at that and say, okay, well, Z has to figure out a way to actually deal with this particular team, and I think he was able to find that way pretty flawlessly.
He was. I think the Water Terrestrialization on both the Clefable and Annihilate, while they are very good in general, Water's one of the strongest defensive typings you can use for Terrestrialization, did actually hurt James a little bit here because you did leave yourself more vulnerable to this Freeze Dry. I think when Ninetales was threatening that Freeze Dry, it was much more difficult for James to navigate this matchup. As we saw in Game 2, the Blizzard not only was not Freeze Dry, but it was just boosting your Rage Fist along the way, and Z recognizing that right off the bat, did not opt for that Blizzard at all in Game 3.
And even though we saw this Hydreigon lead switch up here from James, Z didn't really fall for it. You got maybe a touch lucky with that Heat Wave missing the Dragonite.
True.
But you still had so many other pieces to play around with, where at the end of the day, it did end up being like a 4v2.
It really was. Like 4v2 is sometimes a very winnable position for Annihilate. Yeah. Like that's one of the Pokemon that, thanks to how Rage Fist works, thanks to Bulk Up, thanks to Drain Punch recovery, it very often can stick around for those like Pokemon disadvantage matchups and win them pretty comfortably. Unfortunately, in this case, the Ninetales was the thing that prevented that. It reasonably could have knocked out like Garchomp and King Gambit and Dragonite, but as soon as Ninetales hits the field, because you have Terrestrialized, you just get freeze-dried and the game ends, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is sometimes how that cookie crumbles, but congratulations again to Z, and commiserations to James. I agree with you. I think even if we look at, if he competes at like the Latin America International Championships or something, I feel like that's kind of his home IC. Yeah. He did end up winning that international championship for the 2020 season, Latin America International Championships. I think another one might be in his future. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Safe bet.
Well, let's hear a little bit more from our next Top Cut qualified player, Z, who is ready for an interview with Evan.
Thanks, y'all. I am joined by our newly crowned Top Cut competitor, Jaejeong. Congratulations. You are now in the Top Cut of the Louisville Regional Championships. How does it feel?
Yeah, I feel very good because this is the 6th regional. I made day 2 this year, but I just missed Top Cut by a bunch of reasons at a previous 5 times. So finally made day 2 is very surprising and very exciting for me.
Absolutely. You finally climbed up into the Top Cut bracket now after coming so close so many times. And you were doing it using this team that's become extremely popular and well known. Why did you choose to go with this team, and specifically the Choice Specs Ninetales variant of the team?
Yeah, the main reason why I chose this team is I just want to change my playing style to hyper offensive, from the hyper offensive to the balance team. Because I think balance team has more chances for me to, I can get more choices both in offensive type and defensive group. And when I saw the Potra was running this team and get a runner-up of the Baltimore, I think this team is very mature, and it has almost everything I want to try in this set, and I eventually make one adjustment to make this team have a setup option that really works in this Louisville regional. So.
Absolutely. It's clearly been working for you over the course of yesterday and today. How has Regulation H in general been feeling to you now that we don't have some of the highest powered Pokemon in the format? How are you feeling about that?
I think it just takes time for me to moving from the Regulation G with so many scaring legendary Pokemons to the Regulation H with just like something like a national dex. I think it's a quite healthy matter, except the Dire Claw. Yeah,
everyone really has that asterisk, right?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. It's clearly been working well for you, making the top cut finally. I don't want to take too much of your time because we're about ready to start pairing off the top cut bracket. Was there anyone you'd like to shout out? Who's been there supporting you along this ride?
Yeah, of course. The first person I want to shout out is definitely Paltrow, because I just asked him some questions about his team before this tournament, and he's very kind and knowledgeable. So I'm very thankful for him to help me finally make the top cut. And other people I want to shout out is Chong Junpeng. He was a previous Salt Lake's regional champion in 2022, and as I know, he's about to restart his official tournament journey.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I hope he just everything well. Yeah, because it's not yet, so I can't say it very directly. And other people I wanna shout out are Kent Wong and Snorlax. Is a red Snorlax, but he and near hand, Daihao, and all of my friends who support me to just move forward, and finally make it, and as well as Yichun Wu and Sunoru, Daoisi.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your performance here already in Louisville. We will be watching very closely to see how you do in the top cut bracket. I'm going to let you go and get started for prepping and getting ready for that. Congratulations again. Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to speak with me.
Thank you.
Casters, let's toss it back to you as we get that bracket ready.
Jared's one of my locals, and I feel like every single time we see him at an event, it's just like, oh, that's Rig Boss right there. Like that is the guy. Well, you know, he is such a strong competitor.
Yeah.
And it feels, I'm sure, great to have finally had another top cut, especially after that regional win so many years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so congratulations to him.
I'm really excited to see him back in Top Cut as well. We have many other players that will be joining him in the Top Cut stage of this tournament. But while we get that Top Cut bracket ready for you guys, we got some fun tweets to show you, I believe.
Tweets?
Yeah, love talking about tweets. We love hearing from you all. Cindershot says, enjoying the battle so far while building a team myself, hoping to attend my first ever regional soon. Keep an eye out for me. I love that. Watching some great Pokemon while you're, you know, getting maybe some shiny hunting in, maybe just catching some candies to get some materials, build some TMs and whatnot. But we've seen so many people with some great success at their first ever regional, so maybe Cindershots will be our next Cinderella story.
That looks in game where you could potentially get a Kilowattrel.
Ooh, okay. I can see that, some Kilowattrel strats.
I think Kilowattrel could be very good. We saw a couple of Kilowattrel actually make day 2 at Dortmund, so
True.
I think it is not outside of the realm of possibility. Also, if I'm totally wrong about that, I'm sorry, Cindershots, but I think that would be incredibly based. Either way, it would be great to be able to see you at an event, and you could be the next story. You know, you could be like the next kind of legend that has that run that you go to your first event and you do actually take home the whole thing.
Of course.
Our next one, we've got POV, you are my opponent. When my shoulder tells me to press Basket Legions and Wave Crash in the rain. Well, going anything is except for maybe Amoonguss. We had some really, really good examples of just Wave Crash Basket Legion just absolutely wrecking some Pokemon.
I could be your Finneon or your Basculin. That's so funny. I wonder which, you know, like the Angel and Devil on your shoulders, Finneon or Basculin, Angel and Devil?
I think that Finneon is actually the Angel, and I think the Basculin is the Devil.
I might agree. Basket Legion has some wave crashing tendencies.
Although I will say, maybe it could be Finneon.
Oh, okay.
I don't always give the Finneon the chance to actually show me what it's going to do, because it's one of those Pokemon that I just go, I think I need to knock it out before I get a chance to see what it's going to do.
Yeah, I'm scared of this.
Yeah, I don't like you know, Basculin, you kind of know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
When you're like, you got Wave Crash, you've got Laser Specs. You're going to do something. Yeah. But like Finneon, it's like, are you going to Tailwind? Are you gonna hypnosis me? What if you confuse Ray? I don't know. Limiting gets some really interesting support options that makes it a little more terrifying to play against.
It's also fitting given we saw the Wave Crush 1K with Dragapult yesterday, which was just crazy.
That was crazy. Yeah, so maybe it is Basculin. I don't know.
I don't know.
You tell us.
Yeah.
Hashtag play Pokemon.
Tell us in the chat. All right, next tweet from Johnny. I missed the two of them.
Oh no, get that off my screen. What do you mean you missed the two of them?
That is an opinion. I think Calyrex is a very strong Pokemon that is fun to use once in a while, but I think is fun to also not play against most of the time.
I was not sad to see them go. Because now we get a chance to have Regulation H where the world is your oyster. What are you going to use? Who knows? Basically anything is viable at this point.
Well,
and
hey,
that's because they're not around.
Okay, January is just 2.5 months away, and they're coming right back.
No, don't say that.
All right, okay, never mind.
I'm just glad you can't put both of them on the same team.
That's true. That would be terrifying.
That's vile.
It is. Actually, honestly, I'm offended by even bringing that up.
I'm sorry. Anyway, moving on.
All right, our very next tweet that we got from Jay Horsefall. When you've got friends in TCG and VG, sometimes you just need multiple screens. Shout out to my local league. I love these local leagues. I go play in some for the trading card game myself. I think it's very fun. And they'll often have like a rebroadcast of the most recent event on their screens as well. So it's really fun to have those two. You get to see both the video game and the trading card game action. I think maybe our Go friends might be feeling a little bit left out, so maybe you should get another little monitor on the side for the Go stream, maybe.
Too bad we don't have Unite. Then you would need 4 screens.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's
maybe,
too much.
Well, no, maybe you could just split these two down the middle and have all 4.
True.
There we go.
Okay, that's more balanced. Otherwise, maybe you do like Go in the middle. You know, like split screening, but like Go has to take up 2 halves of the monitor in the middle. And then you've got TCG on one and then VG on the other side sandwiching it. I don't know.
You play Go on your phone, so you can just like tape a phone to the wall and show the stream on that.
Okay, I like it. Or like put an iPad on a ledge or something.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
Regardless, though, I can't recommend finding a local league enough. It's very fun to just hang out with some fellow Pokemon fans and play some trading card games, some video games, and Go, and just meet some new people in your community, which I think is one of the great joys of playing this game.
Ooh.
Oh. This is fun. They even made packs with random special Ditto cookies.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
Great. So it seems like there's some cookies that were decorated, and then some people opted instead of a Pokemon, they did the Ditto version of that Pokemon. So maybe we have a Ditto Jigglypuff here. That's pretty fun.
I mean, that's Jigglypuff seen from above, actually.
Truly.
That's awesome, though. Chia, thank you so much for sharing. Those look so good. I'm getting hungry.
Stay strong, Rose. We have a couple more matches here.
All right.
This is fun.
I think the final post that we have here is Heroes of Geek. Loving the casters' Pokemon dedication so much. Decided to join in the fun of the Louisville Regionals. We got our own Pokemon headgear and are playing a game of who will win. Betting a pack of Trick or Treat on each match. Fun!
That's so fun. I think I have that Snorlax sweater as well. So.
It's a great sweater.
Yeah.
And the belly boat, the Iono headband.
Yeah. This is great.
On point.
I know we had so much fun with our Clay and Lacey yesterday.
That was very fun.
Really fun to put together, and we were very pleasantly surprised by the great reception of it. So thank you all for enjoying it with us. But it's really fun to get to be involved with the stream even from home. I think that's one of the reasons we kind of broadcast these tournaments to you, is that of course it's very fun for all of us here in the building to get to play, watch, talk about Pokemon. But if you can't make it out to an event, we try to bring some of the fun to you guys at home.
So thanks so much for tuning in, and thanks so much for keeping the party going as we go ahead and send things over to the lounge, because we're going to get ready to preview our asymmetrical top cut as we get those trainers ready.
Thanks, Rose. I am back here in the lounge after our abbreviated intro with the Sandstream duo, getting us prepped and ready for the top cut. We have, I believe, 26 players who have achieved a record of 9-2 or better, which means that we will have an asymmetrical top cut, including a top 32 for some of our players. But there are 6 players who have already gotten a bye into the top 16 based off of their records already. And those are former senior world champion Carson Confer, who actually is our top seed of the tournament, after I believe going entirely undefeated throughout the entire 11 rounds of Swiss, running Dondozo. Welcome back, Dondozo.
Dondozo never left. He's still here.
Dondozo and Tatsugiri. We do have a second Dondozo in the top cut, but it's solo Dozo.
Yeah, Dondozo with Tatsugiri, always iterating, changing a little bit. This one is Steel type with Heavy Slam, which is pretty cool.
Absolutely, and it's a archetype that's extremely strong. It was extremely strong in Regulation A. Of course, it would still be extremely strong here in Regulation H, where the power level is much closer to what it was in Regulation A. Additionally, making it into the top 16 on a bye is our 4-times world qualifier last season, Riley Factura. Will be making it into the top 16. He was running that Rain team, Heavy Rain, using the Pelipper and that Basculegion we saw go crazy on stream yesterday. You can see the achievements and the team right here, and it was that Basculegion that was really the star of the show yesterday, picking up one-hit KO after one-hit KO with Terra Water in the Rain.
Yeah, that Basculegion was doing a lot of damage. I also, I remember Len noticing that we all know Riley doesn't like inaccurate moves, so the only move that can miss is Hurricane, and if you just set up your own Rain, then Hurricane also can't miss.
Riley, also, we do need to know, if you are watching this after the fact, please let us know if you've ever clicked Hurricane out of Rain. we need to know that.
I love Riley's approach to this tournament, though, because that Rain team with Basculegion and Archaludon was so popular very early on in Regulation H. It felt like a lot of people's first approach, and then people moved away. We saw lots of other teams, and now Riley's back with it, just a very refined version of it, new tools like Sneasler, and kind of dominating the competition because the raw power is so high with that Rain.
Yeah, absolutely, and using the Life Orb Basculegion, not a choice item, still getting the power boost, but being able to switch between Wave Crash and Protect and Aqua Jet was so crucial to making sure that Riley was able to take that win over Colin on stream yesterday. Additionally, we do have some other competitors in the top 16. Marco Martinez, we did not get a chance to see on stream yet, running a team that became popularized after Eric Rios in Spain won an online tournament with it, based off of a bulk up Seriledge. And actually, speaking of Riley's hard Rain team, that team also includes a Gastrodon. And, you know, Gastrodon has a really good matchup into Rain in general, but Riley actually was still able to beat that team in Swiss today.
Yeah, I saw that and was surprised. I was interested to see how the matchup went. But I also think when you have a Gastrodon on your team, it's a sign that you know you're weak to water, and sometimes Gastrodon isn't enough to cover it up. The Seriledge still weak to water. But that's another really interesting team. It has the bulk up and the coaching, like we saw some of yesterday. So I hope we get to see it on stream later on.
Absolutely. I've been playing a little bit of that team, and it is extremely fun. You know, Joe, I know you're a big fan of the Seriledge and the Armarouge.
Yes.
How does it feel to have Seriledge now in the top cut?
I'm very proud as a big loyalist to those two Charcadet evolutions. I think what helps the Seriledge, like Regulation A, Regulation B, the power level coming down, the speed really coming down as well, because some of those other formats, you kind of had to just run Shadow Sneak, and it just wasn't enough power. But now with a lot of these slower Pokemon that are relatively in the same area of speed, you know, you can try to speed creep Rillaboom, speed creep Archaludon, speed creep Golden Go, depending on how those speeds are trained. You can invest more in that speed, and having bulk up helps you. So I'm excited to see if the Seriledge can pop off in Top Cut here.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for that team also is having the coaching option, which has been sort of what we've expected to see coming into this tournament. Coaching became sort of the go-to tech move for a lot of these teams. Because the meta had become so physically offensive, having that defense boost and also being able to boost your attack so you're getting through everyone who is sort of training their Pokemon to be more defensive, having the ability to both bulk up and coaching allows you, one of the biggest problems for bulk up Seriledge in the past has been how slow it was to get going. Now you can get +2/+2 in attack and defense in one turn. You don't have to use both of your Pokemon's attacks to do it, but if you can get away with that, then you can start rolling.
Right, and you can start bitter blading, right, which is your sustain. The problem is that you can't be bitter blading and bulking up at the same time, but if you get two done with coaching or coaching and bitter blade later on, it makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at our other competitors in the top 16 who have the buys. Colin Hire, world semifinalist, we saw yesterday. Of course, he lost to Riley on stream, our last match of the day, but Colin is running probably the most quote-unquote standard team that we have seen in the tournament so far. That Dragapult balance with the Electabuzz for the Follow Me redirector. Of course, we've talked a little bit about that being, it could be either Electabuzz, it could be Magmar, it could be Clefable. Colin has decided to go with the Electabuzz. His big tech is, instead of the Primarina as the water type on that team, he is going with the Solo Dozo. Solo Dondozo, no Tatsugiri, and instead going for the Wave Crash, Yawn, Fisher version of the Dondozo that just, aims to stick around on the field. And if you have a problem with a Pokemon, if you see one of those teams like we saw yesterday, that like Stefan Mott's team, that was all about building up a single Pokemon, like the Archaludon, maybe you just land a Fisher into it and you don't have to worry about it.
Well, and that's a bunch of these teams that are doing well, right? Because it is all these coaching plus bulk up Pokemon. They don't want to, it doesn't just have to be Fissure. It can be Yawn to force a switch and lose your boost or lose a few turns for that Pokemon. And Dondozo are so much bulkier, the Primarina, especially on the physical side, means it can stay in against those without getting threatened with a KO, have a chance to go for Yawn or Fissure a couple times.
Yeah, and it really just takes one Yawn. Like, if you get a free Yawn switch to take momentum with one of those balance teams, or even better, they stay in and they let you get a sleep off, you can really start rolling.
I do also think it's really interesting seeing the different Dondozo strategies, as the Solo Dozo is not as prevalent. Now, we know Alex Gomez won NAIC with that, back a season and a half ago, but most people are training their Pokemon for the +2 speed Dondozo, right? They're training it for how much damage it does to +2 defense, and so people might not have as much matchup information or matchup knowledge against the how generally bulky the Dondozo by itself can be.
Well, it just plays so differently, right? Because, when you have Dondozo with the Commander boosts, it's the only thing on the field. Like, you're all focused on the Dondozo. And if you do that against a Solo Dozo that still has incredible sustain, it has the ability to stick around on the field, especially in a heavily physically offensive metagame like we have right now, then if you're focusing on that Pokemon, you're allowing one of the other heavy hitters, like, Choice Band Dragapult, to just sort of run through your team with Dragon Darts.
Yeah, it turns Dondozo into much more of a supportive option to help a partner be doing a lot of the damage, which is not the case when Tatsugiri is there in the Dondozo's mouth.
Tatsugiri is helping do a lot of the damage, but totally just on the stat boosts. Well, another competitor who has made it into the top 16 on the strength of their record and schedule is an old school competitor that we know from way back in the day. Andrew Novak is back, and he is competing. Of course, we saw him on stream with his 4 ground weak Pokemon with 4 Terra Flying option. So any Pokemon can be a bird if you try hard enough. But it's so good to see Andrew back here and now making it into the top 16 with a bye.
Yeah, playing really well today. We saw him yesterday in the coaching wars with Alberto, both back and forth coaching these steel types. It's interesting, 3 of the 6 teams that have the buys have that option for coaching plus a setup move at the same time. Definitely one of the big stories of this tournament.
I do think what's really funny to me is remember at the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet era, and one of the first things we saw was a Terra Flying Pikachu, and we're like, oh wow, a ground weakness, and you get out of it. I understand how this terrestrialization thing works. Now it's coming full circle all the way back to the beginning marketing push from Terra. Is like, yeah, I choose to no longer be weak to ground.
Yeah, Occam's razor. Sometimes the simplest simplest option is the best. I don't want to be weak to ground. I'm going to be immune to it. Give me the balloons. I'm going to hover over it. And I think this team is really interesting because it also includes the Assault Vest Metagross. And Assault Vest Steel types plus coaching is something that we've been seeing a lot on King Gambit. Of course, Drew has opted to go for the Swords Dance King Gambit, which we saw do as good as it could hope to do against Bulk Up Corviknight earlier by trying to outspeed the boost with the +2 attack, plus the +1/+1 on coaching. But having the option to do either or, I think, is a really powerful mix-up for that team.
The other aspect of having the Metagross is that it is, with the King Gambit, meaning there are 2 steel types there. Yesterday, Joe, you were talking about how, between the combination of the 3 or 4 biggest steel types, you get to 80 or 90% of usage because every team's got one of them. But this team's actually got 2 and can match up really well into things that just want to deal with one steel type, maybe not both.
Well, it's also interesting because if you are looking at it, you're thinking, oh, steel types, I need a fighting type. I need to be able to hit Archaludon super effectively. I need to be able to hit King Gambit super effectively. If I'm running Flamigo, I get to hit Goldengo super effectively with close combat. But Metagross, with the Psychic typing, actually allows it to not be weak to fighting type attacks, which is something that You know, most people, I've seen so much Terra fighting on random Pokemon. I've seen it on like Dragapult. We saw it on Delphox yesterday. Just not being immediately weak to that most common option, especially with Sneasler being the most common Pokemon in the format, huge.
Right, because Metagross really is a great answer to Sneasler. You're immune to the Dire Claw, you are just neutral to close combat, and then you have the Bullet Punch option to tick it down once it has down to Focus Sash. And so Metagross fights really well against Metagross, can help you get really beneficial trades in a matchup that ended up being the #1 usage Pokemon yesterday.
And its stats, just by virtue of being a powerhouse Pokemon, its stats are so strong that when you're clicking coaching to boost the attack and defense, and it has an Assault Vest boosting its special defense, as you mentioned, it's kind of all round. It's doing more damage, and it's more difficult to knock out all at the same time. And you mentioned Sneasler being the #1 Pokemon for sure. It's like it's a big anti-Sneasler option. Yeah.
I also have to just say, much like seeing Garchomp being the most commonly used dragon and the most commonly used ground type, it just feels good to have Metagross back. I don't know about y'all, but it's a comfort Pokemon. It makes me feel warm and fuzzy. It's just like, oh, I love that little guy.
Yeah, we've got a Charizard in the top cut, a Metagross in the top cut. We've gone back in time a little bit.
I just wish Metagross was as great when I played it back in Regulation F, but I was Terra Water, and all my opponents had Raging Bolt with Thunderclap. So
that'll do it. Yeah. Well, our final competitor who has a bye into the top 16 and so will not have to play in sort of the win and end round to the top 16 is Alberto Lara, who was in the coaching wars against Andrew Novak on stream yesterday. Of course, we actually got to see that Corviknight get to +6/+6 because it clicked bulk up and coaching enough times to fully max out its attack and defense. And that is a signature Pokemon for Alberto.
I think Alberto's team is a great example of how coaching really is a tech that can slot into so many things. This isn't some new team from scratch that Alberto built to go based on coaching, right? This is a team that he has played many tournaments with going back to 2023. And it just gets better because coaching Sneasler is in there to get those boosts faster onto Corviknight or into many of the other physical attackers that are paired with it.
Yeah, and I think really cool on Alberto's team as well is the Choice Scarf Garchomp. Scarf Garchomp is something that was extremely powerful very early on in the years of VGC. And having Scarf Garchomp back, of course, being able to outspeed Dragapult, the biggest predator to Garchomp and the other dragons in the format, being able to outspeed it and either pick up a KO with Dragon Claw or just be able to deal big spread damage with Earthquake before getting hit with the Dragon Darts or an Outrage has been really powerful, and I suspect has been a really big MVP for Alberto on this team.
I think the gradual movement of Garchomp items in this format's been pretty interesting. They started with Clear Amulet when it felt like in Regulation G, every physical attacker had to have a Clear Amulet. So that was the starting point.
Right, there were too many Intimidates in the field. You had to have Clear Amulet or else you didn't get to attack.
And then we moved into Life Orb. Most of the usage was Life Orb. I'm sure there are still Life Orb Garchomps in the top cut, but there are also at least 2 Choice Scarf Garchomps and at least 2 Choice Band Garchomps in the top cut. So continued movement on what that Garchomp item is.
I think what I really appreciate about the Scarf Garchomp is for many formats, for any regional dex formats or lower powered formats, the Garchomp base speed is kind of the barometer for if you are fast or slow in the format, because it's just barely faster than many Pokemon that are in the game. And then if you're faster than Garchomp, you are a generally fast into the meta. But what Scarf Garchomp does is it flips that on its head and say, okay, these Pokemon that maybe are fast like Alolan Ninetales or Dragapult or something, now with the Scarf, now Garchomp is actually going to be able to change how that matchup plays out, especially with super effective attacks.
Absolutely, and I think that Scarf is an option that gets opened up by, we saw yesterday on our day 1 usage, Incineroar dropping so much. No longer being by far the most powerful Pokemon in the format. I'm sure people will still argue that it is still the most powerful Pokemon in the format, just people aren't using it for whatever reason. But here in Louisville, at least, Incineroar is not the, I expect to see it every round, or at least 90% of rounds in Swiss.
Yeah, it wasn't in the top 6 of usage for day 1. Part of that is King Gambit being in the top 6 of usage. Part of that is a fighting type being #1 in usage and more fighting types scattered through the rest of the top 12. But that movement, like you mentioned, is why you don't have to have Clear Amulet. You can just go straight for the offense in speed or raw damage.
You can also just coaching away the Intimidate drop also.
Yeah, now that you've got a good coach, you can. A good coach keeps you from being intimidated.
He keeps
gets
you
you back
prepared.
in the game.
Gives you that, you get intimidated a little bit, then you get that nice halftime pep talk, you get your attack back up.
Get the locker room buff coming back out. And actually, I do have to correct something you said earlier. You said there were 3 coaching teams, setup teams in the top 6. There are actually 4 because the Dondozo team is also a coaching team.
I don't think it's as coaching focused as maybe some of the other teams,
has
but
a
yeah, it's a
coaching
great
option.
tech that the Scarf Annihilate on that team, Annihilate generally focused on final gambiting, close combat. That 4th move starts to be less relevant, and that was the first way we started to see coaching earlier in the year. Some of those choice Scarf fighting types fitting it in as the 4th move. This one has it too, so you can try to get a coaching on the Dondozo before the Tatsugiri even hits the field.
Yeah, and I think that's actually extremely scary because then you have to deal with a +3 attack, +3 defense Dondozo after Tatsugiri hits the field. And like we were kind of talking about with the solo Dozo on Colin's team, Dondozo is extremely bulky physically already. So if you get even just a +1 defense boost on it, Dondozo is happy to sit out on the field and tank physical hits all day and get those boosts, so it continues to get boosts after Tatsugiri comes in. It makes that team, I'm so excited to see Carson when we see him on stream later, because it just changes how linear the Dondozo team is. Typically, when you have the Dondozo Tatsugiri teams, you expect to just be like, okay, Dondozo's on the field, are they going to protect, or are they going to switch in Tatsugiri? But really, it's just Tatsugiri's coming in, but when? But with the ability to also use coaching and this physically offensive meta, Dondozo can sit on the field. You now have extra opportunities to get boosts on Dondozo, and it's not just immediately, okay, it's not as predictable. Tatsugiri is coming in, then I just have to focus the Dondozo. It's, oh, Dondozo may be trying to protect, but it can still get coached behind the protect, and then, I'm out of luck.
Right, it often feels like Dondozo teams are basically 2 separate teams. It's like I'm going to fight with with Dondozo, and I'm going to fight with these 2 Pokemon either before or after I fight with Dondozo, and maybe a bit of both. But the coaching option means you can also play a little more fluidly with your entire team.
Yeah.
I do also like that kind of team building innovation of if you do have, quote unquote, 2 different modes on the team where you'd imagine Drew Novak's probably not bringing Metagross and King Gambit in the same 4 too often out of all these rounds of Swiss. So I'm sure I like the innovation of teams where this 6 Pokemon on my team, this Dondozo, it's in for completely different matchups. I'm bringing it for different, different matchup spreads than the other 5 Pokemon that I have.
Absolutely, and outside of our top 16, sorry, did you have a thought on that? Okay. Well, outside of our top 16 teams, we do have a bunch of other sort of unique Pokemon out there in the field that we saw yesterday. Like, of course, we did see the Charizard put on its best Chi-Yu impression yesterday with the Terrafire solar power in the sun, with overheats and heat waves, and actually even missing 2 heat waves in 1 turn.
Very Chi-Yu of him to do. Yeah.
Very Chi-Yu coded for sure. But that team with the heavy offensive sun option is in the top cut. We'll be playing in our asymmetrical top 32 for an opportunity to join one of these competitors in the top 16. We have other options out there in the field. Wolf and Izzy and Mega have made it into the top 26, top 32, into the asymmetrical top cut. We talk about the Yanmega on that team. That's a Porygon 2 team. It's really a Porygon 2 Ursaluna team that has a Yanmega as sort of the fast option, plus a super unique Archaludon. And I actually am really excited. Hopefully we get to see more of that team as well, because I actually remember very early on, after Archaludon had been introduced, watching one of Wolf's video where he said, oh, Archaludon, it gets stalwart, this is broken, it can ignore redirection. And it has taken now almost two full years to get to the point where we actually are seeing the stalwart Archaludon.
It's just a different way to play it than Riley, who's got the Rain team. We also saw the very beat-up focused, stamina-focused Archaludon. It's such a diverse Pokemon and how you can play it. And like you said, I'm really excited to see how Wolf's plays, because the match we saw of his on stream was kind of awkward because it was Wolf having to deal with this very specific threat the entire time and not as dynamic of a game.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that the big meme around Archaludon, even Rosemary said it yesterday, is it's kind of cosplaying as an electric type, but for Wolf, it's not cosplaying, it's fully realized
it
that
actually
electric
puts on the costume
capabilities. Yeah, Terra Electric with Thunderbolt and the Electro Shot. That's like very much, we saw it even resisted damage into the opponents. The Electro Shot on regular Archaludon sets does a lot of damage, but once you become an electric type, it does significantly more.
Absolutely. And other unique Pokemon that I saw in our top 26 as I was sort of scanning the teams before we went on live here, we do have a Mimikyu that has made it into the top 16, or the top 26 rather, which I think is a really interesting option here. We've been talking about just how starved this format is for good fairy types. It really has just been Primarina that we've seen up until now. Mimikyu as an option, of course, the problem with Mimikyu is that it is a physically offensive fairy type, so it struggles into some of the more offensive or the more defensive teams, physically defensive teams. But having that disguise ability, allowing it to at least tank one hit and then be able to fire back a play rough, maybe get some swords dances and get some shadow sneaks to pick off like a Dragapult or something like that, could be a really interesting option. Obviously, it has made it into the top cut, so I'll be excited to see how that performs.
A Pokemon with a lot of historic success, right? It got a little bit of a nerf with the disguise breaking, now doing damage to Mimikyu that has hurt its usage since then, but definitely a Pokemon that in the right position can be really powerful.
And Mimikyu is one of those Pokemon that is crucially just a little bit slower than Garchomp, so it's on that scale. However, all of the other threats in the game, like in the metagame, like Golden Go and Archaludon and Dragonite, and some of the things that are very much below Mimikyu in that speed tier, it allows it to have those super strong attacks into them, because even if it's slower than the super fast threats, it's able to outspeed some of those other middling speed threats.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, speaking of a bunch of those threats like Golden Go, we can't preview this top cut without asking where Golden Go went. It was on our day one usage as one of the top Pokemon in the format, but we barely saw it. There are a few in the top cut, but I really think people saw King Gambit, Archaludon, and Golden Go as sort of equally powerful in the format. But Golden Go has absolutely fallen off compared to both of those other two steel types that have been extremely dominant in this tournament.
I think it's interesting because Golden Go, throughout most of Scarlet Violet, has been kind of a conversion rate hero. It's often like not in the top 12 in day one and then just always shows back up again when you look at day two usage. But I think this format has a lot of Golden Go being played more similarly to Regulation A in kind of an all-out offensive way that doesn't translate to the same conversion rate.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting because we've talked about just not having enough special attackers in the format, and Golden Go is an extremely powerful special attacker, either with the choice specs for instant power or getting some time with the nasty plot boost to get those big make it rains. Maybe part of it is just that steel typing as an offensive typing isn't as good anymore.
Yeah, plenty of defensive steel types out there to resist those make it rains.
Yeah, I think the big thing holding Golden Go back is if you take a turn to set up either Nasty Plot or, you're kind of having to facilitate your whole team around Golden Go's success, it has diminishing returns because of Make It Rain, whereas Alberto's Corviknight, when it's clicking bulk up and coaching every turn, it's not like it loses an attack and a defense buff after it clicks an attack the way Make It Rain drops the Golden Go's stats down. So it's like you have to take a turn to set up with it, and then they swap in a water type or they swap in a steel type to resist, and now you're back to square one and you need to reset another Nasty Plot, and just the games don't go long enough for your Golden Go to set up multiple times.
Absolutely. Well, we are just about ready to get into our first match of this top cut. So, boys, thank you so much for your time and for your insight and your thoughts. Let's kick it over to the casters to get us started with our final matches of the day.
Ooh, that pre-top cut talk is making me so excited for the matches that we have ahead of us as we are about to get into our asymmetrical top cut to see who's going to become the Louisville Regional Champion. Jake, I'm so pumped!
I am too. This is my favorite part of the tournament. Now every match is a win and you progress, lose, and you are eliminated. Especially this first match we're going to show you is between two players who are fighting for their spot in top 16. We have 6 players that had a bye straight to top 16, but the remainder of our top cut players will have to fight in a top 32 match. Again, this is single elimination, so lose and you go home. But Parker Simmons and David Mancuso will be fighting for a spot in this top 16.
And maybe the story between these two players is that you've got Parker Simmons, who is a bit newer to the VGC scene, versus David Mancuso, who you can consider to be a veteran of the game. David Mancuso, I remember him as sort of one of the first players that I watched when I first started started my VGC journey back in 2014. But for Parker Simmons, I think he represents a lot of the players that have just gotten into VGC in Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, and is going to find himself very close again to another top 16 at a regional.
With a very unique team that I think is one of the most cool that we've seen on stream this weekend. Exeggutor is not a Pokemon I don't think anyone had on their bingo list of Pokemon to make top cut at a tournament, but it will be joined by Torkoal, Ursaluna, Indeedee, Gallade, and the Hisuian Zoroark, with that dreaded illusion ability that will disguise itself as a Pokemon in the back when it hits the field. The Zoroark and Exeggutor really, I think, are the standouts here. Two Pokemon that, especially the Exeggutor, really on no one's radar, but Zoroark has been kind of a nuisance for players all throughout this entire regulation.
Yeah, the team might look really familiar. If you were watching the stream yesterday, you saw Luke Bower's team with the Charizard that also our lounge was kind of breaking down. But yeah, it is that Exeggutor and that Hisuian Zoroark that make it so unique. So we'll have to see how they end up playing a role on this particular hard Trick Room team. Now taking a look at David Mancuso's team, this is going to be more of that balance core that we've been hyping up all across the weekend. Magmar, though, in this redirection slot over something like an Electabuzz.
Going a much more standard route here. These are all Pokemon that are very successful already in this regulation set, especially in this specific configuration of the team. Notable things to look, like you called out, Rosemary, is the Magmar over the Electabuzz. Their Primarina is running a more bulky set with Citrus Berry over something like a Life Orb, even a Throat Spray, and it does carry Haze to possibly shut down any kind of Dondozo boosting. Of course, this case for Parker, I don't believe there's any stat boosting, so the Haze might not come into play here, but Rillaboom again running high horsepower, something we saw yesterday as well, gives it a chance to hit those steel types like the Archaludon, like the Golden Go, that might give it some trouble otherwise.
Let's get into this best of three between Parker Simmons and David Mancuso. David, I mean, he's looking to try to get another regional win under his belt after a regional win in 2014. So we'll see if Parker Simmons can beat his best placement and if David Mancuso can reach those heights once again. Let's get into this game number one, shall we?
The first leads of our top cut matches, we have Rillaboom and Dragapult for David. Exeggutor right off the bat alongside the Indeedee for Parker. And because Rillaboom is faster than Indeedee, the Psychic Surge will activate second, leaving Psychic Terrain up on the field, protecting both of Parker's Pokemon from any kind of fake out.
I'm looking at Expanding Force.
I know.
Exeggutor is so ready to rock with this terrain in its control. But Dragapult is still going to be the fastest thing on the field right now, unless we do see this Torkoal switch in and set up this Chlorophyll on the Exeggutor.
Very possible there. That would make Exeggutor very fast. Double its speed with the Chlorophyll. Indeedee does swap out. So Rosemary, you might have nailed it here. This Exeggutor wants to be moving fast and hitting hard. Drought will activate, setting up the sun, and Exeggutor will be super speedy.
So how is this Rillaboom actually going to deal with this? Because I think there are some options here for you to be able to go for some pretty heavy hitting damage, but you've got the resist there onto the Exeggutor. Well, not anymore now because it's going to be a Psychic type.
Yeah, this is going right off the bat. Immediate full offense. Exeggutor will act first with Expanding Force with the Psychic Terrain and Psychic Terra boost. This will be a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, Dragapult is just going to get knocked out in one hit. We have seen this far too often on this stream, that one of the fastest Pokemon in the format does not get a chance to actually move.
Nice call there with the high horsepower. That would have been the Indeedee slot, which means that this Torkoal now takes a lot of damage coming in, but does it matter? Like, this Exeggutor is still super fast. Psychic Terrain is still up, and Magmar can't redirect Expanding Force. You can go for like an Overheat, bring it down to its Focus Sash, but it still is going to be around. This Expanding Force, I don't know how you stop this if you're David.
You have nothing to resist it.
No.
Except for something like the King Gambit, so you could switch that in, and then you are going to be immune to any Expanding Force, but you still have to deal with the fact that this Torkoal has access to Weather Ball, which is going to deal super effective Fire-type damage into that slot. So if this Expanding Force is going to knock out this Magmar in one hit, then it would be vulnerable, but not to be. This Magmar still gets a chance to fire back with an Overheat to knock out this Torkoal before it gets a chance to fire off an attack.
Well, that's a great play from David there, knowing that Magmar is bulky enough to survive an Expanding Force thanks to that Eviolite. and knowing that King Gambit will be immune to that expanding force, smartly targeting that Torkoal with Overheat, taking advantage of the stun it's set up and the Torkoal's lower special defense, making sure that King Gambit, which is very heavily threatened by something like a Weather Ball, like you called out, Rosemary, will be able to stick around. And now I think if David wants to win this game, this King Gambit will be very important. Again, it's the only thing that will be resisting, and in this case being immune to the expanding force. Very strong into the Exeggutor, but you still have the option to possibly go for a Sleep Powder. Magmar will be able to redirect something like Energy Ball, which I don't know why you'd ever go for that in this case, but the Magmar having the Vital Spirit actually is really important here, because if the Exeggutor opts for a Sleep Powder, then it will be redirected and useless.
King Gambit is out of here. It's very important that David is going to be able to get this grassy terrain back in his hands so that he can actually go for something like this Sucker Punch, threaten a KO onto this solo Psychic type Exeggutor. And it's also going to make this Expanding Force single target. So going into the Magmar, it's going to also not have the terrain boost anymore, but it's still going to be enough damage to send this Magmar packing. And, oh, this poor Rillaboom. At least this Ursaluna doesn't have its guts activated yet. So this Rillaboom can hang on through that headlong rush. And in fact, the Ursaluna does get its defenses dropped for that trouble.
That's a very important survival there from Rillaboom, because if it goes down, the Ursaluna can kind of freely just wait for the Exeggutor to get knocked out, have Ndidi come in, and then have it redirect any attacks from King Gambit, which will allow it to knock it out with something like the Headlong Rush. But Rillaboom now sticks around. It is threatening super effective damage into this Ursaluna, but of course this Exeggutor is still the fastest thing on the field. Ndidi can very easily swap in and set up the Psychic Terrain, which will protect Exeggutor from Fake Out, from Sucker Punch, and allow it to deal with this Rillaboom, so this Ursaluna can be safe for later and then handle King Gambit afterwards.
So Ndidi is going to come in, and it's going to be that Psychic Terrain active for the rest of this game, because David is down to his final 2 Pokemon. His King Gambit still has an opportunity to go for this Kowtow Cleave, which would be plenty, to actually knock out this Exeggutor, but you still have that Focus Sash as an held item for the Exeggutor to have to deal with. I love the Terra Dark, though. You're going to be boosting up those Dark type attacks even further, and you're also going to get rid of your weakness as your Steel type to something like that Headlong Rush from the Ursaluna in the back. Also keeps you very safe from these expanding forces. So unfortunately, Rillaboom, this is not going to help you for this particular turn. You just don't have enough HP to withstand that attack.
David is reduced down to his final Pokemon, which is this Terra Dark Black Glasses King Gambit. Kowtow Cleave comes out here, will be enough to easily one-hit KO this Ndidi. We have to wonder if that's going to be enough. The Ursaluna is still very healthy in the back. Now that you're no longer a Steel type, you've activated the ability for Ursaluna to just use Facade, and that will not be lowering your defense and special defense, which makes you even more bulky for the remainder of this game. Again, Psychic Terrain is still up, so you can't Sucker Punch his Exeggutor. Energy Ball is no longer weak and resisted into this King Gambit, so I think Parker has more than enough offense to finish off this game.
You're just going to have to hope that maybe the Kowtow Cleave is going to be able to go first and be enough to knock out this Ursaluna. If there is something like a crit, you do have this Terra Dark, but it's just a bulky bear. No hibernating for this Ursaluna as it goes on the offense. Takes the knockout onto the King Gambit, and Parker wins game number 1.
It's not been a good weekend for Dragapult's led into Pokemon that have abilities that double when weather conditions are active, has it?
No, it has not.
First Basculegion and then Exeggutor just preying on these poor Dragapults that have no protect, no way to reset terrain or weather. And that was just a crazy start. A lot of explosive offense coming up from Parker. You look at a team like Parker's and you think, okay, maybe there's like the option for the fast mode with the Exeggutor, but instead that seems to be like the main game plan here. It's not an option, it is number 1, going immediately for those huge expanding forces.
Dragapult needs a meteorology degree. But I don't even know if that would help it, actually. You gotta tutor this poor Pokemon.
I do want to call out what I think was a really smart play. The turn that Parker used Expanding Force to knock out Magmar as the Rillaboom switched in, and it took this Headlong Rush. When you use Expanding Force in terrain, it does hit both targets, but you are manually selecting a target every time. And if the terrain does happen to get shut off before the Expanding Force goes off, it will hit that one target instead of both. And he selected the Magmar on that turn to make sure it got knocked out, even if Rillaboom swapped in like it did. So really heads up there just to know that Magmar is more important of a target than I believe the King Gambit that was next to it at that point. Just because the Magmar, if it was able to break the possible Focus Sash on that Exeggutor, that could have gone a little bit differently for Parker. But ensuring that Magmar is gone, you get David down to his final 2 Pokemon, you reestablish your terrain control for the rest of the game and set up the Exeggutor to sweep.
I wonder if David just needs to bring the Rillaboom in the back. If you expect that this Indeedee is going to be led again, then maybe you do have to come in and get rid of the terrain before you see this Executor go all out on the offense with these expanding forces. Because we saw that Rillaboom lose that speed interaction where Indeedee did have that Psychic Terrain set up at the end of the day.
That's true. I think that it would be a much safer play for David, especially because if you lead Rillaboom and Parker doesn't lead the Indeedee, he can also just easily switch it in immediately and get the Psychic Terrain up. So having Rillaboom in the back to switch in and possibly reduce the power of that expanding force could be a much safer strategy. We do see there is no Rillaboom on the field just yet. Indeedee Executor once again for Parker, but Kingambit and Magmar a much safer lead, and I think a much stronger lead in this position for David, rather.
Yes, I like this lead a lot better, especially when you look at this Kingambit. You do have that Terra Dark to make sure that you aren't going to be taking any damage from these Psychic type attacks if you wanted to boost up your offense even further. And now you could switch in the Rillaboom if you really want to.
You could. This is actually a prime position for Rillaboom to come in, especially if Parker doesn't swap out this Indeedee. It becomes really safe for this Rillaboom. You turn off the spread damage from the expanding force. Rillaboom is pretty heavily threatening Indeedee in general. Woodhammer is not something Indeedee loves to take. And of course, Sleep Powder is not effective into grass types as well. But Indeedee, wanting to be able to come back in later, will switch out to Ursaluna.
So our Ursaluna now gonna be on the receiving end of a potential attack, but the Kingambit also doesn't want to catch that smoke. Ends up going back into its ball as well to be replaced by this Rillaboom. So Grassy Terrain now active on the field, and it comes down to Executor versus Magmar.
This is a really safe position for David now. The Psychic Terrain is gone. Overheat comes through and should be able to break this Focus Sash on Executor, bringing it all the way down to 1 HP. Both of the Pokemon on David's side of the field are immune to Sleep Powder, Rillaboom being a Grass type and Magmar having the Vital Spirit ability. So a much better spot to be in Expanding Force without the damage boost. Does a little bit under half to Magmar there, but thanks to the Grassy Terrain, we'll have the chance to recover it right back up.
Looks like it's going to be a 4-hit knockout if you just keep hitting away with those Expanding Forces, a single target. But this Ursaluna has something to say about it. It has the ability to go for this Ghost Terra, which would actually put it in a position where you don't have an opportunity to fake it out.
No fake out possible because we do see the Ghost Terra coming through, and of course the Indeedee switching in to set up the Psychic Terrain that will no longer have reduced power on Earthquake, so that could be very important here on this turn. The Ursaluna is looking to have a big offensive impact, and we will see a Terastallize right away, the Ghost typing coming through.
Ghost typing is also not necessarily just good for the fake out, but it's also good to make sure that this Ursaluna isn't going to be taking increased damage from something like a Woodhammer from this Rillaboom. You're also shutting off the priority in general, so you couldn't even go for something like a Grassy Glide if you wanted to. This Magmar has had its special attack dropped by 2 stages thanks to the overheat that turn prior, so it's not going to be doing a whole lot to this Indeedee so far, but you can see how this Woodhammer would have been able to do some major damage to this Ursaluna, but cannot otherwise.
Earthquake comes through, will hit all Pokemon on the field. Magmar goes down, Rillaboom takes that very well, but Indeedee, because it did take the overheat from the Magmar on the swap, and because its Psychic Seed was consumed earlier on in this game, actually takes a whole lot of damage here, and looks, it's in a spot where one more attack from Rillaboom should be able to knock it out. The Woodhammer does some really good damage into that Ursaluna as well, so now David's in a much stronger spot. This Indeedee can no longer Terastallize or anything. It can't resist those Grass-type moves, being the Grass Terra itself. If David does have the Kingambit, or sorry, not the Dragapult in this game, this would be a nice turn to bring it in. But Kingambit also really good here because Rillaboom should act first. Could knock out the Indeedee with any of its attacks, and then Kingambit has the chance to fire off a Kowtow Cleave into that Ursaluna, which now will take super effective damage.
This Ursaluna is certainly not long for this world, so I think you have to try to go for a big knockout here and now, otherwise you're going to lose that Ursaluna and a huge piece of your offense for the rest of this game number 2. But I love the position that David has put himself in here. This Rillaboom makes a nice target for something like the Facade, but I think you should also consider that this Kingambit, if left alone in front of this Executor and this Indeedee, will not take any damage.
Yeah, this Kingambit now in a much stronger spot. The Executor being down to very, very low HP is very good for David, especially considering that we gave it so much trouble in that first game. Follow Me does come through, will redirect attacks from both of David's Pokemon, but because Indeedee is so low on HP, High Horsepower knocks it out and Kingambit gets a free swing.
Especially if Kingambit is able to move first. Ursaluna are usually pretty slow, and so this is going to be the case. Kingambit gets the Kowtow Cleave off into the Ursaluna, and now it is super effective. So if it was doing 50% damage before, it is certainly a KO now.
Really big for David now. He's taken the Pokemon lead for the first time in this set. And now Parker is down to his final 2 Pokemon. It will be this Exeggutor at 11 HP, and this Torkoal, which does still have all of its HP remaining, is threatening some pretty scary eruptions here. But this Exeggutor, especially if Rillaboom finds a way to swap out and back in, will no longer be protected by something like a Sucker Punch, even a Fake Out if Rillaboom can pivot itself back out.
The problem is, though, this Kingambit's going to knock out this Exeggutor before this Torkoal gets a chance to swing.
Yeah.
So I think even though you know that this Exeggutor is the fastest thing on the field now, thanks to that Chlorophyll ability activated, you still have to deal with the fact that this Kingambit could just get that free punch in. It is the Dragapult in the back, though, so maybe this is one of those opportunities where you go, Dragapult, this is your one job. Your duty is to come in and take this hit so that Rillaboom can come back in later.
Yeah, Dragapult, unfortunately, not getting a whole lot done in either of these games. But I think even in this case, this is still a big win for David. You are able to bring the Rillaboom back in, which will get rid of the Psychic Terrain. It will set up Grassy Terrain once again. So now Exeggutor has to worry about Fake Out. It has to worry about Sucker Punch. It does have the option for Sleep Powder, but it does not have Protect, unfortunately. So it cannot be, there's no way to dodge a Fake Out coming out from this Rillaboom. It should be able to knock out the Exeggutor. I believe David still has Terrestrialization available to him, so you could pretty easily go for a Terra Dark on this Kingambit, get a bunch of damage off with Kowtow Cleave, remove your Fire type weakness, and make sure that Eruption is not doing huge damage to both Pokemon on David's side.
There's the Terra. I think you're okay just making sure that this Rillaboom can stick around. The Fire Terra, the perfect call. Make sure that you also are able to deal with this Torkoal. Because Rillaboom, too, it can provide a lot of offensive pressure to something like the Torkoal because you still have high horsepower available to you. So the Fake Out is able to knock out this Exeggutor and leave this Torkoal all by itself. The final Pokemon standing in the way of David Mancuso winning this game and bringing us to a game number 3. The Kowtow Cleave is able to help bring this Torkoal down to about half HP, so this Eruption is not going to hurt nearly as much. Unfortunately for Kingambit, though, missed the memo on that Steel typing, so it does get knocked out to that attack.
That's also a smart Terra there. Of course, the Fire means that Rillaboom should be able to stand up to this Torkoal, and because it does have high horsepower, is actually going to have enough damage in the tank to take it out. Provided high horsepower doesn't miss, of course, there is a small chance, but enough for the KO right off the bat with the critical hit. Don't need to worry about hitting 2 of them when you can just hit 1, huh?
That is so true, though. Assault Vest was so nice to have on this Rillaboom as well, because you know that you have that defensive Terra Fire, but you also have the opportunity to survive some of these special attacks from this Torkoal when you know that you're going to be resisting them as well. So really, really safe endgame there for David to have set himself up in. And we're going to a game number 3 in this Top Cut match.
We sure are, and this has been 2 really entertaining games so far. Seeing the way that these 2 teams interact with each other has been really cool because you have to worry about this terrain control. So far, the player that has better control over the terrain on the field has won each game, and I think that's going to be the case in Game 3 as well. Psychic Terrain is really important for Parker's team. Not only does it boost up the power and spread of the expanding force, but you save yourself from the Sucker Punches, from the Fake Outs, from the Grassy Glides, which are really important pieces in David's team. Because if this Exeggutor is the fastest thing on the field, and you don't have a way to hit it with priority moves, it's going to be really hard to stop it.
Going to be very difficult. And we saw that David made that adjustment to bring the Rillaboom in the back rather than leading it at the very beginning so that he had the opportunity to switch it in, actually get that Grassy Terrain right away rather than giving up that terrain control immediately to Parker's Indeedee. So as we head into this game number 3, I kind of wonder if there's going to be any sort of switch up here from Parker. Leading the Indeedee was good. Having the ability to have Exeggutor go all out on the offensive with the Sun, also very good. But do you want to consider maybe, is it really Indeedee plus Exeggutor? Is it Indeedee plus something else? Do you actually want to set up Trick Room for this particular matchup? We haven't seen that at all.
Exactly. This is ostensibly like a very Trick Room focused team that hasn't used Trick Room once at all in these first 2 games. I understand it though. This Exeggutor is really threatening into David's team, and when Trick Room is up, and Sun is also up, this Exeggutor is going to be moving last. So it makes sense to kind of stay away from the Trick Room. And you kind of probably lose too much steam with the Indeedee trying to protect that Exeggutor to then set up the Trick Room later on without getting knocked out first. The Magmar also becoming a really important piece for David here and kind of showing why it's used over Electabuzz on some of these teams, because the higher offensive output with Overheat, and specifically the Fire typing here, are coming in very handy. Having that Fire type resist in the form of Magmar to kind of stifle the Torkoal a little bit. We saw it knock out Torkoal from over half of its HP remaining with that overheat in the sun as well, something Electabuzz could not have done. So Magmar proving its worth here on David's team. I'm mostly wondering, Rosemary, is Dragapult going to get to attack this game?
I think there are some pretty good odds that it will not, but maybe it isn't even in this game as we enter into the final game of this best of 3.
Ooh.
David and Parker fighting for a spot to keep their dreams alive in this top cut, as David's going to have the King Gambit and the Magmar, and Parker are switching things up, the Indeedee and the Gallade.
I like this mix-up a lot. The Gallade now threatens the King Gambit very heavily. Of course, Sacred Sword, boosted by that Sharpness ability, is huge damage, possibly even enough to KO it if the King Gambit terrestrializes into the solo Dark type. It is also Terra Fire Gallade, which could come in very handy. Resisting damage from the Magmar, resisting damage from Rillaboom, and more importantly, you cannot be burned by Will-O-Wisp from Magmar if you are that fire type.
Do we finally get to see it?
Maybe.
I kind of wonder. I don't know. I'm like, I'm giddy right now. Do we actually see our Trick Room team commit to Trick Room? Who's to say? It's going to be Indeedee now after giving away the terrain, going to keep himself safe for just a little bit later, as David is going to bring out that trusty Rillaboom, knowing that there is that Sacred Sword available. Now you know the Rillaboom can take that just a little bit better. And you've got the Grassy Surge as well, as Magmar gets a chance to go for the Will-O-Wisp, but it's going to miss the Gallade. So this Terra, the save of Terra on the Gallade is going to be a big deal, knowing that the Terra is available for their Ursaluna now.
Yeah, that is really huge for Parker. Dodging that Will-O-Wisp, but and not using your terrestrialization to become a fire type and guarantee that you don't get burned saves you a huge resource, like you said, Rosemary. This terrestrialization can be really big for this Ursaluna to make sure that it doesn't get hit by super effective attacks from this Rillaboom. Of course, being a ghost type also makes you immune to Fake Out later on in this game. And the Gallade now at full HP alongside this Ursaluna. Two very, very strong physical attackers that are going to have a great time now that Trick Room has finally gone up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ursaluna, Gallade, they're eating pretty good right now. As this Magmar is also sort of a sitting duck. Maybe quite literally.
Yeah, I mean, this Earthquake threatens some very strong spread damage. We saw in Game 2 that Parker is not afraid to Earthquake his own Pokemon, especially now that Indeedee comes back in. It looks like we're going to see another combination Psychic Terrain and Earthquake coming out from Parker.
Love the just sheer confidence from Parker to go for an Earthquake and deal damage to your own partner. And as David switches in the King Gambit, I don't think he's going to be super happy about what is about to happen. You've got this terrestrialization that's going to come through first, and then, oh no.
Yeah, Ursaluna does become a ghost type, will protect itself from those fake outs, from those wood hammers during this game. And unless this Magmar terrestrializes, which it is, a little bit of a saving grace for David there, so the Magmar should be able to stick around for a few more turns. Becomes a ghost type itself. You know, you've got some dueling ghosts here, but this Earthquake is going to be huge. This damage is going to most likely just knock out King Gambit straight up into a big chunk to Magmar, which should set up Parker very well for the rest of this game.
I mean, with the Guts boost activated, that King Gambit is actually going to have enough to stay around. So the overheat to knock out the Indeedee is pretty big here. But it's not over just yet. David is still in the thick of the woods right now with this King Gambit on such low HP.
So, I mean, okay. Could have gotten much worse for David there. Earthquake was a great call. King Gambit does take a lot of damage coming in, but Indeedee is knocked out, and we did say terrain control was a deciding factor in the first two games. If Rillaboom does switch back in, Sucker Punch is on the table. Fake Out and Grassy Glide are on the table. Now that Ursaluna is a ghost type, it is much more vulnerable to this King Gambit if it is able to get either a Sucker Punch or a Kowtow Cleave off. So a lot of damage being taken from David there, but a smart overheat target means that Indeedee, if the combination of Earthquake and Overheat is knocked out, and David can have Grassy Terrain up.
This is risky though, and Parker has a very big decision to make. Do you try to call the bluff and David doesn't actually go for a Sucker Punch into the Ursaluna, or do you try to play around that and actually try to go for some type of pivot? It's gonna be the latter. Parker gonna save that Ursaluna in the face of this Dark King Gambit and pit the Gallade out in its place. David not falling for it. It's gonna be a protect on the King Gambit. This Magmar, it's got something to say about it.
I think it's a really smart play from David David there. I think you need to preserve this King Gambit until you can guarantee that it gets to attack this Ursaluna. And because Parker does still have a third Pokemon, that's a pretty easy swap out into that Gallade. You're not taking any Sucker Punch damage. Of course, Psychic Terrain is still up, so on this turn, if David wanted to get rid of the terrain, the Rillaboom just takes an Eruption on the way in and immediately gets knocked out, which I don't think you can afford either. So now Rillaboom does come back. Fake Out is in play, so you can fake out either the Gallade or the Torkoal to make sure they don't attack this turn. And we still have yet to see David's fourth Pokemon as well. If it is that Dragapult, actually looking like it could be a pretty strong piece of this puzzle once Trick-Room expires.
And then we would get a chance to see a Dragapult attack. That could be a pretty big deal.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, this turn could be that deciding factor as we take a look at this Gallade and this Torkoal versus this King Gambit and Rillaboom setup. David has an opportunity to go for a fake out onto either of these pieces, but what do you actually think is going to be the bigger threat?
I don't know. It's really hard to say because this Torkoal is still at full HP. Will be not hit by the fake out, so it is flinching this turn. And we have to see how speeds work out.
King Gambit goes first. That's a big deal. A lot of King Gambit right now actually trained to be faster in Trick Room over something like the Gallade. So it gets to fire off this powerful Kowtow Cleave before it gets knocked out in the process, and this Rillaboom gets to stay at full HP.
Really big there. That King Gambit speed stat is very important in this matchup. Like you said, a lot of them are a little bit faster and likely are attacking before Gallade outside of Trick Room that might be trained to be as slow as possible. The Dragapult does come in here. That means that it might get the chance to fire off an attack for the first time in this set. Grassy Glide now is an option for David, which would knock out the Gallade and possibly allow Dragapult to try and 1v2 the rest of this game against the Torkoal and the Ursaluna.
The problem, though, is that this Torkoal is still going to be the fastest thing in Trick Room, so it has an opportunity here with the HP pool that it has to just go for a big eruption. So this Rillaboom's going to have to hope that this Assault Vest is going to be enough, or that this Grassy Glide was going to be a good enough sacrifice for this Rillaboom. It is going to get knocked out in the process, but this Dragapult is going to help resist a lot of that damage thanks to the fact that it is a Dragon type. But there's an Ursaluna in the back here. Parker has been waiting, and it's going to be the Phantom Force to try to stall out this final turn of Trick Room.
That's smart. Phantom Force there means that the Dragapult will be able to attack immediately next turn. And knowing that Grassy Glide came through, that might mean that David targeted that slot to make sure that this Ursaluna gets hit by the Phantom Force. You cannot protect in front of Phantom Force. It will be broken. But unfortunately, I think that no matter which target this Phantom Force hits, the other Pokemon has enough juice left to take the knockout. We saw Eruption do over half. Now that it's only hitting one Pokemon, it only gets stronger. Phantom Force comes through here, does want to KO Ursaluna, but Torkoal gets to fire off Eruption.
Yeah, that critical hit's not going to matter here when it's going to be super effective damage anyway. So this Torkoal with the Weather Ball as well, you know it's going to end up being this Fire-type attack, single target into this Dragapult. If it's able to stick around, it gets to go for another Choice Band Phantom Force, but it's not going to. So Parker Simmons, with that 2-1 victory, moves on to the next round of Top Cut.
Really well played by Parker there. That immediate expanding force in game one put David on the back foot at the very start of this set. David was able to recover and take game two, but Parker mixed it up expertly in that third game. Knowing that I've threatened David with this really fast Exeggutor both times, maybe David's going to overcorrect for it, but it's so hard when you have so many tools at your disposal. Parker finally going for that Trick Room mode and using Torkoal as the main offensive damage output. It was too much for David to handle.
Was very overwhelming. At least we got a chance to see Dragapult do something.
True.
I'm just happy at the end of the day that Dragapult did do something, and great to see David Mancuso back in a Top Cut.
Really, yeah. He's a fantastic player, a great guy, so it's really fun to see him succeeding. But I also love seeing players, you know, break through to another huge result. Parker has made top 16 at regionals before, and he has equaled that result here. Of course, with this showing, he played so well in this match, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him go even further either.
Yeah, and especially with this Exeggutor.
Yeah.
What a unique piece to have on this team, and we didn't even get a chance to see the Hisui and Zoroark, but that is also another ace up the sleeve that Parker can pull on for the next couple of matches.
He also had the threat of the Hisui and Zoroark pin on his lapel there, so it would have been, you know, extra, hey, I have this Zoroark. Maybe at any time this Zoroark is actually pretending to be a Torkoal, and so you got to be worried about it.
You never know.
Exactly, but it's just so cool to see a team like this succeed. I think these kind of teams are fun. People have their opinions about expanding force in DD Torkoal teams, but I think they're really fun to play and watch, and they kind of add another element to the metagame where you just had to be prepared for this all-out offense kind of style. And I think it's just really entertaining.
It's been so entertaining. I still love the balanced teams. I think David gave such a great performance with this, and also was able to showcase the power that can be behind any of the 6 of those Pokemon.
Yeah, I think especially Magmar. This shows why Magmar is a consideration in that Electabuzz slot. I think both Pokemon are very strong in their own right, but Magmar has its good matchups. This was one of them, I would say, especially in this match. You want that Magmar over the Electabuzz, but unfortunately just not enough. And Dragapult, I think, could have been really important there, just unfortunately didn't get the chance to fire off too many moves. And when you have that Choice Band Dragapult, which is a huge source of offense, you don't get to use it. A lot of times that can kind of ruin your game plans.
Because what could you have gone for at the end there? You know, you have Dragon Darts, Outrage, and U-Turn as the 3 other options in your moveset.
Yeah.
And the choice items do have that downside where you're stuck. When you're stuck, you're stuck.
You are. Maybe an Outrage. I don't know if that would have been enough to KO either of those 2 Pokemon, but maybe you hope for a couple Outrage critical hits or something. I don't know. It would have been tough there. It's just difficult to position against these teams that have so many ways to punish you if you're taking these defensive switching turns.
It's also hard because you can't pick your target either.
True.
I don't think it matters at that point because I think you just want to knock out both regardless. Right. But it's like, which one's going to do less damage overall? Maybe you had to knock that one out first. Outrage doesn't necessarily give you that choice. But yeah, congratulations to Parker. What an incredible match from him. I'm so excited to see just how much further he can actually take this because he had a great last season. 2023, 2024, he had multiple day 2 performances, had that top 16 like you mentioned, and now could go all the way.
Especially, it feels so much better to have this top 16. Like it is, it's essentially the same finish as his Peoria run last year, but you had to fight a little bit harder for this top 16, right? You got to make your way into the top cut. You had this play-in round in the top 32 bracket stage, and then you beat someone in top cut. And that feels so much better than just like bubbling into top 16, for example. So that can probably give Parker some more momentum to keep continuing, you know, mixing up these game plans as much as he can, making sure he keeps people on their toes. There's like no easy games against a team like this. So if you get one turn wrong, it can just be over.
Yeah, and Parker certainly earned that win over David Mancuso, but let's go ahead and hear from him about making it to the top 16 at the Louisville Regional Championships.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Jake. I am here in the lounge with Parker Simmons, who has been repping one of the Pokemon that was on one of my first competitive teams back in red, blue, yellow. That Sleep Powder Executor plays a little differently now, but how'd that come about, Parker?
So originally the team had Armarouge on it, and I was like, you know what? Executor and Armarouge have the same special attack. They hit just as hard as each other, and I was like, you know what? Armarouge and Torkoal aren't always coming together, so Executor can kind of like live in the Trick Room, and then when he's out of the Trick Room, he's going burr. You know, he's hitting things and things are going down. And I have a Sleep Powder in oh no, things have gone wrong button. So that's always nice.
It's like I need to disable one Pokemon on the other side real quick. Just free up some breathing space.
It's I have a bad matchup into you. You are looking, Executor is in a bad spot. Let's just click the button and get out of here.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. You are now in the top 16 here. I believe this is your second top 16 appearance at one of these regional championships.
Yes, and it was like about a year ago at Peoria with Annihilate. I was his strongest soldier, and now I'm repping the eggs. Wolf, watch out. I'm the Eggman now.
Yeah, toss it back to 2012 Wolf, that classic Executor. But of course, he was Harvest, you're Chlorophyll.
Yeah.
And I think it says a little bit about the difference between the two of you as players. Harvest, the more defensive option. You with the Chlorophyll, you just wanted to go burr.
I want to go burr. I want things to do damage, and I want to go burr. That's But I was considering Harvest Executor for a while because I already had Sun. But I was like, let's just do damage. Let's not sit around. Let's not waste our Trick Room. Let's go burr.
Let's go straight for it.
Yeah.
I think it was crazy to see just how much damage that Executor was doing.
Oh my God.
Obviously, like you mentioned, has the same special attack stat as Armarouge, but you're still being able to see the damage it was doing with Expanding Force and Energy Ball, and just the different type coverage that it gives you was pretty cool.
Yeah, when I did half, so I was testing to see how much Energy Ball would do into Terra Dark King Gambit, and when it did over half, I was like, that's a tool that might help us later. That's good information.
I'm gonna use that at some point.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't end up coming up, but it was good to know.
Absolutely. I think one of the coolest plays that you actually made twice. Once in game 2
I know exactly
and once
what
in
you're
game
talking
3. going for that earthquake. And I'm so glad you actually got a chance to show off why that earthquake was a good play in that third game. That was what you were fishing for in game 2, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I was fishing for. But on top of it, I wanted Ndidi to go down. Ndidi, get out of here. After you set the trick room, your job's done. You're done. It's over. It's Torkel's time to shine. So.
Absolutely. It's one of those things that we've seen before where using like Healing Wish or any other type of move, Trick Room is so hard to maximize your value for the turns that it's up.
Yeah.
And a good player will prevent you from getting those sacrifices. So I love to see the self-target on the Earthquake there to free up as much space as possible.
Yeah, that's why I didn't go with Frigoraph. Having the terrain, removing the grassy terrain, so that way you're getting maximum damage into your own Pokemon. It's the optimal low IQ strat. That's what I'm always fishing for. Executor, we have the same vibe. It's, you know, head empty, do damage.
3 heads empty.
3 heads. Well, I actually came to this tournament with 2. I have to give them a shout out. Well, my brothers, all of them, but my friends Adam and Austin also ran the egg team, and we were like, whoever places best gets to choose which head we are. So I'm top egg head right now.
You're the top egg head?
Yeah, I'm the top egg head, but I couldn't have done it without any of my friends and family. Trey too, and Austin, and Georgia, and John, and Amber, and everybody. So sorry, I had to make sure I was. And there's all the people from Michigan too. You all rock.
Absolutely. Shout outs to the Great Lakes up there. Congratulations on making it into top 16. I'm getting word that pairings are starting to be finalized for the top 16 bracket, so I don't want to take too much of your time. But of course, you already mentioned some people. Shout out any other shout outs you got for the crew watching back home or here?
I'm going to shout out my friend Scott. He's always been there for me. My family, my dad just got out of surgery, so if you're watching this by any chance, Dad, I love you, and I also love you too, Mom. Just you're not in surgery right now, so you get a little less of a notice there. So
same amount of love.
Yeah, same amount of love. Just gotta hype one up a little bit more. So,
well, Parker, thank you so much for taking a moment out of your extended tournament run to talk with me.
That's why I came here. I was like, I want to get the suit. I want to cast.
Yeah, looking
that's
clean.
I'm here. So. Pokemon, you want more of me? I'm here.
Making me look like a punk in my Halloween Pokemon Center gear.
I didn't get the memo to wear Halloween stuff. That's what really happened. So, sorry, I'll let you. I'll end this. I could talk forever, so it's all you.
Parker, congratulations again. Thank you so much. We're going to go toss it onto the floor where my good friend Joe Brown, it's not just the Masters division that's competing here. We also have the juniors and the seniors division, and they have already crowned their regional champions. And Joe is on the floor with them right now.
Let's go, Joe.
That is right, Evan. We don't have a Masters Division champion in the Louisville Regional Championships yet, but we do have our junior and senior champions here, and I am with Charlie, our junior division Louisville Regional Champion. Congratulations, Charlie. How does it feel to be a regional champion?
It feels really good, and like all those competitors that competed, they're really good, and like, you just need to practice and you gotta have what it takes.
Now let's talk about your journey here. You get to Louisville, you obviously prepare way before the tournament starts. So how long have you been playing Pokemon competitively, and what was your day like to this journey as regional champion?
Well, I've been playing Pokemon for like 2 seasons, and like I won Peoria, so I felt good, and I felt like I can win this. I just have to play hard and make good plays.
Okay, so what was your team here that helped you get to the victory? Any cool, exciting Pokemon?
Well, I was running a Gallade, and Gallade, a lot of people might not run it, but Gallade is very good because with Sharpness, Psycho Cut, and Sacred Sword get boosted, and they do damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely really strong Pokemon. What was one of those pivotal moments for you on your journey where you look back and say, that was the moment I realized I could win this tournament?
Well, so I made a good read in one of my games, and I'm like, yes, because it was in my top cut, and I'm like, because of this play, I won the game, and now I'm gonna get to the finals. Let's go.
Now, there might be a lot of kids at home watching that could be inspired to start playing competitive Pokemon, watching and seeing your success. So what advice would you give to prospective Pokemon players that want to get into the game and learn how to play Pokemon?
Well, I think you just play your game, you keep calm, and you always make a safe play. But if there is no safe play, make a read on based what you think they're gonna do. And if you get the read wrong, just stay in it, don't forfeit, and just play your game.
Hey, that's great advice. I think some of our Masters Division players need that advice sometimes too, Charlie. So do you have any shout-outs, maybe any friends or family that have helped you along the way on this journey? You'd like to give any shout-outs to anyone watching at home?
Yeah, I give shout-outs to my parents. They're just really supportive of me, and my coach, because he helps me prepare and go over matchups that are hard.
Oh, and then last one for you. Of course, we all need to know who's your favorite Pokemon.
It's definitely Gallade.
All right, really powerful Pokemon. So thank you very much, Charlie. Congratulations. You'll do me a favor, step out here so we can talk to our senior division champion, Noah. Why don't you introduce yourself a little bit here? Congratulations, first of all. Tell us, how long you've been playing competitive Pokemon and, how the tournament went this weekend.
So I started playing in the 2023 season at the Fort Wayne Regional Championships, where I made it to the finals and lost. And ever since then, I've kind of been chasing winning something. So.
All right, well, you got that accomplishment. How does it feel that you've been able to, been chasing this journey for a couple seasons and here you are now?
It feels great, especially now having my Worlds invite locked in. That's not something I have to worry about, so I can really try to enjoy the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's a great point. A lot less stress as the future events you attend this season. Let's talk about your team. What was your team of 6 here that got you this championship?
I was using a team very similar to the team that won Baltimore with Archaludon, Basque Legion, and Pelipper with Rain. I also had a Mousehold, a King Gambit, and an Incineroar. And yeah.
Okay, yeah, and we don't have a lot of spotlight on the seniors division as much compared to the Masters. So tell us how the seniors metagame works. Is it kind of the same thing that the Masters are playing? Are there maybe a little more hyper-aggressive strategies? How do you prepare for a senior division tournament compared to how our Masters prepare?
I think, especially with this tournament, I saw a lot of people using teams that Masters had done well with at Baltimore. And I think you can expect some of that, but you can also expect a lot of hyper offense, high spam stuff.
All right, and I'll ask the same thing I asked to Charlie. What advice would you give to anyone as you're growing? You have a couple of years before you hit the Masters division, so you have a lot of years to start preparing and honing your skills.
If you can, go to a local or regional near you. Have fun with it, because if you're coming in expecting to win, you have to understand that there's nothing that is certain in Pokemon.
All right. Now, of course, do you have any friends, family at home you want to give any shout-outs to, help you get to this position?
Well, first and foremost, probably the man upstairs, because there were a lot of matches this tournament that I probably shouldn't have won. My parents, my brother Jacob, and my friend Simon, who helped me with this team. Connor, who asked me to shout out Michael Kelsch. Issa and the rest of my opponents this weekend. Yeah, that's probably.
All right, and then of course the most important question: who's your favorite Pokemon?
It's got to be Skitty, because I'm a cat person and I have a cat, and Skitty reminds me of my cat. So.
All right, shout outs to Skitty. You don't see that one as a favorite Pokemon too often. Congratulations to Noah. Congratulations to Charlie. We are going to take a quick break here before we head to our top 6 team of the Louisville Regional Championships. Who knows? Maybe Charlie and Noah will be future stars in the Masters division.
It is whispered that any child who mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds onto it could wind up missing. Because of the way it floats aimlessly, an old folktale calls it a signpost for wandering spirits. Spooky.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Do you wanna be legendary? got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Hey everybody, Evan Latt here on the big stage of the Louisville Regional Championships, and I am joined by Patrick Donegan, who you may remember from causing chaos at the Yokohama World Championships with his Bright Powder Snow Cloak Articuno team. Well now, Patrick, you are here in Louisville causing chaos by hosting the Chaos Cup side event. Congratulations, and how does it feel to be judging the Chaos Cup side event?
Well, Evan, it is a different experience to be sure. In normal VG, you're bringing your own constructed team to try to battle it out and become a regional champion. In this side event, however, your team is provided for you using one of the rentals that we have created.
Yeah, and longtime VGC player Chalky Horenstein was able to design a bunch of different teams for the Chaos Cup. And Patrick, what kind of teams can players expect to be faced with if they participate in the Chaos Cup this weekend?
So, if you enter the Chaos Cup, there's a nice hyper-offensive team with a Choice Scarf Ninetales and a Choice Specs Goldango. Have fun taking that damage. There's also a nice Trick Room team where you could potentially set up a weakness policy on one of your Pokemon. And also, if I remember correctly, there is a Hisuian Goodra with Shelter. So if you like really long, drawn-out games, you might want to get that team and start sheltering up, because they're not going to be able to touch you.
So tell us a little bit more about the Chaos Cup. So we have a bunch of these pre-made teams and all these different archetypes that we're used to seeing on stream during the regional championships, the international championships, and the world championships. But what is it like for players to come to the Chaos Cup? How does it work? Do they just sit down and pick a team, or are teams picked for them? And, you know, what is sort of the goal behind Chaos Cup beyond just having fun?
Well, having fun is definitely a noble goal. Basically, if you participate in the Chaos Cup, you are getting a pre-constructed team, so there is accessibility for beginners. If you do participate, you will also have a team waiting for you in front of you when you start the round. You will take that rental code, you will enter it into your Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and that is what you will battle with. So the setup is all ready for you. You just have to jump in, have fun, and basically get a new experience playing this game.
Thank you, Patrick, for taking some time to talk to me about the Chaos Cup, one of the many incredible side events that you can compete in at the regional championships. And if you're watching at home, stay tuned, because we have even more Pokemon action coming your way.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be, if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for new players to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
welcome back, everybody. We started with hundreds and hundreds of trainers here in Louisville, Kentucky yesterday, and now we are down to the final 16 trainers remaining as we begin our journey in Top Cut to determine the first regional champion here in Louisville. I think maybe the first major Kentucky competitive Pokemon circuit event we've ever had. I'm trying to look back like the last 15 years, and it might be.
Yeah, the real Kentucky champion. Yeah. Win the race to the top.
There we go. But hey, only one of these 16 players can do it. Joe Brown and Len duel on the call here. And I think our first matchup should be exciting for sure. Something that Twitch chat and everyone involved is going to be certainly excited to see. But, just recapping that last match, I think it's so fun. Jake talks about seeing psychic spam and, a lot of big offensive damage output, and people kind of have some thoughts about the archetype, but he said it's really fun to watch, which I think I would agree with as a spectator. Maybe it's difficult to play into because it's so aggressive and difficult. Feels like one mistake could cost you the game. But from a viewer perspective, I think it's really fun to watch those types of matchups.
There's definitely fireworks. It felt like David was having to pick his poison every turn. It was like, well, am I going to let a facade through or a massive eruption through? Am I going to let a expanding force with psychic terrain through, or is it going to be a headlong rush into my King Gambit? Like, it just felt like every turn massive damage was coming, and you could only stop so much of it.
Yeah, for sure. So let's check out the bracket here. We know Parker is one of those top 16 trainers remaining here in Louisville. You see the other players, so many great names, so many, historically great Pokemon trainers here. And I think the big one that stands out to me, Len, is the one that we're going to be broadcasting right at the bottom of the list, Wolf Glick and Alberto Lara.
Yeah, two players I don't think anyone's surprised to see here into the top 16. Both had strong showings yesterday. We were both on stream yesterday. Alberto with that bulk up Corviknight that was also getting some coaching support, and then Wolf with the odd pick of Yanmega. That was really interesting to see yesterday.
And I do want to give a shout out to Joshua Robinson, new member of the Masters Division. For those who followed the season last season, Joshua was second place at LAIC last year, and then I believe the NAIC champion in the Seniors Division. So congratulations to them, leveling up to the Masters Division and performing instantly.
Yeah, but then running into a pretty difficult opponent, Riley, another player we're not surprised to see here after such a strong season last season. I think that would be an interesting match to watch as well.
Marco Martinez also making top 16, being Cerulege's strongest soldier, being one of the final 16 remaining. And Andrew Novak, his 4 terrifying Pokemon are still flying high here.
Yeah, maybe it's still destined to run into Alberto somewhere down the bracket, but he's got a few other stops, and so does Alberto first.
Yeah, you can't worry about what you'll face in the future. You got to focus on top 16 for sure. But this is kind of a new area here. Should be a fun match. Usually you would expect to see Wolf Glick and Alberto meet in maybe top 8 or top 4, but it's top 16. It's still top cut nonetheless, though.
Yeah, top cut, but one player probably going to be not so happy with this finish, wanting a little bit more from this tournament, but only one can move on to the top 8 and continue vying to win this tournament.
A combined 12 regional championships between these two trainers. Of course, Wolf doing the heavy lifting, but Alberto with 3. There are not a lot of people throughout the history of this game that have more championships than Alberto does.
No, definitely 3, and then like we talked about yesterday, just so many top cuts. A player who plays so consistently, no stranger to the big stage.
All right, so let's take a look at Alberto's team. For those who missed the broadcast yesterday, very fun team with Corviknight kind of being just as much or just as important of a carry as some of the more traditionally offensive Pokemon like Garchomp, Sneasler, and Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, Corviknight with the extra support from Sneasler and Alolan Ninetales can really get set up. Second setup option as well with Volcarona. We even saw Alberto yesterday setting up both things at the same time on the field. And then Garchomp here plays more of a disruptive role, tries to clear the field of some of the big threats to Corviknight, which may be a very important role in this match as Wolf will have the Archaludon constantly trying to fight down the Corviknight. Well, hopefully Garchomp can help deal with it.
Yeah, for sure. Alberto is going to try to have those bulk ups and coaching. If you click them on the same turn, you're effectively clicking Swords Dance and Iron Defense at the same time, getting +2 attack, +2 defense. And here is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Wolf Glick, with this Incineroar Porygon 2, Yanmega, Sneasler, Ursaluna, Archaludon, but it is not the Archaludon that most trainers run. Instead, it's Stalwart with Power Herb and Terra Electric.
This is the very electric-focused Archaludon, and that is a problem for the Corviknight on the other side. Corviknight, even if it were to Terastallize into a fire type and lose the electric weakness, well, it's still neutral to electric and going to take so much damage from an electric shot. That's not a game plan that Alberto can go down, and so it'll either force Alberto to kind of change game plans or find a way to disrupt that Archaludon in the meantime. But looking beyond the Archaludon, Wolf has a couple of speed control options, both Tailwind or Trick Room. Wouldn't be surprised to see either one get used here because Alberto has a lot of the natural speed advantage otherwise. And then, Sneaslers on either side could play an important role, and if this Ursaluna gets set up next to Porygon, there aren't that many things on Alberto's side that are going to stop it.
Yeah, I think it's important to note in this matchup, we're looking at the team compositions, that for the most part, Wolf's team is pretty much slower than Alberto's top options like Volcarona and Garchomp. So maybe that Trick Room option with Porygon 2 and having Terra Flying access to resist the body press or the close combat as well could be crucial.
I think it really could be. I think also it somewhat forces the Corviknight to come to the play because it is the best answer to Ursaluna on the other side. It's going to be able to resist both of those moves. It fights pretty well against both the Porygon and the Ursaluna, but it has that huge problem for it in the Archaludon on the other side. So a big thing I'm going to be watching in this match is how does the Corviknight fare, but not on the field yet.
All right, game one of our top 16 here at the Louisville Regional Championships, and what a set we have upon us. Wolf Glick, Alberto Lara, Alberto leading Volcarona, Alolan Ninetales, and Sneasler Yanmega for Wolf.
Yeah, so the Yanmega immediately on the field. Lots of fast Pokemon out here for the moment. Looks like a Quiver Dance angle from Alberto, right? Has the Aurora Veil available and the Volcarona ready to set up against two Pokemon that are somewhat of a threat, but if you can start getting a Quiver Dance along with this Aurora Veil, those special attacker Yanmega is going to be doing less damage.
Thanks to the Light Clay held item on the Alolan Ninetales, these screens from Aurora Veil are going to be set for the next 8 turns, helping his team to take less damage. Dire Claw does activate a poison into the Ninetales, so it is on a timer. Eventually will knock itself out from the poison, but Flamethrower into Yanmega's Focus Sash, bringing it down to 1 HP. This Air Slash in response is super effective, but thanks to the Aurora Veil, doesn't even do half of Volcarona's HP.
You can see how much bulkier this Ninetales is than some of the other ones we've seen. Definitely an emphasis on being a supportive Pokemon. Gets the Aurora Veil up to help quite a bit here. Yanmega has a Focus Sash, not Sneasler, and so hangs on through that Flamethrower. And so no boosts actually come up. And so Wolf gets a lot of pretty valuable damage. Just damage going both ways, but the poison onto Ninetales means it's vulnerable to a Dire Claw now, when otherwise it looked like it would have just barely dodged a 2-hit KO, and so it does switch out and we see the Corviknight hit the field.
One way to not take Dire Claw damage is to be a Steel type, just like this Corviknight is. Air Slash into the Volcarona, and it looks like Volcarona was still low enough, even with the Aurora Veil being on the field here, to be a 2-hit KO. So Yanmega doing its job, getting a KO onto that Volcarona, which was a crucial Pokemon on Alberto's end here.
A little bit of damage rolls there, did just under 50% with the Volcarona on the first turn. I guess does a little bit over 50% the second time and gets the KO onto Volcarona. But now Garchomp hits the field. It'll have the speed advantage against the Sneasler because of his Choice Scarf, but now faster than the Yanmega, who's had a chance to get 2 speed boosts. Both of them are required to get over the Garchomp. Meanwhile, Corviknight's in a position where it likes to be able to set up. The Sneasler's not going to be threatening too much damage, especially with Aurora Veil. And then the Yanmega, both of its same type of attack boosted moves are resisted by Corviknight. So this is its chance to set up. Though, of course, there's probably something lurking in the back that'll be a problem for Corviknight eventually.
Yeah, Yanmega does have a Tailwind here, and it's such a fast Pokemon because of the speed boost in the last 2 turns that it will activate that Tailwind first. Sneasler attacking into the Garchomp, bringing it to just above 50% of its HP remaining. The Rough Skin will do a little bit there to Sneasler, but because of the White Herb held item, it's going to negate those defense drops from Sneasler's close combat. Here is the Earthquake, though. It's only going to be able to hit the Sneasler. There was no Focus Sash. It would have been broken anyway because of the Rough Skin contact, and Sneasler is down. Breebird, though, into the Yanmega. Wolf understanding Yanmega was not long for the rest of this match, so just click the Tailwind, get that knockout, and now Wolf has 3 Tailwind turns with 2 Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, Alberto has the Pokemon advantage 3-2, but maybe looks a little bit vulnerable here. The Tailwind's going to be pretty important. If it is Archaludon in the back, it means Archaludon will be faster than the Garchomp and the Ninetales that are in the back, and which frees up a chance to get those electro shots off, and there are vulnerable targets because Corviknight cannot protect itself.
Incineroar is going to be one of Wolf's final 2 Pokemon. His trusty Incineroar, as he doesn't like to admit, but of course has had much success in his VGC career with this first partner Pokemon from the Alola region. Archaladon is the last Pokemon. Neither of these 2 trainers have terastallized yet, so that's obviously an important dynamic in this game 1.
Yeah, terastallization still available for both players, but right now it is Wolf out on the offense. Archaladon is going to have its pick of targets. Neither Pokemon can protect itself. This is a really important decision. Alberto is taking the risk that it's going to be a dragon move coming out from Archaladon into Garchomp, and so it's bringing in the fairy type to take that move. If instead it's an electric attack into Corviknight, it'll be a decisive move.
Both of Wolf's Pokemon, in the moment, were weak to ground, and even Archaladon terastallizing into an electric type means it's still weak to the Choice Scarf Earthquake, but Tailwind is set up on Wolf's side, so Alberto has to find a way to make it through these Tailwind turns. Electro Shot is clicked instead of the Dragon Pulse, so Electro Shot, thanks to the Power Herb held item, is usually a 2-turn attack, but it will be able to activate in 1 turn, boosting Archaladon's special attack by 1 stage. This is Terra Electric Electro Shot into a Corviknight who's weak to it and has a low special defense stat to begin with. That is a 1-hit KO. Huge for Wolf to get rid of the Corviknight, so it cannot set up or sweep through this game. Incineroar will knock off onto the Alola Ninetales, but it is resisted, so it does not do much damage.
This feels like really the decisive moment. The Corviknight never took the chance to boost, knowing that it was probably going to have to fight this Archaladon eventually and just needed to get damage in the short term, but then goes down, leaving Alberto down to his last 2 Pokemon with 2 turns of Tailwind left. Wolf also doesn't use a fake out on the previous turn, goes in and get a knockoff, ends up just being a little bit of chip damage into Ninetales, but now a pretty decisive speed moment. There's some chance that Garchomp is faster than Archaladon because of its Choice Scarf versus the Tailwind on the other side, but if it's not, this is a pretty simple end game for Wolf. The Archaladon can just Dragon Pulse into the Garchomp, and Ninetales poisoned and at 31 health is not going to be able to clear this field.
And it's such a difficult decision every turn when you're seeing these 2, top trainers, because Garchomp was intimidated by the Incineroar. You kind of have to weigh the pros and cons. Is it better to click 2 intimidated Earthquakes onto the field while I had Corviknight next to it, compared to swapping out, getting that attack stat back to normal, and now terastallizing into the pure ground typing, no longer weak to Dragon. However, Archaladon has already activated that special attack boost thanks to the Electro Shot the last turn. Here is the Dragon Pulse into Garchomp. It's not enough for the KO. Now Choice Scarf, Garchomp with the Terra Ground boost. It's going to be doing super effective damage into both the Wolf Pokemon, but not enough for the Archaladon. It's a 1-hit KO onto Incineroar. The Ninetales is knocked out as well, but there's 1 turn left of Tailwind next turn, and a Scarf Chomp cannot protect.
Wow, I'm really surprised by the bulkiness of the Garchomp there to be able to take a neutral +1 Dragon Pulse, but the problem was taking 1 wasn't enough. Just didn't have the damage to go along with it to finish off this Archaladon, and now Archaladon moves, KOs Garchomp, and gives Wolf game 1 of this match.
What a big victory for Wolf here in his Archaladon. It's a matchup we said, even with the terastallization, usually Archaladons will go grass or fairy or something else to get out of that ground weakness, as it's one of its only 2 natural weaknesses as it has from its typing. But when you're Terra Electric, you're trading that defensive utility for more offensive capability, and it did work out because of that Electro Shot into Corviknight.
Right, it was very important for the Archaladon to get these big attacks off, be able to get the Electro Shot, one-shot the Corviknight, something that very few Pokemon can do, and then finish off this Garchomp. I think the story of that game, we set up before the match that it was important, the matchup between this Corviknight and the Archaladon. Both players opted to leave those Pokemon in the back to start with, and by the time they hit the field, Wolf was already at an advantage. Had the Yanmega with the speed boost able to get the Tailwind up, that meant Archaladon was moving first and really kept Alberto on the back foot. I think Alberto's probably going to need to press the attack a little bit more in the early game and see if he can deny the Tailwind, because it looks like if that offense is set up for Wolf, and the game can just end so quickly that Alberto never really has a chance to set up and follow through in his normal game plan.
And one of the things that's so crucial for this Yanmega, or one of the reasons it's so difficult to deal with because of the speed boost, but because of that focus sash, would mean that Alberto would have to essentially dedicate 2 attacks into the Yanmega slot, which is not one of the important, Pokemon on Wolf's side, which would allow the teammate next to Yanmega, let's say Sneasler or Archaladon or whoever, to kind of get off scot-free without having any attacks. If you try to focus Yanmega, you're leaving another threat very open for, punishing you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are other ways to try to deal with the Yanmega as well. You can get it down to a Focus Sash in turn 1. There are still several things that Alberto has that would move before a +1 speed boosted Yanmega. So for instance, Extreme Speed could try to finish off that Focus Sash. Garchomp should still be faster than the +1 Yanmega. And so even if you have to deal with it on the second turn and not the first, if you can deal with the Tailwind, it could change the dynamic from game 1. Of course, you have to watch out for just completely different game plans from Wolf. Wolf could just totally pivot this from a Tailwind angle to a Trick Room angle, and we could see Ursaluna and Porygon in the next game. So you have to be cautious in Team Preview to not over-adjust to what you just saw.
And remember, because of the damage rolls into the Volcarona, Alberto might have thought his Volcarona was safe from the Air Slash because Aurora Veil was set up. Remember, the other reason Garchomp was able to endure that +1 the attack because Aurora Veil was still set up for 8 turns thanks to the Light Clay. So Alberto knows if Electro Shock gives Archaludon the boost, you better have Ninetales set up Aurora Veil to help keep your Garchomp on the field. But it will be a low on Ninetales and Volcarona yet again for Alberto, but this time around for Wolf, switching it up with Incineroar and Porygon 2.
Yep, we see the adjustment immediately from Wolf. Alberto sticks to the same game plan. But within those leads, there are a lot of different ways this could play. The game 1, Volcarona just went out on the offense because it had vulnerable targets to that offense. Could just flamethrower into Yanmega. Would be surprised to see the same thing here. These two aren't vulnerable to Volcarona offense. Maybe means there's more emphasis on instead setting up Volcarona. But if you're trying to set up Quiver Dances, you don't want to be doing that against a Trick Room on the other side, which it seems like is the adjustment for Wolf in this game. So I think this is a pretty tricky spot for Alberto. No obvious places to go from here.
Aurora Veil from this Alolan Ninetales, no fake out, clicked by Wolf because it would have had the priority to stop an attack here. The Flamethrower into Porygon 2 does not do too much damage at all, and the Parting Shot preemptively, essentially calling a potential Quiver Dance or something, the Parting Shot will lower that special attack back down. Because he didn't click Quiver Dance, that means it's now -1. Flamethrower is going to do even less to Porygon the next turn.
And this is the classic play of the Porygon and Incineroar, right? You get the Parting Shot to bring Ursaluna on the field and get burnt, and Porygon sets up the Trick Room. The Aurora Veil goes up. It's going to mitigate some of the incoming damage, but that Ursaluna will still hit so hard. The Ninetales, though, has both the Aurora Veil and a defense boost from the snow, might be able to take a Facade, and if it could, then it's threatening damage back to the Ursaluna, but for now, Porygon 2 leaving the field in favor of Incineroar.
Right, as of now, Ursaluna, as a ground type, is very much threatened by a potential Blizzard on the other end from Alolan Ninetales, but the question is, will Ninetales be able to stick around through how much damage Flame Orb Guts boosted Facade can do to it from the Ursaluna on Wolves? And Corviknight will swap into that Volcarona slot, wanting to get rid of the special attack drop that Incineroar put onto it the prior turn. Ninetales will protect, trying to hope Ursaluna's attack goes into that position. Facade does go towards the Ninetales, so Ninetales doesn't take any damage. Alberto coming out on top, getting his Corviknight onto the field without taking any damage as well.
Gets Corviknight on the field without taking damage, but if Ninetales could take a Facade, that might have been the chance to get a big attack into Ursaluna. Of course, this is a more defensive Ninetales, might have not been a really threatening attack. In the meantime, Corviknight is pretty safe here. The Incineroar can Flare Blitz and wasn't intimidated because this Porygon 2 switch happened before the Volcarona switch, and so no Mirror Armor effect occurred, but still, Corviknight's such a bulky Pokemon.
There's a Facade, double damage because it is burned and has the Guts ability on Ursaluna. Corviknight will move next, boosting its attack and defense from clicking the bulk up. But here is the Flare Blitz from Incineroar into the Ninetales. Even with the Aurora Veil and a defense boost from the snow, it's still super effective. Ninetales goes down. Alberto does get one boost to his attack and defense, and in theory, the one Pokemon that can handle the Ursaluna is Corviknight, as it's both immune to the ground attacks and resist Facade.
The problem with this is that there's still one unrevealed Pokemon from Wolf. That's could be the trump card of your Archaludon. You know, if you get the Corviknight really well set up, like it's starting to be here, where it's going to be able to fight Incineroar and Ursaluna very well, but you lose all of your other Pokemon in the meantime, then eventually you're just going to lose to Archaludon. And so Alberto's going to need to be able to preserve those Pokemon next to Corviknight to be able to fight that in the in-game if that is the final threat.
Porygon 2 swaps on to the Incineroar position here. Gets a special attack boost as well thanks to his download ability. Volcarona will protect, trying to bait an attack from the Ursaluna into that slot. And the Facade goes exactly into the protect again. So Alberto has been able to stave off a lot of potential damage under these Trick Room turns just by protecting away from Ursaluna's Facades. That Brave Bird does some solid damage into the Ursaluna, and after the Flame War boost, will bring it down to under half HP.
Problem is that you can only protect safely for one turn. Right now that Volcarona slot is looking pretty vulnerable. Corviknight gets pretty good damage into Ursaluna, but definitely not damage that's going to stop another Facade coming out. Meanwhile, Porygon 2 back on the field with the special attack boost can add in some damage. Maybe help finish off the Volcarona if you're worried Aurora Veil is enough to take this Facade. Let's find out.
And the Facade Volcarona hangs on at 8 HP. Terra Blast has to follow up into that slot to make sure Alberto does not get any more damage from his Volcarona here in game 2. So Alberto down to his last 2 Pokemon. 2 normal types on the field means that Body Press is free into those slots. The snow stops. Ursaluna takes a little more recoil from the burn, and the Twisted Dimensions return to normal as Garchomp has the Choice Scarf on the field.
So this is Alberto's moment. This is what he set up and bided time for. Garchomp is ready to threaten Terra Ground Earthquake. Porygon 2 is weakened. Ursaluna is weakened. The KOs are there. The Incineroar can't switch in very well to this. Will take massive damage from an Earthquake and can't intimidate the Corviknight on the other side. Charcharodon, from what we saw in the last game, needs a couple of attacks to deal with the Garchomp. It's not going to have time for those couple of attacks. This might have been just the setup, just the last 2 Pokemon that Alberto needed to be able to sweep through this game.
That's right. If we know the Incineroar is there, that doesn't want to take a Terra Ground Earthquake from the Garchomp, and presumably if Archaludon is in the back for Wolf, it's also weak to that ground there. So we are going to have this Terastallization in game 2, just like we saw for game 1. Terra Ground Garchomp, because he's already a ground type, you essentially get that additional same type attack bonus from this Terra Ground here, making this Earthquake even stronger, even though the Intimidate happened from Incineroar. So it's a spread attack. Ursaluna down under half HP. Will be enough for the knockout there. No, it is not, and thanks to the Intimidate, Incineroar hangs on in the red as well. Brave Bird has to pick up the KO.
So Corviknight's able to finish the KO onto Incineroar. Important to not be vulnerable to fake out on the next turn, but now Ursaluna left to attack, left to Facade this Garchomp.
Facade with the Aurora Veil is not enough to KO the Garchomp. Rough Skin is also going to punish. The combination of Rough Skin and Flame Orb takes out the Ursaluna.
Okay, so now we're down to 2 each. Alberto has the Garchomp and the Corviknight. Garchomp now low enough that a Dragon Pulse from Archaludon should be able to finish it, but will it have time? Porygon 2 very low as well. Another important calculation is going to be whether an Earthquake can try to finish off Porygon 2. Only a couple of attacks left for each player.
One of the things that, you know, I'm seeing here on Wolf's end is that he did not terastallize that Ursaluna earlier because, you know, you have access to Terra Ghost, but you want to maybe save that for Porygon or save that for Archaludon in the back. But if you were a Ghost type, you couldn't have taken any of that body press damage. And now, at this point, with only Porygon 2 and Archaludon remaining, even if you terastallize the Archaludon, you're still weak to it. The Porygon at such low HP had Terra Flying would have been a way to get around the Earthquake as well, which Garchomp is stuck choice locked into for the rest of the game.
All right, these are going to be important damage calcs. The way this is probably going to go is that an Earthquake goes into Archaludon is not going to be enough to KO it. That means Archaludon gets 1 attack to go after one of these, and then Porygon will either be left there at the end or not.
And there is the Terra Flying for Porygon 2 on Wolf's end. Now it is immune to the Earthquake. You know for certain you're not going to take any damage from this Choice Scarf Earthquake on your Porygon 2. Super effective into the Archaludon though, so that's the big threat for Wolf right now. Will this Earthquake be enough to take it out? No, it actually only does 50%. It was intimidated before, and now the Electro Shot, that's going to be the Corviknight.
Yeah, Electro Shot into Corviknight. This is such a safe way to end the game for Wolf. There's no way to stop this Electro Shot. We saw the Earthquake damage in Archaludon in the previous game. That was never going to be a KO. That means Archaludon gets to use this Electro Shot, KO Corviknight. If you know... Oh, it's not
it hangs on! Aurora Veil!
And with the...
Those 8 turns are so crucial compared to the regular 5 turns without Light Clay.
Porygon 2 hangs on through the body press, but the Ice Beam comes out and KOs Garchomp.
Wow, look at the grin on Wolf's face here, seeing that knockout onto the Garchomp, seeing the Corviknight hang on at 8 HP, but you know it's slower than Archaludon there, so Alberto is just going to lock in the forfeit. Really fun back and forth match between two of North America's finest, but Wolf Glick is going to win this one and move on to top 8.
Yeah, it really felt like the Archaludon was the trump card in the end, waiting in the back. It was so hard for Alberto. The team is has put so much emphasis on Corviknight, and especially in this matchup where the Ursaluna was ready to sweep the team if Corviknight didn't stop it. Alberto was forced to bring the Pokemon and put focus on it. But if you are waiting in the end game with just Corviknight left, it's really hard to fight against that Archaludon. And Wolf executed game plans in both games, using Tailwind in the first one and Trick Room in the second to deal with some of the other Pokemon and set up the Archaludon. Just barely did not get the KO in Corviknight in game 2, but still to do the decisive amount of damage against it.
You know, Len, we talked during our Top Cut preview in the lounge about the pros of Choice Scarf Garchomp, but we didn't really get into the cons. And obviously, big ones would be you're locked into Earthquake, so a Terra Flying or a Flying Step in general would be immune to your attack. The other is you don't have the Life Orb potentially that would be boosting that damage on your Garchomp, so you're just doing the Intimidate is more impactful because you don't have a boost from Life Orb.
Right, ultimately the speed advantage never ended up helping Alberto here. It was always that Garchomp would have been naturally faster anyway, or was slower because of Trick Room or Tailwind. And so without the extra damage, it wasn't the threat to one-hit KO the Archaludon, wasn't the threat to finish off the Ursaluna and avoid the Facade coming back the other way. And that really came back to hurt Alberto because he just couldn't quite finish these KOs. So many Pokemon left at low health throughout both those games.
Yeah, so the Garchomp goes down. Corviknight would have been taken out the following turn, and Wolf gets the 2-0 over Alberto. Not a sad moment. Of course, you're sad that you lost, but he can update the social media profile and add yet another top cut to the headline.
Yeah, one more top cut, not quite into the top 8, but still a good run today with a very inventive team.
Yeah, definitely. I expect as long as Regulation H is going on, if Alberto maybe heads down to LAIC or goes to Sacramento Regionals or something like that, I imagine that we'll see a future iteration of this team at another regional event.
Absolutely, yeah. For now, Wolf moves on, though, into the top 8 with this Yanmega team. It was very interesting to see him handle a different matchup, right? The first time that we saw the Yanmega team on stream, it was all just, can I take down the Archaludon in time? Can I do enough damage to a single target in time? This time around, we get to see more of the dynamism of the team, the dual speed controls, the way that the Archaludon can pump out so much damage when given the chance, and especially the combined threat of the Archaludon and the Ursaluna. Both having to deal with both of them from the team preview stage is really tricky for many teams.
Yeah, it was very impressive how Wolf was able to win game 1 with the Yanmega Tailwind strategy and then just go into game 2 with the Trick Room. He had kind of the perfect turn 1 that every Trick Room player dreams of swap Ursaluna in to activate Flame Orb and immediately Trick Room with the Porygon. That's kind of like, you can't ask for a better start to game 2 for Wolf. No,
absolutely, and part of that is that there were two pretty weak attackers on the other side. Nothing was really threatening the Incineroar, nothing was threatening the Porygon, and so Wolf got to do exactly what every Incineroar and Porygon want to do, which is get the Trick Room and go into Ursaluna.
Yeah, it always reminds me of particularly with Alberto when he had that OCIC run to second place, and it's slow and steady wins the race, and I'm going to bulk up and roost, and slowly but surely I will overcome this match. But then in the finals, he lost to Gavin with the Palafin and Terra Water in the rain and just wave crash, KOing everything. It's like sometimes your opponent is just, they're not going to give you the time to get back into the game.
Yeah, sometimes if you're just too slow to the match, they're ahead of you already.
Yeah, for sure, but obviously it's a very, very impressive day for Wolf. Bringing this Yanmega team, it was kind of the talk of the town on social media. Everyone had so much fun saying, oh, is anyone going to bring Yanmega? And yes, one of the best players of all time is the one that carried the mantle. And we are ready for an interview with our top 16 winner, Wolf Glick, with Evan. Evan, take it away.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Len. I am here in the lounge with Wolf Glick, who, I should note, is the person who knocked me out of my first regional championship back in 2011.
Well, are we sure it's the same Wolf Glick? Couldn't it have been somebody else?
It could have been someone else who
like
sat down, had the name Wolf, and I was like, this is a fake name, right? This is like, oh, hi, I'm Wolf.
Yeah, surprise, a real name.
Congratulations, you have made it into another top cut, this time without having to knock me out of contention to get there.
Yeah.
How does it feel to add another top cut here?
You know, it definitely feels good, but at the same time, this tournament I came in and I said, you know what, like I'm not chasing a result. I'm not chasing day 2. I'm not chasing top cut. I'm not chasing a win. The thing that I really want is I want to be able to use this tournament to work on my mentality and use this event as a way to get practice for future events, kind of like an investment, you know?
Right.
I've had some really good day 1s recently and I've been struggling a bit more in day 2, so I came in with the explicit goal of really just thinking about the thoughts that are going on and all the stuff outside of the game. And so I feel like so far I've like had some big successes in that department, and I've also learned a lot just in general. And so the fact that I'm still in the tournament while also making progress on my primary goal feels really good.
Yeah, that's awesome, especially to see you doing this with such a creative and unique team. Of course, we have to talk about the Yanmega. It definitely went all over game 1. How did you come to decide that Yanmega, especially because we all saw how like Fevzi was out here posting about how Yanma is the truth, it's the real thing. You're like, well, what if you evolved it?
Yeah, no, I actually, before Fevzi started posting about Yanma, I got really scared because I was like online and I saw a post and it was like a little bug that was a dragonfly with 4 wings, and I was like, somebody posted my sauce, like who is this? And then it was Compound Eyes Hypnosis Yanma, and I was like, safe. So yeah, I was thinking about Porygon to Ursaluna. I was like, I think that Ursaluna is so strong. It's basically a restricted Pokemon, but like in a non-restricted format.
Yeah.
But I really don't like these teams that are like all in on Ursaluna. You know, like you have Porygon to Incineroar, you have a Moongus maybe, like to, like you have so much support. I was like, I want damage. Like I want Ursaluna to be able to contribute as part of the whole, but not as the only source of damage. So I was like, well, Ursaluna's in this middling speed tier. Maybe I could give it Tailwind, but I needed a Tailwind setter that was offensive, because otherwise I'd be stuck with just like the Amoonguss problem again. And so I was looking for Tailwind setters that were offensive, but in order to get max value out of Tailwind, they also need to be fast. So I was like, Dragapult's everywhere. I can't, no, there's no Tailwind setter that outspeeds Dragapult except for like Talonflame and Whimsicott. And I was looking through all the Tailwind setters, looking through, and then I was like, wait, there's no Tailwind setters that outspeed Dragapult on turn 1. What about a speed boost? And then I was like, like this is funny, I'll try it. And then I was rolling people. And the more I played, the more I was like, oh, this Mon is very, very good. So initially it was just as like a Tailwind setter that could do damage that was faster than Dragapult, but eventually it was just because it's a really, really strong Pokemon in this format.
That makes total sense to me. I also was struggling with a lot of the same things when I was practicing.
Yeah.
So thank you for introducing the world to Yanmega so we can all have a Tailwind user that's not Talonflame or Whimsicott that can eventually outspeed, or Murkrow. Please, I need a fully evolved Pokemon.
Yeah, no more Eviolite.
I also have to shout out the Archaludon on your team, because I remember your preview of the DLC when Archaludon was released, and you were going through all the new Pokemon, and you saw Archaludon and were like, oh, this Pokemon gets Stalwart? This Pokemon's going to be broken. And this is the first time we have seen Stalwart Archaludon. As far as I'm aware,
I guess I don't really remember either. Yeah, maybe.
It's almost always been Stamina, some Sturdy, but this is the first real Stalwart we've seen.
Yeah, I really like Stalwart Archaludon because I was playing and there were all these teams that were like Magmar or Electabuzz and Primarina, or like Magmar, Electabuzz, and Kingambit. And in that situation, if you have Archaludon, you have the Electro Shot once, but if they protect on the turn, like you're kind of like just in trouble, and like you can't really get through like the Kingambit or the Primarina. Like if they protect when you Electro Shot, then you're just like, well, I guess I'll just sit here and Dragon Pulse like Electabuzz for 35%.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh well, what if it was? I had Sturdy actually at the time, but then I was like, what if I like made it slower, took some special attack out, and then just made it so tanky that it was living one hit most of the time anyway, and that way I basically have Sturdy and Stalwart. So it's been really good, and the addition of Thunderbolt over Flash Cannon is also pretty unusual at the moment, but because of Pokemon like Primarina and Kingambit, like Dragon Pulse Flash Cannon can't hit that, but like with Thunderbolt you can, and that also justifies Electric Terra, because if you have Electric Terra, it's not a good defensive Terra, so if you have it like, and you only have Electro Shot, then you're like, it's one off, and that's it. So with Thunderbolt, you actually get a much stronger move than either Dragon Pulse or Flash Cannon once you Terastallize to Electric. So yeah, it's been really, really good for me all weekend.
That's awesome. Makes total sense. We were talking about Golden Ghost fall off. And Steel as an offensive typing just seems so much weaker
there's
now.
Like, there's no Fluttermane, so.
There's no Fluttermane. Who cares now?
Yeah.
Well, Wolf, we are going to let you take a little bit of a moment to reset your mentality before your top 8 match. But before we let you go and get a little bit of a breather, anyone you'd like to shout out for this team and for your overall mentality this weekend?
Absolutely, yeah. So I worked on the team with Yotam. Together we built it. Yotam, he made top cut, which is a really huge accomplishment. I'm really happy for him. He was like my primary team building partner. And actually, I was feeling a lot of gratitude. I'm very lucky in general, but I was feeling especially a lot of gratitude preparing for this tournament because things have just been very busy. lot of my friends are getting married, and I just like have work stuff, and yeah, I've just been a lot busier than I've been in for a while. And I kind of was lamenting this in a chat with some friends, and my friends Billa and Aaron Trailer were like, "Hey, you sound really busy. Do you need help getting the Pokemon in game?" And normally I like to do everything myself just to like be safe, but I trust these guys with my life. So yeah, they both really stepped up and like made sure that I got all the Pokemon and saved me a couple hours, and I was really, really grateful for that because it was a really busy week. And then in addition to Dr. Aaron Trailer and Billa, Marcus, Yuki, Aaron Zhang, Justin, Dylan, a couple of my other friends have all been cheering me on this weekend, really rooting for me. Yuki in particular, I didn't have a lot of time to prepare for that last match on stream. And Yuki was like, dude, Porygon 2 Incineroar, Ursaluna, Archelodon, it'll work. And I was like, I don't know, like I want to bring Yanmega. And he was like, no, dude, trust me. And I was like, I'm going to do Yanmega. And then I won game 1 with Yanmega, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? Yuki believed in this so much that I'm going to send it, and then it worked. I saw the vision.
Yeah,
So
I got the free game too, so I'll trust my friends.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's probably more people. Oh, Gio as well. Gio actually stayed before my top 32 match and like sat down with me and really helped me prepare as well. So I'm really fortunate to have so many really incredible people in my corner, and I'm definitely feeling that, especially this weekend.
Well, congratulations again on another top 8 on the way to another regional championships. Potentially,
one match at a time.
One match at a time. Wolf, I'll let you go ahead and get ready for that next match. For those of you at home, we're going to keep broadcasting even more Top Cut matches. So let's toss it right back to the desk to get right back in it.
Thank you very much, Evan and Wolf. And you know, man, crisis averted for Wolf that the content creators were too busy streaming with the Yanma team to really focus on the real threat, which was Yanmega.
Yeah, I guess they play very differently, but assigned to maybe speed boost pretty good right now.
Yeah, it's so funny too because I saw so much about the Yanma team that when I saw Wolf had the Yanmega, I was like, oh, Compound Knight has Hypnosis, but no, it's very different with Tailwind, and you're not really relying on trying to hit that Hypnosis or anything. But I mean, it's always so fun listening to Wolf and his insight into the game.
Yeah, I think hearing him talking through the Archelodon and why it's stalwart, the specific matchups he's trying to find, why Thunderbolt is there to be able to break down this type of team that was becoming really popular, especially in Europe over the last few weeks, is so interesting. Because it's these subtle adjustments, right? It's often not some whole new Pokemon that like inventively breaks through Electabuzz and Primarina or something. It is these kind of detailed changes that give you the right tools in the matchup.
Now, Evan has been hard at work all weekend here in Louisville, and we actually have some proof of that from one of his pre-recorded interviews earlier on this weekend. So, past Evan, take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evan Latt, and I am here on stage at the Louisville Regional Championships, and I am joined by 4-time regional champion James Beck. James, congratulations on your 4 championship wins so far. Are you ready to add another one to that?
I'm not too sure. I haven't played too much competitively recently, but I'm here to have a good time regardless, and I just hope for some great battles tomorrow.
Well, speaking of great battles, we've seen a lot of really interesting things come out of the Regulation H metagame. How are you feeling about Regulation H as you start looking towards our tournament coming up?
So it's interesting. I think Regulation H is a really fun tournament to spectate because I think there's a lot of interesting Pokemon, as you said before, that we can see do well in this format. Competitively wise, I'm not too sure. It'll be interesting. I think one of the famous things that have been infamous recently is Dire Claw, especially on Sneasler. And let's just say a Pokemon that's very common in the format that has a 50% chance to just screw up a game immediately. I'm not very big fans on my odds of dodging that.
Yeah, you are not the first person to mention Sneasler and specifically Dire Claw as a potential threat coming into the metagame. What do you think the best answers are to that Pokemon?
I think there are quite a few. I think like the main one would probably be Golden Go because it is able to wall the Dire Claw and the Close Combat naturally, and Sneasler would have to run a very specific set of Terra Dark with like a dark move, usually Draw Chop, which has been seen a bit, but otherwise like the multi-scale Dragonite, which we've seen pretty commonly with Lumberry, has been doing well recently, and it's able to go for like a Terra Flying Terra Blast and Extreme Speed usually to pick up the knockdown focus at Sneasler and bypass the Unburden. So I'd say probably those two are some of the best answers to Sneasler currently.
Absolutely. We have definitely seen a lot of those Pokemon have a big impact on the game. Looking forward to the tournament, is there anything that you are really excited to show off about this tournament?
I just think that there are probably a lot of great Pokemon that can be used in this format. I don't think I'm bringing anything too crazy, but I do think that there is a lot of potential for building, and I do expect to at least get maybe some ideas of what would I want to use in a future Regulation H tournament from this tournament.
Awesome. Well, James, I am going to be watching your progress and day 1 and hopefully day 2 with bated breath. Thank you so much for taking a moment to talk with me in advance of the tournament. For everyone at home, stay tuned. We'll be back with even more Pokemon action after this.
Thank you, Evan and James from the past. And, you know, Evan's working so hard, Len, but I do think it's a little weird. It's a little spooky that we keep throwing to him from the past.
The ghost of Evan past.
This is the spookiest regional of the season, of course, for us here at the Louisville Regional Championships. But we are in the middle of our top 16 coverage on day 2. A couple of people already been knocked out. We saw Alberto Lara lose to Wolfglick on stream. And now if we check out the rest of the graphic, we know at least a big chunk of the players that will be in top 8, including Joe Garte, Riley Factura, Marco Martinez, Parker Simmons, Colin Heyer, and of course Wolf, who just went on stream.
Yeah, I see a couple of Torkoal already into the top 8, Cyril Edge into the top 8, some definitely interesting teams out there.
Yeah, it should be a pretty fun match, and you're wondering how do we not know the results between Carson Comfer and Carrie? It's because that's going to be our next stream match here. Should be fun. Carson, as we had mentioned during the Top Cut preview, was the number 1 seed in the tournament, went undefeated through the Swiss rounds. Which even if it doesn't work out in Top Cut, that at least has to be a positive feeling that, you know, no matter what, you were undefeated through Swiss. Like, you were objectively the best player in the first portion of the tournament.
Yeah, and he's keeping it going, right? Like, we've seen some players go undefeated and then lose early in the top 16. Hopefully not the case here.
You know, one thing I was also thinking during Wolf's interview, sorry, we're just going all around here, Len. This is what we do, you know, is that he was talking about the Ursaluna and how Ursaluna doesn't have to do all the damage, and I'm like, wait a second. Ursaluna, the physical attacker, is pretty good. But wasn't there another one that at the beginning of Regulation H, everybody was, you know, screaming the sky is falling because they forgot to get rid of Ursaluna with all the other powerful Pokemon, and Blood Moon Ursaluna kind of hasn't been anywhere.
Yeah, I think part of that is the type of team where Ursaluna is strong has shifted to mostly Porygon, mostly Trick Room, not able to set up in Tailwind and sweep with Hyper Voice. The special attacking Ursaluna, very vulnerable. Things like Sneasler that are pretty common right now, fights really poorly against King Gambit a lot of the time. Whereas the physical one has a little bit more muscle to power through those things, and especially inside a Trick Room has that power.
Yeah, and if anyone played the DLC, that was a pretty spooky side quest to obtain the Blood Moon Ursaluna. I kept running around taking the photos of the Ghost type Pokemon. Had to do it a couple of times because it was a tough fight. But you know, through all of our rounds of Swiss, through these last couple of Top Cut matches as well, is there one big either Pokemon that's a standout to you that, you know, maybe not counting on Mega, but like another Pokemon that you think like, oh, I hope this Pokemon maybe rises in popularity in the metagame?
Rises in popularity. Okay, so not a niche pick. Yeah, what do we want to see even more of? I wouldn't mind seeing more of the Archelaron switch to this stalwart set. I think it's a really interesting one. I think kind of plays with more agency than the AV stamina one, because you're not just, you know, I'm going to get hit. I hope I get hit in the right ways that let me get more attacks off, but a little bit more in control, especially with redirection, your control of where you're attacking. I think I'd be interested to see more and more teams built around it.
I think there's some other, you know, Pokemon. We've seen multiple Indeedee males as well compared to the Indeedee female, so it's being a little more hyper offensive version of using that Psychic Terrain, where it feels like Indeedee female, like obviously you have Follow Me and Trick Room and you're, you know, helping the rest of your teammate as a supportive Pokemon, but it uses Psychic Terrain defensively because you can't Sucker Punch me, kind of, but Indeedee male is able to use it more offensively as a faster Pokemon with that expanding force.
Yeah, Indeedee male able to do more of the damage itself. Maybe a better partner for something like the Unburdened Sneasler, because you then have two relatively fast attackers out there. I think we have at least one Indeedee male and Indeedee female still in the tournament, so a little bit of all of it.
Now, you know, you got to root for them to meet in the finals. You know what I mean? That's the only.
Yeah, you want some Indeedee versus Indeedee action.
That's the ultimate definition of which version is the better team. But now we are ready to head on over to the stage for our next top 16 matchup here between Carson and Carrie. Carson, the 2016 Senior Division World Champion, 2018 Sao Paulo Latin American International Champion, did that with his Mega Scizor as well. And then Carrie having a top 32 result from this past season in Indianapolis. Now he has another accomplishment to add to the name.
Yeah, strong top 16 so far here and looking for more to continue going in the top 8, but up against pretty strong competition. Carson, a well-seasoned player with that World Championships in the seniors, but then demonstrating a lot of success also in the Masters since then, including that Internationals Championship.
Yeah, so Carson with this solo dozo strategy, or it's not, no, sorry, the other one was the solo dozo. He's stuck to the patented duo of Tatsugiri and Dondozo. I know we had the two Dondozos in cut, but Tatsugiri with that ability, once it's on the field with Dondozo, will boost all of Dondozo's stats by 2 stages and becomes a huge powerhouse.
Yeah, it's not quite a 2-2-2. There's obviously the Dozo and Tatsugiri and the Sneasler with Unburdened Psychic Seed next to the NDD Male. The other two, Annihilate and Dragonite, wouldn't be surprised to see them mixed in a little bit more. We talked earlier about the Annihilate. It has the normal options of Final Gambit and Close Combat, but also has coaching here, which you can use to get a coaching boost on something like Dragonite or Sneasler, but also get a coaching boost onto the Dondozo before bringing in the Tatsugiri, which is a powerful tool to just amplify the offense of the Dondozo.
And now on carries, and a very strong, balance core. Fireword of Grass with Rillaboom, Tauros, and Volcarona, but then Dragapult, who hits like a truck. Choice Specs Dragapult at that. King Gambit with the black glasses and Terra Dark, and then Electabuzz as the Terra Ghost. Eviolite, Follow Me. It's just such a bulky Pokemon. It's also very fast too.
Yeah, moves pretty quick. It's a pretty typical construction, but with a few little variations that I'm sure have been helping carry along the way. The Choice Specs Dragapult helping against a lot of the physically defensive Pokemon that have been popular in this tournament. And we haven't seen that many of the teams built really around the Quiverdance Volcarona. We saw it on Alberto's team earlier, but it didn't have as many of the tools. Whereas here you have the Fake Out, the Intimidate, the Follow Me. There's a lot of tools to try to put focus on the Volcarona, and Volcarona not a bad Pokemon into Dondozo.
And as well as the Covert Cloak as well, where you don't see it on other Volcaronas, this one having it so that you wouldn't be hit by the Fake Out if you're trying to go for a Quiver Dance or something there. But let's get into our game one of the top 16, Carson Comfort and Carrie D'Ortona. Carson, the #1 seed in the tournament right now here in Louisville with his Psychic Core, his 2-2-2 version in DD Male and Sneasler, activating that Psychic Seed, boosting his special defense, which could come in handy against a special attacking Dragapult on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Though unlike the NDD Female, the NDD Male is faster than the Rillaboom here, which means that we end with Grassy Terrain out on the first turn. The Unburden means that Sneasler, one of the few things that's faster than Dragapult going into turn 1, and it isn't the Sneasler with coaching. It does have the Throat Chop to immediately threaten the Dire Claw here on turn 1. It's also Terra Dark Sneasler, so if you really wanted to go out and get that attack, you could amplify the damage. Of course, with the Grassy Terrain, not the Psychic Terrain, you have to watch out for a Fake Out from Rillaboom into that Sneasler.
And DD Male will swap out for Carson because you really always want to win this terrain war. So bring it back out in a few turns. Sneasler will protect to avoid the potential Fake Out on the other end. Rillaboom does go for the Fake Out into Sneasler to protect, so no damage there. And what does Dragapult go for? It will be the U-turn into the Annihilate that swapped in. Doesn't do a lot of damage even with the critical hit.
Yeah. Carrie, as he's making this U-turn decision, already has a really critical piece of information, which is that we've now seen 3 Pokemon, and none of them were Dondozo or Tatsugiri. So it's going to be at least no Commander Dozo, and Carrie already knows that as he decides to bring in the Tauros here, but give the attack drop over to the Annihilate, which does have Defiant, and get an attack boost back out of it. But Sneasler has been weakened in the meantime.
And that U-turn already did have, 1 hit into Annihilate to give at least a little bit more base power to the to its potential hit, if that, or I should say that it actually doesn't even have it.
Yeah, no Rage Fist
This
here.
is the Choice Scarf version that we were talking about in the lounge, that it's not the traditional version. You want Choice Scarf, move fast, Final Gambit, or just, quick coaching onto the other end. It's going to be, it's really tough for Carrie to deal with.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting turn because the Annihilate might really like to just Final Gambit its way off the field here, but now it's gotten an attack boost. You have to worry that you might take a Grassy Glide that could do enough damage to not allow you to actually get a KO with Final Gambit, so risky to click that button mainly. Maybe. Meanwhile, Sneasler has taken -1 attack. It's not going to do as much damage to this Rillaboom if it goes after with Dire Claw.
Tauros does protect. This is Dire Claw into the Rillaboom. Super effective, but only doing half HP. It does roll the poison, the most likely option from the Dire Claw. Final Gambit from Annihilate goes into Paldean Tauros' Protect, though. So Carrie's going to keep that health safe from the Protect. Woodhammer in grassy terrain brings Annihilate down very low. Carson's going to have to rethink this strategy right now.
Yeah, this is tricky because now you are still locked into Final Gambit, but with such low health, it's not going to actually do that much. You could use it to just pick up the KO onto Rillaboom. Rillaboom is that low, or you could try to pivot Annihilate back out and try to make use of like close combat later on in the game, or maybe coaching into Dragonite that we see as the 4th Pokemon. But again, a pivotal moment. Meanwhile, Sneasler looks pretty reasonable here. Can get a KO onto Rillaboom, or could go after the Paldean Tauros. Maybe risk that Wave Crash is just a 1-hit KO against the Sneasler. This isn't a Focus Sash one, and the Psychic Seed's not going to help you with that Wave Crash at all. But if Sneasler can get a couple of attacks off, it's going to end up providing really good value for Carson in this match.
Rillaboom's HP is so low right now. You have the poison ticking down. It took even more recoil because of the Woodhammer on that last turn, so Rillaboom is not going to be able to stick around for too many more turns here in Game 1 for Carrie. Dragonite swaps into the Annihilate position. Carson wants to keep that Choice Scarf Ape safe for later, trying to lock into another attack later on here. And Rillaboom switching into the Electabuzz on that turn. You knew you wouldn't be really too concerned with the Final Gambit since the HP was so low, so Electabuzz gets in for free, and Tauros goes to sleep from the Dire Claw. Tauros no longer able to potentially Wave Crash into the Sneasler.
Dire Claw so far going very well for Carson. Now seen all 4 of Carrie's Pokemon. The Electabuzz, the final one to hit the field, is going to provide pretty good redirection support against the Dragonite, but it's hard to redirect support a sleeping Pokemon. Still going to be happening though, as Tauros has already taken 1 turn to sleep, could wake up on this turn, but for now, attacks only going into the Electabuzz.
Sneasler with the close combat, but remember, it's a very bulky Pokemon on the other end for Electabuzz thanks to the Eviolite item, so that close combat really does not do too much damage into the Electabuzz. Tauros does stay asleep for a 2nd turn, and the Stomping Tantrum from Dragonite brings Electabuzz down low.
Yeah, so Electabuzz has paid a pretty high cost to keep Tauros healthy, but now Tauros has taken 2 sleep turns. There's a 50% chance to wake up on this turn. Meanwhile, Sneasler has lowered its defense, so definitely vulnerable to the Wave Crash at this point.
Now we will have a Terrestrialization, our first one of the game in this series, and it is the Electabuzz going into the Ghost typing here. So changing up that, going from Mono Electric to Mono Ghost. Now follow me, wanting to redirect a potential attack away from this Dragonite. The close combat would also fail now that you are a Ghost type. That's exactly what Sneasler goes for. No damage from Carson here on this turn, but Tauros is still asleep. Now the Stomping Tantrum into a Ghost type Electabuzz with the critical hit. It's not enough for the KO. The HP recovered from the grassy terrain the prior turn is what keeps Electabuzz on the field.
Electabuzz still here, but definitely vulnerable to a Dire Claw at this point, or at least to a Throat Chop here. That Terrestrialization used a turn earlier to dodge a close combat and weaken the first Stomping Tantrum as well. Might have allowed Electabuzz to still redirect away a couple of attacks this turn, but instead it's so low that it will go down. Tauros now going to be guaranteed to wake up, but this is tricky because if you just use Tauros to Wave Crash into Sneasler, you'll take a bunch of recoil back. Dragonite might be able to just finish off Tauros, and that would be 2 Pokemon down for Carrie with a very low Rillaboom in the back.
And the Electabuzz is also, you know, low. You say Rillaboom's low HP, Electabuzz low HP, probably has just one last Follow Me left in it at this point to try to redirect one of these crucial attacks away from Carson's 2 Pokemon. It's time for Dragonite to Terrestrialize, break the balloons out as a Terra Fairy type.
Yeah, this Terra Flying Dragonite is going to be so important for closing out this game. Is going to be able to deal damage to all the Pokemon that are left other than the Dragapult really easily.
Throat Chop, though, goes into Electabuzz's Protect, so Electabuzz actually does get to stick around more than this turn. Finally, Tauros joins the party after taking all 3 turns of sleep, and that's the Wave Crash into the Sneasler for the 1-hit KO. That will be a lot of recoil damage onto this Tauros because taking out all of Sneasler's HP. And now Terra Blast from the Dragonite into the flying weak Pokemon. Tauros is down.
Yeah, I'm not sure the amount of recoil mattered there. Tauros taking a massive attack. As Sneasler and Tauros get traded for each other, and the game starts to simplify a little bit. Having Electabuzz survive through that turn may end up being pretty important. The Ghost type Electabuzz not vulnerable to Annihilate, really. The 3 fighting attacks and U-turn is going to have difficulty KOing it, so it's going to force NDD, it looks like, out here in order to deal with the Electabuzz sooner. But if the Rillaboom comes out, you'll never end up with that Psychic Terrain.
Dragapult is the choice here for Carry, so Rillaboom is still in the back. He has at least one more way of getting rid of the Psychic Terrain if you want to swap it in, but since it's such a low HP, that's such a precarious position for this Rillaboom.
Right, Rillaboom coming in here would go down to any sort of attack. He's probably just vulnerable to extreme speed later on as well. It's going to have a hard time providing much value here. Electabuzz gets one more Follow Me, so it's really down to Dragapult to deal all of the remaining damage here to a full health NDD and full health Dragonite. That means that it has to be preserved very carefully. Taking a Terra Blast and an Expanding Force would just KO Dragapult. And Dragapult, it's the specs one. It can't so easily just start clicking Outrage and want it KOing things. If you go into Draco Meteor, you're going to start dropping your own special attack with very few pivots left in the game. And if you lock into Shadow Ball, you can never hurt this NDD. So a pretty tricky situation and a really important decision for Carry on this turn. It is the helping hand from Electabuzz. No pivoting, just going to be extra damage on this attack.
That's right. No Follow Me, just wants to boost up the damage Dragapult can do on this turn for Carry. Dragonite protects itself, so if this Draco Meteor goes into that slot, that means Carry's entire turn was wasted into the very smart protect from Dragapult. So he keeps his Dragonite safe, and now NDD Mail can click the Trick Room, twist those dimensions, punishing Dragapult for being so fast.
Yeah, Dragapult will now be the last thing to move on the field. An Expanding Force would have been really impactful there, but a Trick Room maybe even more so, as it means that both of these attacks are going to come out before the Dragapult moves and threaten just so much damage into it.
Yeah, because as a Dragon Ghost typing, you're not able to resist the Expanding Force at all. Terra Blast, the flying typing from Dragonite, also does neutral damage into the Dragapult.
We haven't seen the speed interaction between the Dragonite and the NDD yet. It could be pretty important. The Terra Blast can only be redirected away with Follow Me if the Dragonite were to move first.
All right, so we'll see what happens here as Rillaboom swaps onto the field for the Dragonite. Will get rid of the Psychic Terrain, which gets rid of the spread aspect of the Expanding Force, meaning you can only target into one slot. Electabuzz goes for a Protect here on this turn, but Dragonite does not care. It will just Terra Blast instead, knocking out the Rillaboom.
Yep, so Rillaboom, with so little health left to spend, all it has left to do is change the terrain one more time. Comes in and gets sacrificed, gives a little bit of health back over to Electabuzz, but also means that Expanding Force not just is only single target, but is also much weaker, so much less of a threat to deal with Dragapult quickly, but still, Dragonite completely healthy on the other side. Maybe the choice specs helping hand Draco Meteor is enough to KO, but if it was, there'd be too many Pokemon left to fight, so Carry sees the writing on the wall and concedes game one.
Yeah, we did learn, though, from the question, asked of who was going to underspeed in Trick Room, that Dragonite did move before NDD Mail on Carson's team, so he will win game one there, one game away from moving on to the top 8 here in Louisville. Carry is going to have to make some adjustments. I did really appreciate that Terra Ghost on Electabuzz. I thought it was a very valuable play. However, as you mentioned, you might have been able to use it maybe a turn earlier so you didn't take that close combat damage.
Yeah, the end of that game might have looked different with a more healthy Electabuzz, but Carson had established a pretty large lead, and especially because it is this Choice Specs Dragapult, its main offense is Draco Meteor, it's a lot harder to close it out as the only attacker. But if you look at what 4 Pokemon were brought, once Rillaboom ended up low and Tauros got traded away, there really just wasn't much other damage potential. One difficult aspect of this is that the game went on long enough, we were focused on the 4 Pokemon that Carson did bring, but what's really important are the 2 Pokemon he didn't bring as well. Because Carry has to make very specific decisions in Team Preview to maintain his ability to beat Dondozo. A lot of teams have specific things they use to answer Dondozo, and if you don't have them with you and end up fighting against the Dondozo, you can be in trouble. And so it can make the matchup when your opponent instead just doesn't bring the Dondozo a little more awkward because you don't have what you'd otherwise like to use to maybe fight against a Dragonite.
Yeah, it's something that Carry can't, over-fixate on the Dondozo strategy if Carson does not bring either of those 2 Pokemon. However, you can't leave out the possibility that he could adjust in game 2. We just saw in our prior set with Wolf and Alberta, where Wolf winning with the Tailwind on Mega strategy and then swapping it up, going for Trick Room with Porygon and Ursaluna in the game 2. So that's something that Carson, when you win game 1, you have that advantage to try to swap your game plan, because you know even if it goes haywire, you still have a game 3.
Yeah, and you can hope to catch your opponent kind of overreacting to the game that just happened. You know, Carrie might look at what happened and go, okay, I need something that can fight against the Dragonite better. You know, maybe I need my King Gambit to hit it hard and not be as worried about Terra Blast and extreme speed, and then just end up in a poor spot against the Dondozo.
All right, so we'll see if Carrie does make any adjustments here, or if Carson is going to move on 2-0 into the top 8. It will be Paldean, Tauros, and Dragapult for Carrie, with the Indeedee Male and Sneasler lead yet again. So this time around, at least Psychic Terrain will be on the field for this first turn. Remember, last time Carrie led Rillaboom, which undersped Indeedee, which got the Grassy Terrain out. That means Carrie is going to have to swap Rillaboom into an attack potentially if he wants to get rid of the Psychic Terrain.
Yeah, the Psychic Terrain maybe not as impactful here because there's no priority to worry about on the other sides. Would really just be about the Expanding Force. Now, of course, that Expanding Force is a pretty big threat. If Tauros just gets traded away really easily or a bunch of damage onto Dragapult, that would be a problem for Carrie, and it's Focus Sash indeed. So it's not very easy to try to stop that either without switching into Rillaboom. And then from Carson's side, we see no adjustment yet, but one of the advantages of that 2-2-2 construction of Dondozo is that you can show the same really valid lead like the Indeedee and Sneasler and still be hiding whether or not you have Dondozo and Tatsugiri lurking in the back.
Yeah, so even if Carrie sees this lead, as you're mentioning, he doesn't necessarily have to, or he still has to worry if it's, you know, Dragonite and Annihilate in the back or Dondozo, Tatsugiri. So Carson going to try to conceal that information for as long as he can. Carrie will terrestrialize Tauros right away here on turn 1 into the Terra Water, getting that additional same type attack bonus towards its water attacks. It did a lot of damage in game 1, so it's going to do even more now as a Terra Water Pokemon. Throat Chop brings Dragon Ball down to 50% of its HP. Remaining U-turn will be into the Indeedee, bringing it down very low, most likely bringing the Rillaboom into this slot. But whatever Terra Water Tauros clicks into on the other end is in for a bad time, Len.
Yeah, most likely in for a KO, right? Since they're not a bulky Pokemon, Indeedee already has the Focus Sash broken and a lot of damage from that Choice Specs U-turn. Meanwhile, the Expanding Force will move first, but it's in Grassy Terrain, so just single target and not super effective anymore because of the water terrestrialization. So just a little bit of damage in Tauros.
There is the Wave Crash and Carrie targeting down the Indeedee Male. For the rest of the game, Psychic Terrain is down. That strong damage, like I said, it's not about the priority, it's the amount of damage output a spread Expanding Force can do. Now Carson no longer has access to it. It's time to reveal that you made an adjustment this game around, and yes, Carson breaking the Dondozo. Now you have the potential Tatsugiri swap shenanigans at any point.
Right. The Tatsugiri come in and make Sneasler a worthless target, or Dondozo could just protect while Sneasler goes after the Rillaboom or Tauros and means that it's the only important target. This is always kind of the moment of confusion when you're playing against Dondozo. There's no really safe move because it's only going to be one slot or the other slot that matters on this turn.
Now that Carrie has activated his terrestrialization so early on in this match, that could potentially cost him later on. It costs his flexibility. Now that new information has been revealed, that Dondozo Tatsugiri has been brought in game 2 by Carson, activating that commander ability, boosting all of Dondozo's stats by 2 stages. So it's super fast, super bulky, and super strong. However, it's into a water and grass type on the other side of the field, so it's not like it's going to be hitting too hard there. Tauros will protect itself from a potential wave crash, and that is what Carrie went for, so smart play to keep yourself safe. Rillaboom doesn't get targeted at all, but the Woodhammer went into the Tatsugiri slot, so no damage for Carrie.
Yeah, Carrie maybe expecting Sneasler to stay on the field while Dondozo protected itself and missed a pretty good opportunity to get a Woodhammer into Dondozo for a big chunk of damage. Wouldn't be surprised to see this Dondozo turn into a Steel type at some point. It's going to help to take a Draco Meteor or a Woodhammer, though it doesn't help with Wave Crash in the short term. But for now, Tauros leaving the field, wanting to make sure that it can get an Intimidate onto this Dozo in the future.
And he wants to save that Terra Water Pokemon for later on in the matchup, so Electabuzz will come into that position. Carrie has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon, it is the same floor Pokemon that he brought into Game 1. Terra Steel Dondozo trying to switch up its weakness here. Now Woodhammer going into that slot would do way less damage. Dondozo with the Wave Crash into the Electabuzz on the switch in does just about 70% towards that Electabuzz. Rillaboom will U-turn out though, so that means he can swap into either the Dragapult or the Tauros in the back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Tauros come back in here to get an Intimidate onto this Dondozo, start the Dondozo Hokey Pokey, but no, it's straight to Dragapult, straight to an offensive threat into this Dondozo, and it's a good time to do it. With Follow Me support next to the Dragapult, you may be able to get more than one attack off with Dragapult. The Grassy Terrain playing an important role here as well in weakening Earthquake. If the Psychic Terrain was still up, Earthquake might be a threat to just KO both of these Pokemon. But at only 50 base power because of the Grassy Terrain, not nearly as valuable.
And the other thing I thought, with Paldean Tauros, you have close combat into a now Steel-type Dondozo on the other end, but you have Fire Blast to deal with it too. That's super effective, bringing Dondozo down very low. And now it's time for the Terra Steel Heavy Slam into Carrie's Electabuzz. It is resisted, but it's enough for the knockout. Now Carrie can swap the Tauros onto the field. You have two fast Pokemon there. This Steel typing actually being detrimental for Carson into the Fire Blast and the close combat.
Yeah, it used it to try to take a Woodhammer. Would have taken a really significant amount from Draco Meteor even if it had stayed as a water type. But one critical thing is that by using it early, there was no moment of indecision for Carrie. Knew that Fire Blast was the right move. It was already a Steel type. Fire Blast, a little bit of an unusual coverage move to have from Dragapult, but really valuable here in order to get so much damage onto Dondozo. Now that damage is coming back out. But one key thing when you're looking at, I'm reaching the end stages of fighting the Dondozo and threatening a KO, how do you get the KO to also fight the Tatsugiri? You don't want to have it come out and still be able to lose the match because you can't fight the Tatsugiri and Sneasler.
Carrie's going to swap Rillaboom into that Dragapult position here, and Heavy Slam goes into the Rillaboom. A critical hit brings Rillaboom down to 50%, but this close combat will follow up into Dondozo and not get the KO. The last couple turns of HP recovery from the Grassy Terrain have meant Dondozo hangs on the field in the red, and since it's so fast, try to go for another attack next turn.
Yeah, not KOing with the Dragapult there when the moment was available may end up meaning that Dondozo gets to attack again, but the Rillaboom switches in just in time to make sure the Grassy Terrain expires. Not sure if that's an intentional thing from Carrie to turn off the healing for these Pokemon, but it is an aspect here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Dragapult come back in alongside a Fake Out here, just so that way you can make sure to be threatening the Fire Blast on the subsequent turn and not be worried about one more Dondozo attack.
Right, especially because you can anticipate because of the Fake Out, you might want to protect, but instead actually does not protect here. Dondozo staying safe, or excuse me, only taking a little bit of damage because of the Fake Out being into a Steel type.
One key thing though is that now Carrie has structured the KO into Dondozo in the way you want, where Dragapult can move first and threaten the Fire Blast KO and leave Rillaboom to still attack at the end of the turn and put a lot of damage into Tatsugiri. Now it's not going to be a Grassy Terrain boosted Woodhammer, but it's still a big threat. For now, Dondozo just protecting itself, wants to get some leftovers recovery. If that Fire Blast were to miss, or maybe it's going to be Shadow Ball instead to make sure it doesn't miss, and you're hoping that leftovers will change some of these damage calculations.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to lock into the Shadow Ball now that the Dondozo is such low HP. You don't necessarily potentially need super effective damage, but this is 2 turns of leftovers. Remember, Dondozo hung on at 11 HP. Now it's back up into the yellow at this point because of the leftovers from the last couple turns.
Yeah, if this Dragapult ends up missing the KO with Shadow Ball, it's going to be a really unfortunate sequence of turns, but if it gets the KO, it's looking great for Carrie. Let's see.
It is a Choice Specs Dragapult, so that is enough for Dondozo to go down. Carson's big Pokemon will be out for the rest of this game, and now Tatsugiri pops out back into that slot. Woodhammer into this Tatsugiri. No Grassy Terrain means Tatsugiri hangs on at 6 HP. Now you'll have at least one chance potentially to ruin Carrie's day.
Yeah, Tatsugiri hangs on, but one critical thing here, Sneasler gave up the Unburden boost. The Tatsugiri is not a choice scarf. Dragapult's going to get a chance to attack here. Rillaboom can also still pivot out and in to get priority Grassy Glides back. It's looking pretty comfortable for Carry, but has to deal with these last bits of damage.
Yeah, and your choice locked into Shadow Ball right now for Carry, which is consistent damage. You don't have to worry about a Draco Meteor miss or a Fire Blast miss or anything. Sure, it might not be super effective, but Sneasler's not bulky. There's no special defense boost anymore, and Tatsugiri is down to 6 HP.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder where this Shadow Ball will go. Into the Tatsugiri is a safe way to get a KO. Into Sneasler might be enough to get a 1-hit KO and really end this game, but if you were to miss that KO, things definitely open back up again.
Toro swaps into the Rillaboom position on carries and getting an Intimidate. Shadow Ball from Dragapult into the Tatsugiri, taking it out, and now Carson down to just the Sneasler remaining in this matchup. We'll go for the Throat Chop into Dragapult for the KO, but again, Carry still has 2 Pokemon alive here in this turn, and you can go for a Dire Claw into Rillaboom, or you maybe close combat to the Tauros, but you're gonna leave the other targets still open to attack you.
Yeah, one of them's going to get to attack, and I think at -1, the Tauros will get to attack regardless. I don't think Sneasler can take the Tauros off the field, and that's pretty critical because Rillaboom doesn't do a great job of fighting Sneasler by itself, and so the Shadow Ball, just the safer way to make sure and get a KO. Meanwhile, Sneasler doesn't want to get faked out, so we'll protect through this turn.
Yeah, fake out, not going to do anything. We'll see, what happens to Sneasler next turn. Is already full HP, so it's not going to get any recovery. You know that for sure this Wave Crash is coming in your direction.
But where there's a Dire Claw, there's a way. I expect the next turn is a Dire Claw into Tauros, which is still a very easy way for Carry to lose this game. If Tauros falls asleep or goes from paralysis to fully paralysis, it's going to be tricky. Grassy Glide, you can see it's not doing that much damage, and there's still Grassy Glide, Grassy Terrain recovery coming in.
Is there a status decision? No! Tauros breaks through with the Terra Water Wave Crash into the Sneasler. Going to be enough for the KO, and Carry Giortana forces a Game 3 against Carson Confer.
So Carson made the adjustment, brought the Dondozo, and it didn't go nearly as well. The Dondozo didn't get that many attacks off, had to spend 2 turns attacking the Electabuzz, and really that was all the damage that it got to deal. And so then that left things more open for the Dragapult to sweep. And after what had looked like a pretty strong start, getting pretty good damage out on the first couple of turns.
Yeah, a nice adjustment from Carry here. Even if you brought the same 4 Pokemon and your opponent's the one that made the adjustments, at least he was able to, maintain the composure. That Terra Water was really important because it helped the damage output on the Tauros as well. But when you're looking into the Game 3, Len, it's not even as simple as, oh, well, I won Game 3, or I won Game 1 without Dondozo, I lost Game 2, therefore I go back to the Game 1 strategy, because it still was very dire for Carson when he choice locked into the final Gambit, but you were at low HP, right? So it's not necessarily as simple as just go back to Game 1 strategy.
No, it definitely wasn't an easy win for Carson in Game 1. It could have gone the other way, and Carry could already be making adjustments thinking, oh, I've shown I can beat the Dondozo, he's going to go away from it. And you don't want to walk into a trap of things ready to really beat the Dragonite-focused mode. But there aren't really obvious easy counters to Dragonite. I know the Dragapult is the best source of damage against it in the same way it is the best source of damage against the Dondozo. So it's not like there's a easy adjustment that just means, well, I'm going to beat the Dragonite no matter what, if that's the mode again. So I'm probably just going to come down to the decisions during the game to see if Carry can find a way to beat the Dragonite mode with what he's been bringing already, or if Carson goes back to the Dondozo, well, if he can find a way to get better value and better damage out of the Dondozo before it goes down.
And I do wonder, from Carry's perspective, you have not brought Volcarona or King Gambit at all in the first 2 games. Is it now time for you to go for the aha gotcha moment and switch up your strategy?
Possibly. The King Gambit might fight pretty well against the Dragonite. It doesn't have Low Kick, but it does have Stomping Tantrum, which could force a Terra, and then you can just Terra Blast. So it's not like it's going to clearly have an advantage. We've seen Sneasler every game, and that's got a great matchup into King Gambit, and can end up fighting reasonably against the Volcarona as well. Volcarona probably just won't get much time to set up in this game either. This is a construction of Dondozo that has a lot of instant offense. It's Indeedee going out and expanding force. It's Sneasler clicking big attacks, and then a pretty offensive Dondozo with 3 attacks ready to do giant heavy slams. And so if there's no time to get the Quiver Dances, and the Quiver Dances wouldn't help you against the Dundos anyway because of Unaware, these may just be the right 4 Pokemon for Carry, and he's going to have to stick with it. So far, sticking with it.
Carey and Carson in Game 3. The winner of this match will move on to top 8 here at the Louisville Regional Championship. Dragapult, Rillaboom for Carey, and Dragonite Indeedee Male for Carson. We saw the same interaction in Game 1. Because Indeedee Male is faster, that means it activates Psychic Terrain first, and that means Grassy Terrain is on the field here for turn 1.
So we see our first adjustment in lead from Carson. No Sneasler next to this Indeedee. The Psychic Seed hasn't been eaten yet. Dragonite instantly on the field, and we see from his options here, no Dondozo this time. The same 4 Pokemon that he brought in Game 1. The Dragonite may be in a pretty strong spot here. Can threaten a Terra Blast into Rillaboom, and if it goes Flying type, probably not vulnerable to a Draco Meteor, but it would still do an enormous amount of damage. And maybe it's not a trade that you're really able to take because the Dragonite was so important to the total damage dealt for Carson in Game 1. If you lose it and Sneasler starts getting intimidated and Indeedee doesn't have Psychic Terrain, then where does that damage come from?
Dragonite is somewhat of a Terra Hog on many team compositions, so it'd be hard to bring Dragonite and Dondozo in the same team because they both really do enjoy terastallizing. And Carson will terastallize this Dragonite on turn 1 into the pure flying type. Have that Terra Blast go for flying damage as well. We'll see if this works out well in this strategy. The Fake Out goes into the Dragonite slot though, so Rillaboom stopping its attack. Draco Meteor on the Sneasler on the swap in, and Sneasler is down. 1-hit KO.
Sneasler has gotten good damage in every game, but not this one. Now Dragonite free to Terra Blast. Not sure what the Fake Out was aiming for there, but this is inner focus Dragonite, so not going to be flinched and does just get the Terra Blast into Rillaboom and get the 1-hit KO.
You see it on Carey's face, trading Sneasler and Rillaboom on turn 1, but the Fake Out doesn't work for the Dragonite because with inner focus you're not able to be intimidated or flinch. So now Indeedee Male can come back onto the field, have Psychic Terrain for the rest of the game, but Sneasler went down, so that was one of the big advantages from Psychic Terrain, right? You have the double speed to outspeed Dragapult. Dragapult probably wants to swap out here in this spot to reset that special attack as well.
Yeah, Dragapult wants to get out into the back and reset those -2. Also, at this point, Carey has a really good idea of what that 4th Pokemon is from Carson, right? Because if neither the Dondozo or the Tatsugiri was brought, it is the Annihilate in the back, and Annihilate has no way to hurt Dragapult. So if you can create a situation where you can, have Dragapult outspeed and KO the thing next to Annihilate, well, you just win from there. So Dragapult, a pretty important thing to preserve. But meanwhile, that leaves Electabuzz on an island. Wouldn't be surprised to see it protect itself, but then that leaves whatever switches into the Dragapult slot in the back. So Dragapult doesn't actually switch, just wants to get some damage off, gets a lot into Indeedee now.
That Draco Meteor landing into Indeedee brings it down under 50%, expanding force onto both Electabuzz and Dragapult. Dragapult's down very dangerously low. The Thunderbolt follow-up from Electabuzz means Indeedee is KO'd on this turn. So Indeedee only here for the 1 turn. Now it's up to Dragonite using the Terra Blast, flying into Dragapult, and Carey loses the Dragapult. That was the one condition, as you're saying, into Annihilate, but Annihilate cannot touch Dragapult.
So now Annihilate has a little bit more free reign. Carson hanging on here a lot from the speed from the Indeedee. I think in both games we've seen really valuable. If it had been slower than Electabuzz and just gone down to Thunderbolt without getting the expanding force there, this game would look a lot different. But instead, Annihilate comes in, is going to get a Defiant boost out of that. On the other hand, Dragonite looking pretty weak. Has the Electabuzz on the other side that won't mind a Terra Blast is now also fighting against this Tauros that could get a big wave crash into it.
There is the other aspect too of if you want to terastallize yet again on Tauros's end for the additional damage right from your wave crashes, and Terra Blast is resisted into Electabuzz as long as Electabuzz can follow me, redirect those away.
Absolutely. Now the other thing here, Tauros got the Mirror Herb boost from giving over the Defiant into Annihilate, so it is a nuke. It's going to have the chance to go for giant wave crashes. Electabuzz can move the first attack from Annihilate and open up that space as well. Tauros should be faster than the Dragonite, but for now, just protecting itself. Wants to see what this Annihilate blocks into.
Right, will keep itself safe. Electabuzz protecting as well. So this Choice Scarf Annihilate has to lock into 1 attack. Dragonite also protecting itself, so really no damage at all. He Choice Scarfs into Coaching to continue to boost the damage output from Dragonite.
what a great option for how to close out this game. You weren't going to do it with damage from Annihilate, just KOing the Electabuzz and leaving Tauros versus Dragonite wouldn't have been enough. But the coaching, it undoes the Intimidate, gives a defense boost that can help you try to take a Wave Crash from the Tauros on the other side. You're going to get another coaching before either of these Pokemon can attack. Now, Dragonite still has its work cut out for it. It's going to need to get a Stomping Tantrum into Electabuzz and a Terra Blast into Tauros before going down to some combination of damage from the two.
Well, the Dragonite will end up being a +2 attack because of the inner focus, negating the Intimidate, from the get-go there. So Electabuzz has to redirect the attack away. Dragonite is now just the flying type, so no longer resists Wave Crash on Carrie's end, meaning that this Terra Water Wave Crash, it's going to come down to which Terrestrialized Pokemon can KO the other one first.
Yeah, and with +2 defense before the Wave Crash comes out, I think Dragonite should be able to pretty comfortably take it. But the speed means it has to take 2.
Right, so we'll see Annihilate Choice Scarfed into coaching, blows the whistle to boost the attack and defense on Dragonite's end by yet another stage. Now Tauros with the Wave Crash into this Dragonite slot. It's Terra Water boosted. It's going to be strong, but so not strong enough. That second coaching boost proves crucial for it. But Electabuzz moves next with the Thunderbolt, knocking out Dragonite. And if the critical hit didn't need it because he's such low HP, and Annihilate is locked into a non-attacking move.
Dragonite just couldn't get its defenses high enough, fast enough against the Terra Water attack-boosted Tauros. And Dragonite just too slow in this matchup, slower than both the Electabuzz on the Tauros on the other side. They were both fast. NDD managed to be faster than both of them, but not the Dragonite, which meant it didn't get the damage off, and Annihilate just left by itself and Carrie, taking down Carson, taking down the undefeated player, and moving into the top 8.
Losing game 1 and then winning game 2 and 3 to find yourself into top 8 against one of the best trainers in North America with his patented Dondozo. Remember the fantastic performance at NAIC 2023 Carson had with that Dondozo team. He is so comfortable piloting this type of crew. So absolutely impressive victory for Carrie to win this one over Carson.
Yeah, just really well done to find the avenue through the game, find the right trades to make. Doing things like putting a lot of emphasis in KOing the NDD early on. All 3 games got double targets into it early to get it off the field and kind of simplify the game earlier than usual.
I think what was so fantastic for Carrie in that game is, as you mentioned early on with Dragapult, that Dragapult was quote-unquote the auto win into Scarf Annihilate that couldn't touch it. And he decided, well, I don't need the auto win on it. I'm just going to Draco Meteor. I'm going to get this damage off to lower everything else. And then Carson still locks itself into a position where Scarf Annihilate cannot win the game because it cannot click an attack.
Yeah, it just can't attack at all because locked into coaching. And in that situation, recognize that the Draco Meteor and Thunderbolt would be enough damage. This NDD male with the Focus Sash, much frailer than an NDD female, can't hang on even with the -2 special attack. And the quicker you can simplify a game like that, force your opponent to down to 2 Pokemon, no switching. And once you lock into a choice move, no switching attacks, it's easier to just find your 100% win conditions. And Carrie found a really safe way through that endgame.
Paldean, the Tauros Aqua Breed, a Pokemon that has kind of it's been passed off for the last year plus. Well, you've had so many legendary Pokemon and all the paradoxes and the higher higher damage threats that are no longer relevant in this regulation. So now that the power levels come back down, that Intimidate is valuable. The Mirror Herb as well is valuable as well, and the Terra Water Wave Crash is definitely proving why this version of Tauros, you have the fire version, just a normal fighting as well, but the water specifically is just so strong in the meta right now.
Yeah, it provides something really unique, which is the Intimidate support, but also just a giant attacker. When you compare that to maybe other Intimidate options like Gyarados or Incineroar, who are totally support Pokemon usually, the Tauros can just Wave Crash, especially with the Mirror Herb if you're worried about Defiant, and just start blowing things up, and that was really critical throughout all 3 of those games.
And the Tauros is a relatively fast Pokemon considering the format that we're in, where there's so many Pokemon that are below it, like Dragonite and Goldengo and Archow on that whole tier. Rillaboom is in that tier. That the fact that Tauros naturally outspeeds those Pokemon and can threaten them with super effective damage for say close combat or into the steel types, or the super strong Terra Water Wave Crash. Just awesome to see Carrie come back in that victory. We'll see what he had to take in top 8. But for now, let's head over to a winner interview with Carrie. Evan is ready, so Evan, take it away.
Thanks, Joe. I am here with Carrie in the lounge after making it to the top 8 here in the Louisville Regional Championships. Carrie, congratulations. We were just talking about how the hurricane made it almost feel like you may not even be able to make it to this event, and now here you are in the top 8. How are you feeling?
I was not expecting to get the top 8. When I was first planning on going to Louisville, I told my mom, hey, I'm gonna go 7-1. Let's see if I can make day 2 again, like in Indianapolis, and we'll go from there. And when I made day 2, I was like 7-1. Like I told my mom, I was like, hold up, I might be able to top cut. And so
things are happening here.
Yeah. So my round 1 for today, I lost. It was a great set against Anthony, I believe. He outplayed me with Ursaluna, and he got the substitute. Phenomenal guy. And then my next 2 sets were like really hard, and I had to play my heart out. Both went to game 3.
Wow.
And it was just tight. And
yeah.
I still can't believe that I'm here.
Well, believe it, because you were playing so incredibly well in that set against Carson, who is a former world champion himself.
Really?
In the seniors division,
I didn't know that.
Incredible matchup, especially going up against the Dondozo team. But I think a lot of players have sort of started dropping their Dondozo counters. Did you have a specific Dondozo game plan coming into this?
So I knew that since I looked at it and it was Terra Steel Dondozo, I knew I could create a pin with Tauros and Rillaboom to like force a Terra, and then like close combat can start doing damage. And since it was unaware and not oblivious, close combat drops didn't apply to me.
Right.
Plus I could get intimidated. And since my opponent didn't have order up, I didn't have to worry about attack increases. So in game 2, you saw how I was cycling the Tauros in, and I was really just trying to mitigate the damage of the Dondozo so I could position Dragapult in the right spot, because special Dragapult is one of the reasons why we added it, was for the Dozo matchup, because it's absurdly good into it if you can get into the right position with redirection, and you can just start spamming Shadow Ball, or in this case, Fire Blast, which was a 2-shot.
Yeah, and I really loved, I'm glad you called out the Choice Specs Dragapult. We saw Patrick, who I understand is one of your team building buddies, running that yesterday, and I thought it was just such a smart adaptation to this sort of Dragapult balance style team, because previously the only real special attack on that team was like a Primarina, which is just not as powerful, not as fast, not as hard hitting as the Dragapult. You said the Dozo matchup was a really big part of why y'all decided to go with the Choice Specs Dragapult. What else was it about Dragapult that made Choice Specs interesting?
So it also picked up like really weird damage ranges, plus it's the speed ceiling of the format outside of Unburdened Sneasler. So you could outspeed a lot of Mons, also pick up a lot of one-hit KOs with Helping Hand with Electabuzz, with Terraghost Shadow Ball, as well as Draco Meteor. And it just puts on like that immense like pressure. And like Physical Pult's good, but sometimes it like misses things with Dragon Darts, because Dragon Darts is a really good move, but a lot of times it can get pinned or stuck, and Phantom Force is like okay, because it takes 2 turns to go and the opponent can adapt to that. Meanwhile, like with Specs, I could just Terraghost Shadow Ball, blow something up. The other thing is a lot of people don't know the ranges of it. So like you can go on ladder and play with Specs Bolt, and someone's like, oh, I lost a Specs Bolt, no big deal, I don't have to worry about this. And then next thing you know, it's coming at you at the regional.
Yeah, oh, I lost to a rogue Pokemon, rogue item. I'm not actually gonna have to worry about that.
100%.
Absolutely, and it showed off why it was so powerful in that set. Extremely cool. What was the process like building that team?
So the way it started was I was starting on my own Gambit balance. It had like Basket Legion, Choice Band Dragonite, and I was working with my friend Red. But I would talk to Patrick and I'd be like, hey, what do you think of this idea? And he's like, oh, I tested that like 3 weeks ago. And I'd always feel behind. And eventually I was like, why don't we just ask him and skip the 3 weeks? And so I asked him, he said, gladly, come on, join on. And so we've been working on it over the past couple months. Before this tournament, I was actually skeptical of the team. I was a little worried. I was actually originally planning to run on Mikhail Kelsch's team, his 6 with the Magmar. But as I started playing more, I felt like people were starting to come up with more defined game plans and counters, and I felt like it wasn't going to be good into this tournament, because Dragapult Sneasler is like the main part of that team.
Absolutely.
And that was going to be the thing that everyone was going to prepare for. And I felt like I noticed that in day 2 as well as day 1, that not many Dragapult Sneasler like Gambit balance teams were performing as well as in Dortmund, meaning that like there was definitely preparation towards this. So so like I eventually decided I'm just going to go with the team that we've been working on, and I'm just going to see what happens. Stick with my gut.
Absolutely, and clearly it is working.
Yeah.
You have now made it into the top 8. I believe your top 8 opponent will be Joe Ugarte for the spot in the top 4. So that should be a really fun match.
Funnily enough, I actually ran his Calyrex Shadow Rider team at Indianapolis, and that's actually how I got 24th place out there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be an incredible matchup. I'm going to go ahead and give you a moment to go prepare for that matchup. Don't want to take too much of your time, but before I let you leave, do you have anyone else? We talked a little bit about working with Patrick, but anyone else who you've been helping, working with, or shout outs for people who've been supporting you on this ride?
I want to shout out my team building group, Landon, Rhett, Tim Edwards, Patrick. Thank you for helping me out and getting here to the top 8. I also want to thank my Florida group, my very close friends. And I also want to thank Chris, who I ran practice sets 2 days before in like a long gauntlet. We were just playing all these different matchups, and I thank him for that. And I'm just happy to be in top 8, and I couldn't have done it without them.
Awesome, Kerry. Well, congratulations on top 8. Hopefully you'll be able to make it even further on in the tournament, and if so, we'll be seeing you once more. But congratulations on top 8 for now. I'm going to go let you prepare. We're going to go ahead and toss it right back to the casters as we keep moving on in the tournament.
Sometimes, on a dark night, your shadow, thrown by a streetlight, will suddenly and startlingly overtake you. It is actually a Gengar running past you, pretending to be your shadow. Even your home isn't safe. Gengar will lurk in whatever dark corner of a room it can find and wait for its chance to catch its prey. But
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, epic in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. Step up anywhere. Name a place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. We came to win. We came to win. We came to win. The games begin.
The lights and the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home.
We share the same vision. We have the same mission. So let the games begin. Come on. Travel from far to play. Gonna give all it takes. 'Cause we came to win.
Let's go. Come on.
We came to win. We came to win.
And that is why Fusion
Or just a smile on his face. Prince.
You hold.
Fabio Musicat, Robbie, Marco Hafata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice?
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last-minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
We are back at the Louisville Regional Championships, and we're continuing our journey through the Top Cut bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined once again by Jake Muller to bring you through our next Top Cut match.
We have reached top 8, the quarterfinals of the event. A lot of times back in the last couple of seasons or so, if you make it into this Top Cut stage, you start at top 8, but some of these trainers have had to win 2 matches just in this bracket to make it into top 8. Thanks to our new tournament system this season. And so we've had some fantastic matches all weekend so far. Quick little recap here. We had 16 trainers make it into the top 16 round. Obviously, that is how numbers work, Rosemary. I think you can back me up there. But half of those trainers have been eliminated so far. We are down to 8 in our quarterfinals after what was a fantastic match between Carrie and Carson we just saw on stream.
That was a fantastic match for sure. We also got a chance to see Wolf Glick win his top 16 match on stream versus Alberto Lara. So he is also going to be able to make it into this illustrious top 8. But we are going to be turning our focus to Riley Factura versus Marco Martinez, both of which were able to make it into this top 8 without dropping a game so far in that top 16.
Yeah.
So who's going home now?
Well, it's interesting too because these players did actually face each other in round 9. It is a rematch of the first round of Swiss on our second day of this event, and Riley did take that match. So Riley has a little bit of winning experience in this matchup, but Marco's had a little bit of time, maybe come up with some new strategies and surprise Riley in this match.
That could happen too. I think sometimes if you take a look at a team that maybe you aren't super familiar with, maybe you get caught off guard a little bit by some of the Pokemon that are on the team. And I think there are a couple that might turn some heads on Marco Martinez's team. You got the Ceruledge as well as the Gastrodon that I think are both very interesting in this matchup when you've got what Riley has on his team. But before we get into all the specifics, let's talk about them as players.
Of course, Marco, this is his best regional finish so far. Previously had 2 top 16 finishes in the 2023 season, but has broken through that ceiling, made it into top 8. Also had some success during the Players' Cups during 2022, 2 top 8 finishes there as well. So really cool to see him make it back to the top 8 stage, but this time at an in-person regional.
And Riley Factura, he won the very first regional championship of the 2024 season over in Pittsburgh, and he ended up being a finalist and grabbing multiple top cut in experiences throughout the rest of that 2024 season. But now as we take a look at the details of Marco Martinez's team, Ceruledge is one of those Pokemon that really started to pop up in popularity when we ended up seeing a team online from Eric Rios, one of the best players in the European region. And so it doesn't really surprise me too much to see Ceruledge maybe start to pick up a little bit here in the North American circuit. And you also have some really great balance pieces to help build out the rest of this team.
It is very reminiscent of some of those balanced teams, but instead of the Dragapult in a different water type. It is the Cerulege filling the Ghost slot, and then Gastrodon with that Storm Drain ability. And if you remember from yesterday, we saw Riley play on stream with that Pelipper Basket Legion combination. That Storm Drain ability could actually be a very important piece of this puzzle for Marco. It would protect, especially that Cerulege, but really the whole team, from any of those very strong water type attacks. There's no one-hit KOs from Wave Crash if Storm Drain just sucks it right up.
That's true, but Gastrodon can still be a little bit vulnerable despite the fact that you don't necessarily have a Rillaboom on this team that Riley's running. You still have a lot of other threats can hit it for neutral damage. Sneasler is certainly one of those you got to look at. Be a little wary of the close combat, wary of that Dire Claw. You also have to pay attention to whether or not this Amoonguss could put you to sleep, or if Kingambit's just going to hit you with a Kowtow Cleave.
Notably, both trainers running the Unburdened Focus Sash Sneasler set as well, but Riley has Protect, whereas Marco has Coaching, which is a move we've seen be very impactful throughout our games this weekend. Riley might be able to be a little bit more flexible with that Sneasler just because you do have the option to protect it. But I do believe Marco's is the Terra Ghost instead of Stellar, so a little bit less of an offensive threat. Like you said, Rose, there's certainly no lack of options to hit that Gastrodon for super effective, not super effective, just for strong damage. Of course, you just have to be careful. Before you take that Gastrodon out, you really can't be using Wave Crashes or those water-type Weather Balls without worrying about them getting redirected and, of course, boosting the Gastrodon's special attack.
Good thing, though, for Riley that when you are looking at the Pelipper and the Basket Legion, there are still other options that you can rely upon outside of those water type attacks. Hurricane from Pelipper can still be very, very strong. It does get that same type attack bonus. It's still going to be able to help be 100% accurate when the rain is active, and there's no way for Marco to actually shut off that weather. So that will always be something that sits in Riley's favor as we start to look at how this matchup could play out. For the second time, these players are going to be against each other in this Louisville tournament. Let's get into it, though. It's going to be top 8 this time around that Marco and Riley are facing off against each other, and here's what we've got for game number 1.
Sneasler and Pelipper, the leads of choice for Riley, whereas Marco goes with Sneasler and Kingambit. Given the Sneaslers are running the same item and same ability, it's probably safe to assume they do speed tie. They're trained very similarly, so we might see a battle of the fake outs here. Do these players want to risk, possibly going for a fake out and having your Sneasler lose that speed tie, or do you opt to possibly fake out the other slot? Looking at Riley's Pelipper, though, you do see that Covert Cloak item, so it cannot be flinched by the fake out. If Marco wants to risk the fake out, you got to go straight for that Sneasler on Riley's side, but there might be some safer options as well.
Well, it's interesting, too, because if they aren't speed tied, then there is a possibility that you learn a lot of information about how the Sneasler is going to be trained. Oftentimes, they are going to invest a lot of speed investment, but maybe you go a little bit more attack-weighted.
Ooh.
But it is going to be Riley's Sneasler that gets a chance to go for the fake out first. The fake out into the Kingambit means that it doesn't get a chance to move, and the Hurricane from Riley's Pelipper is going to bring Marco's Sneasler down to its focus test. The fact that that wasn't what got knocked out is definitely a good thing for the next turn because it's going to have Unburdened activated, but it is going to be confused, so it might not even get a chance to move.
Yeah, because the Focus Sash was consumed, Unburden is active for Marco's Sneasler, but not Riley's, whose Focus Sash is still very much intact. Kingambit gets faked out, and Marco does lose that fake out speed tie, or possible. It's reasonable to assume it wasn't a speed tie just yet, but more importantly, Focus Sash has been broken at least. So if the Kingambit does opt to Terrasilize, the flying type Terra Blast should be able to knock it out in one hit. Of course, Pelipper doesn't take any damage there, but that Hurricane is huge because now, especially with that confusion, Marco has a small chance of just losing the Sneasler right away.
Yeah, we are going to see a Terrasalization committed, though, into the second turn of this first game, and it is going to be that onto that Kingambit. Marco's Kingambit is Terra Flying, and so now it has an opportunity to use a pretty unorthodox move on Kingambit, Terra Flying Terra Blast. But whether or not this Sneasler can move is going to be a big question. It's going to be able to get the Dire Claw into the Pelipper, and there is no secondary status that's going to come through from that move. Important, though, to see how those Sneaslers interacted with each other. Does look like it's going to be a speed tie because Marco's moved first on the... Or, there's Unburdened. Ignore me. Ignore me.
Hurricane does come through, does another chunk of damage to Kingambit. Another confusion, though. Kingambit now also has the chance to hit itself in confusion and get nothing of note done on this turn. And it does hit itself. Unlucky break for Marco there. 2 confusions in a row. Luckily, at least the Dire Claw going off into Riley's Pelipper, and that Covert Cloak protecting it from any kind of Dire Claw shenanigans as well. But now Gastrodon hits the field. We've seen the Gastrodon now. It threatens a knockout onto the Sneasler with Earth Power. Might do some decent damage to his Pelipper as well. Notably, you're not going to be able to use Weather Ball anymore, but we've seen 2 Hurricanes come through. And so far, Riley's had some pretty good success with that Hurricane, so I don't know why you'd want to use anything else.
I say, just Hurricane confused the Gastrodon this time around. I think you could be 3 for 3 on that one. And Hurricane's still going to do a sizable amount of damage to the Gastrodon. It's not something that it's going to take super well, but the Pelipper doesn't want to stick around and find out what's going to be coming next. It's going to be the Archaludon that's going to take its place, and that's another thing that could be a little bit risky. If you do have this Gastrodon that's able to hit an Earth Power into that Archaludon slot, that is still going to be super effective damage. But the Kingambit trying to use Sucker Punch here, it's going to fail, but at least it doesn't actually do any more damage to itself on that turn.
Earth Power does go into these Sneaslers Protect, so there is no huge Earth Power call into that Archaludon. I like the Sucker Punch there because if Archaludon does switch in, Kowtow Cleave wouldn't do too much to it, and then you just give it a stamina boost and start that stacking right up. So Sucker Punch failing on that swap means that Archaludon now hits the field, is very healthy, does have the option to Terrasilize into a Grass type and remove that weakness to Earth Power, but it does not have a stamina boost just yet.
But it might not need a stamina boost if it's going to get something like a Terra. And that is going to be the Grass Terra type on Archaludon, which is going to remove its Steel typing, making it way less susceptible to these Earth Powers from this Gastrodon. Biggest problem about this, though, is that Gastrodon does actually have Ice Beam as a potential. But with the Sucker Punch, breaking out of its confusion, you're going to help whittle away at the Sneasler just a little bit. But with the Dire Claw, it is going to get the poison. And so Kingambit is going to be on a timer for the rest of this first game.
Electroshot does come through, though. Kingambit was not surviving this turn, regardless of that poison. This Archaludon will not boost its special attack by 1 stage before knocking out this Kingambit with an Electroshot, and Gastrodon will have the chance to move, possibly knock out this Sneasler, maybe try and go for an attack into this Archaludon to try and start whittling away at it. But pretty quickly, Marco has found himself at a 2 to 4 Pokemon disadvantage.
And Terrasilize has already been used as well. And as you see the Gastrodon go for the Earth Power into the Archaludon, that Grass Terra is absolutely coming in clutch. Even though this Archaludon can't actually hit the Gastrodon with those Electroshots because of its ground typing, you can still hit it for body presses, you can hit it for a Flash Cannon, Dragon Pulse, anything is going to be doing some meaningful damage.
It does meaningful damage, but nothing is going to do meaningful damage to this Archaludon anymore. Gastrodon is going to have a hard time hitting it with Earth Power. You do have the Ice Beam, you do have Clear Smog to possibly reset an Electroshot or Stamina boost, but this Rillaboom, honestly, this is like 2 of the worst matchups for it in the metagame, Sneasler and Archaludon. Even with the high horsepower, thanks to that Terra Grass, Archaludon now resists everything you can throw at it. And so now, if you're Riley, you probably just hard target down this Gastrodon.
Ooh, that's a big call, though, because the Sneasler getting removed from the field means that this is going to be a free turn for Marco to try to get some damage in. And as you go for the fake out into the Archaludon, yes, you're giving over another stamina boost, but you're hoping that you're going to get even more out of that turn, where you're able to get even more damage. If you get a freeze here as well, that could be really big, and it's not going to come through just yet, but you're still going to be able to do a meaningful amount of damage to the Archaludon.
Depends on how this Amoonguss and Gastrodon are trained. There's a small chance that if Riley hasn't minimized the speed on his Amoonguss, it might be able to Pollen Puff before Gastrodon can fire off one more Ice Beam. And if that's the case, this game is basically as good as done. But that Ice Beam did enough damage that one more might be able to knock out that Archaludon. And I don't believe a +1 Dragon Pulse is going to be able to knock out that Gastrodon at all.
Well, Rage Powder first, so Amoonguss is going to redirect away that attention, and so when you see the Dragon Pulse actually fire out of the Archaludon into the Rillaboom, it's going to make sure that it's going to bring that Rillaboom down to about 3rd HP. But Amoonguss is going to have to take 2 attacks here, and it is tanky enough to do so, and then some. Citrus Berry Recovery will mean that that's going to be a 4-hit knockout onto the Amoonguss, even if you see another double up there from the high horsepower.
That is a lot of damage from that Dragon Pulse. This Rillaboom on Marco's side is not the Assault Vest set that we normally see. It has that Miracle Seed instead. Sometimes nice for boosting the damage of Woodhammer and Grassy Glide, but unfortunately here it means that this Dragon Pulse will easily be able to knock it out again this turn. And I really like that Rage Powder just to make sure that your Archaludon isn't taking any more Ice Beams. You can't redirect the Rillaboom, of course, but Rillaboom is really not accomplishing much anyway. And if you just leave Gastrodon by itself, it's not going to be able to 1v4 this match.
No, I mean, the Rillaboom unfortunately just gets knocked out before it's even going to get a chance to move. And Gastrodon, well, we've seen Gastrodon be able to do some incredible things in the past. It's still going to take another Ice Beam to actually chip away at this Amoonguss. And Riley still has 2 other Pokemon in the back that you could switch in to take that Amoonguss's place and get Regenerator healing.
Maybe there's some world where if this Gastrodon has Recover, it can maybe try and get something done, but it doesn't even have Recover. It has a Citrus Berry for some recovery, but once this grassy terrain ends, that will be it, and it won't be nearly enough to withstand all this damage coming out from our Chaludon. Of course, not even to mention the close combat or Hurricane lurking in the back.
Any way when you look at the Sneasler, just everything, Gastrodon is so slow that everything else is going to be outspeeding it when we enter into the final couple of turns of this first game. Gastrodon does look like a very good piece for Marco to rely upon, but I think we're also seeing firsthand why Gastrodon can also be a bit of a liability. So slow, it's still going to be taking good amounts of damage from basically anything on Riley's team, even if you can't use your water type attacks.
No need to, obviously. The Pelipper got 2 Hurricanes off, and they were very impactful on their own. Riley didn't even bring the Basculegion, which I think is really smart, into a team that has Gastrodon and King Gambit. So a nice play from Riley there to not get baited by this Gastrodon. You know, maybe you think, oh, I can just bring Basculegion and play around it. But if you have pieces on your team that allow you to not have to like dance around this really impactful ability, you may as well just use those instead.
Yeah, the double up of the Dragon Pulse as well as the Hurricane will finish off this Gastrodon once and for all. And Riley Factura going to get the first game win under his belt. We might just see history repeat itself after that Swiss round.
We were talking before this match, Rose, and I was saying, it seems like difficult for Riley to beat this Gastrodon because this Basculegion was so important for him in that match we saw him play against Colin yesterday, but it didn't even cross my mind that you can just not bring Basculegion. Like, the rest of this team is very much capable of winning games on its own without the Basculegion, and we saw exactly why in this game.
We did, and even at the very beginning here, we got some Dire Claw damage into that Pelipper, but even with the Unburden activated on Marco's Sneasler, it didn't really feel like the Sneasler was doing enough at that point in time. If we enter into another game, it's very possible that Marco and Riley know the speed interactions of these 2 Sneaslers naturally. Whether it's a speed tie or not, still remains to be seen to us.
Right.
But I think you have to kind of go back to the drawing board and think about, like, is this Gastrodon something that you lead? Was there an opportunity for you to try to get an Earth Power into their Chaludon when it switched in? You might need to make some type of aggressive calls in order to find victory versus Riley.
The thing with Marco's team is that if you don't bring the Gastrodon and Riley calls that and brings Basculegion, I think you just lose. Like, this team is pretty weak to a Basculegion that has some protection around it, especially with the rain and the Terra Water boost. And so you're almost like required to bring this Gastrodon if you think that there's even a slight chance Riley brings Basculegion. But at the same time, Riley can just capitalize on that and again bring these pieces of his team that don't rely on water moves. Pelipper, of course, has Weather Ball, which is a water type move in the rain, but you can very easily just Hurricane. There's only 1 Hurricane resistance on Marco's team, and it Terrestrialized away from the Steel typing on turn 1, and that just becomes a reason to just keep using those Hurricanes and not worry about Weather Ball at all.
I was gonna say, does Dragonite actually have a place in this match? And I look at it and immediately go, well, maybe. You do have an opportunity to go for extreme speeds, which would be very effective into Pelipper or Sneasler, so you could at least break a Focus Sash there. So then I look at the loaded dice with something like Scale Shot, and could you imagine hitting a Scale Shot loaded dice into an Archaludon?
Oh god, yeah, that would be really bad, huh?
Not great.
You could possibly one-hit KO Sneasler through a Focus Sash with it, so I could see the value, but we are just going to see a mirror of these leads. And if these trainers opt to go for the same fake-out targets as last game, we might see the effects of a possible speed tie come through once again.
All right, well, it's going to try again. And so maybe we do get a chance to see the fruits of that thought. And so it is going to be Marco Sneasler that moves first in this game. So you're going to get the flinch onto the Sneasler before you can actually see the Sneasler move. It is a speed tie, and Marco's going to get the better of it. Hurricane brings down the Sneasler to its Focus Sash again. So we're going to see the same interaction before, where now Marco's is certainly faster because of Unburden.
And of course, no confusion this time. A much, much better turn 1 for Marco. You have your Unburden active. Riley does not. You saw him much damage Dire Claw did to Pelipper in that first game, so you know that it most likely just knocked it out from here. And of course, you do have the option to go for that Terraflying Terra Blast right away and hopefully knock out that Sneasler. Possibly try and catch it going for something like a close combat into your King Gambit and maybe not get caught up in any kind of Dire Claw shenanigans once again. But this is now just a so much safer of a spot because you did prevent the Sneasler and Riley's Zen from attacking.
This is really risky though, but if Marco gets it right, it could pay off dividends. You saw that close combat into the Pelipper slot, so if Riley is going to actually switch out that Pelipper, then we might see an Archaludon actually take its place. If that's the case, that could be big.
Oh, almost.
Okay, almost there. No, but Riley's gonna make a good adjustment to bring the Amoonguss in instead. So now this Pelipper gets a shot at bringing back the rain and seeing if it can pour, but the King Gambit gets to go for the Terra.
This is a really great Terra here. It unlocks the flying type Terra Blast, which could come in very handy, of course, against this Sneasler, but even more so the Amoonguss that we did see just swap in to that Pelipper. Close combat goes off, trying to catch the Archaludon on the switch, but still some okay damage into the Amoonguss.
Caesar's potentially around, except as I say that, Riley is just going to finish it off with another Dire Claw. Maybe get the crit out of the way now before something else is going to take it. But kind of smart to not go after the King Gambit and just try to get a knockout. A good trade here to have to take your Sneasler for Sneasler.
Yeah.
But now that this King Gambit is committed to that Terra flying, you could just go for a Terra Blast into the Amoonguss.
You can, but that also means that the Archaludon has a pretty free Electroshot target. Pelipper does come out there, no Archaludon just yet, which means that Pelipper looks to be in Sucker Punch range. Could be a little bit of a scary place to be. Of course, this King Gambit can be redirected by the Amoonguss if it does opt to go for Rage Powder, but because you are that Terra Flying, you have the, I think you might just knock out the Amoonguss from here if it doesn't Terastallize itself.
I kind of like this idea as well to maybe just try to split the type of damage into the Amoonguss. If it does end up switching out into their Chalodon, then you do have an opportunity here to either just like, you know, get some meaningful kowtow damage into it, or you're able to finish up the job with something like the Ice Beam. And it is going to be the Amoonguss switch out, so Riley is going to reveal this fourth and final Pokemon in Game 2.
It is the Archaludon. Will come in and be hit by 2 attacks, get those 2 stamina boosts right off the bat, but Hurricane comes first. We'll go straight into that King Gambit, do some good chunk of damage, and get another Confusion. That's 3 out of 4. King Gambit, again, has to try and break through this Confusion to get an attack off.
Really wants to be able to go for the kowtow, and it is able to work through that confusion and get a critical hit into the Archaludon in the process. That was even more than Marco could have asked for, as the Ice Beam into the Archaludon is going to definitely put it in range to potentially get knocked out this next turn to, honestly, anything. We're not going to see Terra save it.
No, one more attack, either an Ice Beam or a Kowtow Cleave will be able to knock it out. Amoonguss is not on the field, and of course, Pelipper cannot protect this Archaludon, and it does not have Protect. You have to attack with this Archaludon if you want to leave it on the field, which means that even a Sucker Punch is in play here. One Electro Shot should be enough to finish off this King Gambit because it did turn into that flying type, but now Gastrodon in a very strong spot. Of course, you cannot Electro Shot the Gastrodon to boost your own damage there.
Oh, well, King Gambit's going to try to work through another turn of confusion. It does get the Sucker Punch, and it's not even going to be felled by the stamina boost. I kind of was thinking maybe Sucker Punch isn't going to be able to weave through both of those defense boosts, but it is able to do that. And Gastrodon also able to attack with this Ice Beam. Follow up into the Pelipper is going to knock it out, and so we're down to just Amoonguss left for Riley.
Much, much stronger game for Marco here. Of course, did get the unfortunate confusion, but King Gambit was able to break through it 2 turns in a row, and that Sucker Punch was able to finish off our Chaludon. This Amoonguss now is the final Pokemon left for Riley, and King Gambit can maybe swap out, reset that confusion, or just stay in and go for it, knowing that your 4th Pokemon is enough regardless. But Riley recognizes that this is not a winning position for him, sending us into Game 3 here in top 8 in Louisville.
Marco must have fed his King Gambit a sandwich in between games 1 and 2, because I think that King Gambit loves its trainer very, very much.
I mean, yeah, that King Gambit was a really huge piece. That Kowtow critical hit was massive because it did put that Archaludon into range for even just one more Sucker Punch, one more Ice Beam from that Gastrodon down the line. And of course, the Sneasler and Marco Zen acting first at the beginning of Game 2. Technically, we don't know that Riley's went for a fake out, but I think it's pretty likely. So maybe that's enough evidence for Marco or Riley to think, okay, that was probably is actually speed tying. We technically can't confirm that yet just because we don't have any kind of promise that that's what happened, but I Rosemary, think it's more of a safe bet at this point.
I think it's a safe bet, especially because Marco and Riley played each other, and that interaction has probably already been revealed to both of them. And Marco was not undeterred to go for the same approach as he did in game number 1, just ended up getting the better hand of it this time around.
Truly, and I think the King Gambit on Marco's side remains a really important piece in this matchup. The Terra Flying here is very useful because it does deter that Amoonguss. You have the option to hit it for huge damage. Otherwise, Amoonguss can be pretty annoying for Marco's team. Those spores are going to be thrown out pretty much indiscriminately, like only the Rillaboom is immune to them. We have a couple Terra Grasses on the team, I think just the Cerulege, but at the same time, in the rain, Cerulege doesn't super threaten the Amoonguss thanks to the reduction in the Bitter Blade damage. Cerulege, also not something we've seen so far. I kind of understand why if Rain's going to be up the entire game and your Bitter Blades aren't doing much damage.
I don't think you're bringing the Cerulege.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry everybody. I don't think we're going to see the Cerulege in this game. If we do at all, I'm thinking maybe you're just making a read that the Basque Legion's going to come and maybe just go for like Shadow Sneak damage or something. But I still just think that the threat of the Pelipper is a little bit too much weight for this Cerulege to have to carry.
Yeah.
And so going into this final game of the set, this will determine who between Marco and Riley moves on to the top 4 of the Louisville Pokemon Regional Championships.
We're jumping right into game number 3 in top 8. Same lead from Marco, the King Gambit and Sneasler, but Riley switches it up. We immediately have Archaludon on the field next to Pelipper.
So that's interesting because this is sort of a pin from Marco's end. You could go for something like a close combat into the Archaludon and also a Terrifying Terrablast, but you do leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to the Electro Shot. Either way, though, it's kind of nice to see the Archaludon out so early if you're Marco.
It is. I think you no longer have to worry about, Riley switching it into one slot and accidentally giving it 2 stamina boosts. Right off the bat, you know that this Archaludon is on the field. Like you said, the combination of close combat and Terrifying Terrablast, probably enough to knock it out, regardless of if it Terastallizes or not. But if you're Riley and you trying to catch that King Gambit going for that Terastallization right away, you could possibly just go for the combination of Electroshot and Hurricane, which would probably knock it out.
Well, Archaludon is not going to waste any time. It wants to make sure it is around for as many turns of the game as possible, so it is just going to go for that Terra Grass. But Sneasler's going for coaching. So sort of a move that we haven't gotten a chance to see too often on Sneasler up until this point, but it is going to give this King Gambit an attack and a defense boost. When we see this Electro Shot actually choose its target, it's going to feel pretty good that you aren't a Terra Flying at this point on King Gambit.
The Electro Shot does come through after the +1 boost to special attack. Into the Sneasler, though, does not activate the Focus Sash, so Unburden doesn't activate either, but Hurricane right away, enough for the combo knockout. This King Gambit now gets the chance to fire off a +1 attack, Kowtow Cleave. Will do a lot of damage into either of these targets, and it will be the Pelipper.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a one-hit knockout there. Really great to get that out of the way. Now you know that there is no threat of something like Tailwind, the Weather Balls, and the Hurricanes are gone, and that Rain is on a timer.
Now Gastrodon can come in here, doesn't have to worry about taking a Hurricane, no more confusion on the table for Riley in this 3rd game. And of course you do have the +1 attack and defense King Gambit, which will be very helpful into something like the Sneasler. I think if Amoonguss comes in, a Terrifying Terrablast probably one-hit KOs it now because of that coaching boost. And now actually the Terrifying, if Sneasler and Amoonguss are Riley's last 2 Pokemon again, is a huge threat. As long as you can avoid taking Electro Shots, especially now that the Archaludon is already at +1 special attack. One more Electro Shot puts it up to +2, which should be more than enough for a one-hit KO into this King Gambit if it Terastallizes.
Yeah, but the problem now is that Riley got this free switch into the Sneasler, and Sneasler still has Fake Out available. So you could just Fake Out the King Gambit, try to go for a big knockout onto it. So I think you're still in a position where going for the Terra Flying is risky.
It is. It really is, because the Terra Flying here, I mean, you dodge damage from close combat, but Sucker Punch comes through. Over half damage to Archaludon. This might be enough for an Ice Beam KO.
Yeah, and there's no knockout either. There's no Fake Out either. Yes, you are going to get close combat in return, but maybe King Gambit has done all of the work that it needs to in this 3rd and final game. But Marco is already down to his final 2 Pokemon. It comes down to whether or not this Gastrodon can actually get some damage off. And the big thing here is that Riley has to go for the Electro Shot and get no damage done because it's going to be that Gastrodon on the other side. You still get to walk away with the 2nd special attack boost, but it won't work if you just get knocked out here.
Ice Beam comes through into this Archaludon, but the grass timing is super effective, but not enough for a KO. Archaludon barely hangs on and will get another stamina boost. Rillaboom is Marco's last Pokemon, and you might be confused by the Electro Shot selection there. Obviously, Close Combat will knock out that King Gambit thanks to the double weakness, but it's a really nice coverage play because if the King Gambit does opt to Terrastallize, Close Combat doesn't do too much, but Electro Shot finishes it off. So I think you take that trade of guaranteeing the knockout into that King Gambit and possibly whiffing your Electro Shot, because like you said, you still get that special attack boost no matter what.
Still pretty good play here to go for, I think. If you are Marco, you can try to get the fake out into your Chaladon. You do have that +2 stamina boost though, so I don't know if the fake out's actually gonna knock you out, but you do delay, and you will be able to get the knockout on the subsequent turn with something like the Grassy Glide. But this Chaladon is going to retreat for now. It's going to be a Moongus that takes its place. And so Fake Out, Grassy Glide, anything into that slot is just not going to be doing nearly enough. And so even with the critical hit, it looks like it's taking just a piddly amount of damage, but the Dire Claw is a one-hit knockout.
Wow, that's unfortunate. The critical hit there, probably a difference maker. I think Rillabooms are typically trained to survive at least one of those Dire Claws. Earth Power does come through into the Sneasler, but thanks to that Focus Sash, it will hang on and be able to fire off another Close Combat or two into this Gastrodon, which could be enough to put it in range for this our Chaludon to come off and finish it later.
That's so rough. If the Rillaboom was alive for this next turn, you get to Grassy Glide, it would not be redirected based on the Rage Powder from the Amoonguss, and the Gastrodon can go back in and actually try to get the big Ice Beam down onto either the Archaludon or the Amoonguss. But right now, you just got this Gastrodon against the world for Marco's hopes to make it into the top 4.
You will be terrestrializing the Gastrodon. Makes sense. You're resisting all attacks that could possibly come out from either this Sneasler or the Amoonguss. But I'm not sure that resisting is going to be enough because you will get put to sleep unless you happen to find a way to freeze this Amoonguss with an Ice Beam.
There's still a way through this. And so as we see the Close Combat, just try to do a little bit of chip damage here to the Gastrodon. It's gonna be if this Gastrodon can actually weave in a freeze with this Ice Beam. You're still doing quite a bit to the Amoonguss, but there is just no freeze. So the Amoonguss puts this poor Gastrodon to sleep and brings Riley one step closer to another top 4.
This, I think, is unfortunately wrapped up for Riley. If you're Marco, your Gastrodon is going to be able to stick around a few more turns, but between the guaranteed 2 Close Combats that Riley can get off with this Sneasler before you even get the chance to knock one of these 2 Pokemon out, I think as soon as our Chaludon comes in, this Gastrodon should be primed for a knockout with something like a Dragon Pulse. So really well played from Riley there, knowing that, you know, even though my Chaludon's taking a lot of damage early, my Pelipper did get knocked out early on as well. You're not panicking, you're making the smart moves. I think especially the Close Combat and Electro Shot play early on put him in a really strong position.
And this Pollen Puff is just going to make Riley even more unstoppable in this game. This Archaludon would have been in range of getting knocked out to move on the subsequent turn, but Gastrodon had to take its mandatory turn of sleep here. You don't really have another way through to the rest of this endgame.
And yeah, well out of range for being knocked out by another Ice Beam here, especially when you consider Riley can very easily just Rage Powder. Make sure that this Archaludon doesn't get hit by a stray critical hit, a stray freeze from Ice Beam, and you can slowly just chip away at this Gastrodon with this Dragon Pulse. Even if Marco finds a way to knock out Amoonguss and Archaludon here, the Sneasler is still sitting in the back. We saw Close Combat, even resisted, do a big chunk of damage, so 1 or 2 more Dragon Pulses, enough for the primed KO with Close Combat.
To be fair, Gastrodon is getting a little bit of terrain recovery at the end of every turn, but grassy terrain is going to expire very soon, and you still have to deal with the threat of this Amoonguss. Even if Gastrodon wakes up on this next turn, you still need like 2 or 3 Ice Beams to actually get through this. Gastrodon does wake up, and so you do get a chance to get the Ice Beam into the Amoonguss. It will be another Ice Beam that needs to get to the knockout here, but you were really hoping for the freeze if you wanted a way through this game.
I think a freeze earlier on would have been your only way in. Even a freeze right now I think is way too little too late. It looks like 2 more Dragon Pulses is probably enough for a KO, especially because the grassy terrain does expire. There's no more recovery from this Gastrodon as it has eaten its Citrus Berry. So a couple more turns of Rage Powder Dragon Pulse should find Riley sitting in the semifinals of our regional championship.
Or you just crit the Dragon Pulse?
Yeah, you could have too.
You could do that too, but Riley's got a very safe path to victory at the end of this game. And it should be on this final turn, we see Riley take the final KO onto this Gastrodon and move on to the top 4 of the Louisville Regional Championships.
Riley just showing how good he is at this game, knowing exactly what Pokemon to bring to what matchups. Gastrodon can be a nightmare for rain teams, but when you have a team that's built like Riley's, sometimes the rain doesn't really matter. We saw the Pelipper early on in both games, but it really wasn't relying on that rain too much, and I don't believe we saw it switch out. It might have just sat on the field, go for some Hurricanes early on, spread some damage around, maybe get some confusions, and just do its job there before Riley used the rest of his team, that Archaludon, that Sneasler, that Amoonguss, to pick away at Marcos.
Well, Riley is going to end up winning versus Marco Martinez twice now, but this was the one that really mattered so that Riley could find himself into the top 4. Commiserations to Marco, this is going to be where his run ends, but Riley is one step closer to claiming another regional title in a calendar year's worth of events.
Commiserations, but also congrats to Marco for a fantastic tournament. Top 8 out of 750 players is a great achievement, especially when it's your best regional finish so far. So it's something he should be very proud of, and maybe next time he shows up to a regional, maybe try and take it 1 or 2 steps further. Of course, for Riley, though, looking to add to his trophy cabinet. I believe currently it holds 5 regional championships and wants to get even closer to the Pauls and Wolves of the world and claim that 6th here in Louisville.
He is the 3rd most winningest player in VGC, and it is exactly right behind the 2 players that you just mentioned, Paul Chua and Wolf Glick. So I think Riley's about to catch up.
He's getting there. I could very well see him winning this tournament. It would be fun to see him face off against Wolf as well if we do get there in this tournament, because that would be 2 of the most successful VGC players of all time so early on in the season. That would just set us up for what it would be a fantastic match.
That game 3, that critical hit Dire Claw into the Rillaboom was certainly a little tough to have to deal with. And maybe there was a path to victory that looked a little bit cleaner there for Marco Martinez if that critical hit on the Dire Claw didn't come through. But we also have no idea if there was going to be a poison, or a sleep, or paralysis.
Yeah, no critical hit, but you go to sleep, so it's essentially the same thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But wow, this top 8 is already off to such a great start.
Yeah.
We're going to have one more top 8 match to show all of you, and then I believe we've got 2 top 4s, and then the finals. So a lot of top cut action still to come at the Louisville Regional Championship. So make sure you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Make sure you're talking to us about kind of what you've been enjoying on the stream, what players you are excited to watch, and who you're rooting for this regional championship.
I'm rooting for some fantastic VGC. I don't know about you, Rosemary, but we've had some amazing matches so far on stream. I know the rest of our day so far is going to have some great wins. We've got 4 more matches, I believe. The 1 top 8, 2 top 4s, and finals, all of which are going to be at this incredible caliber of competition that we've had in Louisville all weekend.
Yeah, this was just the start of what is going to be the great rest of a tournament. We're going to give our players just a short break while we get our second top 8 match ready. So don't go anywhere. You are watching the Pokemon Louisville Regional Championships.
Your mask arose from the spirits of people entered and grazed in past ages. It wanders through ruins by night, carrying a mask that's said to have been the face it had when it was still human.
Spooky! Hello, hello, hello. My name is Evan Latt, and I am on stage at the Louisville Regional Championships with Siddharth Singhal, one of our competitors here in Louisville. Sid, welcome to Louisville.
Hey, Evan. Excited to be here.
Well, we're excited to have you here competing in the 2nd North American Regional in the Regulation H meta. Of course, we have taken away a lot of the heavy hitters that have been in past metas in the Scarlet and Violet era. How are you adapting?
You know, I'm really enjoying having a lower power level. Everyone hates Urshifu. Personally, I really didn't like Raging Bolt. That guy was way too strong, way too, like, min-maxed. I enjoy being able to play water types again.
Yeah, there are more water types that are available. Are you running anything other than Primarina, or is it just still all Primarina all the time?
I don't think I have a water type. So, you know, like...
So you can run water types, but you have opted not to.
Yeah, no water types for me, but, you know, I enjoy everyone else's water types. They're pretty great.
Well, this tournament, I think after we've had, you know, a bunch of movement from Europe and Latin America, as well as the Baltimore Regional Championships, what kind of things are you worried about going into the tournament?
Yeah, so like obviously the Rain team that won Baltimore I think is on everyone's agenda, but Incineroar Among Us balanced teams like Paul Chua got second with and Gabriel Agati got first with at his regionals in Latin America are both like the strongest team compositions I think right now going into this regionals.
Yeah, definitely those have been proven to be successful. They are winning teams already. Going into the tournament, how do you feel? How confident are you feeling about this tournament?
I'm pretty confident. I feel like I have good prep. I like my team a lot and, you know, just nothing to lose anymore, you know?
Absolutely. Well, Sid, thank you so much for taking a moment to speak with me before the tournament. Good luck on day one and hopefully day two. We'll see you as we follow along the tournament. And for those of you at home, feel free to stick around because we have plenty more Pokemon action for you right after this.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the Louisville Regional Championships, our second North American Regional Championship of this new season. All of the trainers remaining in this top 8 are competing for that guaranteed Worlds invite to Anaheim this summer. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Len Duel. And Len, we've had some crazy matches. We just got to see a Gastrodon for the first time, you know, on stream this weekend. I think this meta has been more opened up in Louisville than maybe I was being selfish, maybe I was being closed-minded, but I do think these last 2 days of VGC has been a little more open than we anticipated.
I mean, Regulation H has felt open the entire time, but definitely just means that new Pokemon show up every tournament. I mean, not just Gastrodon on that team. We never saw it in that match, I don't think, but the Serial Edge on that team as well. It just feels like there's something new every time. Fortunately, journey from Gastrodon and Serial Edge ended in the top 8. Now we have one more top 8 match to see who's going to punch their ticket into top 4.
Yeah, and if you've all been enjoying watching along at home, especially those of you on Twitch, make sure you hit that follow button so you can see every time the Pokemon channel goes live, seeing the schedule upcoming for this week. And I know it's going to be Halloween themed, or Pokeween, excuse me, Pokeween Thrills and Chills on Tuesday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. This is all Pacific time, so Len is a little more used to these times than I am. But on Wednesday, a recap or a restream of the 2023 Pokemon Oceania International Championship. Should be fun for any of those who missed that. One of our first international championships in the Scarlet and Violet era. Thursdays, 2 to 5, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh League Victor. I have a soft spot for the Diamond and Pearl era of the Pokemon anime personally. Then next Saturday and Sunday, make sure you are there live for the Lille Regional Championships in France. You're going to have a live stream of that event.
Yeah, should be some fun Pokemon action. We'll continue to see how the metagame develops, how Europe is playing different than North America, and maybe some familiar faces too. I think Alberto's going to be there next weekend, so maybe looking to run it back after his success this weekend.
There you go. Also, good news, everyone. We have finally calculated all the numbers, and we have the day 2 usage stats. Look at these top 12 Pokemon. It's always to see not just who makes the list, but did they rise? Did they fall from day 1? And the answer, at least for the number 1 slot, is Sneasler is still decidedly the number 1 most popular Pokemon here in Louisville.
Yeah, it seems like the big losers are Rillaboom and Primarina going from 2 and 4 to 7 and 11, so not having a very good conversion rate. Despite not seeing it on stream very much, Golden Go actually rises from number 3 to number 2.
It's just dodging the stream, yeah.
But only one left in the top 8, which is the one we'll see up next. And then, yeah, Garchomp climbs a little bit. I think actually keeps a pretty similar number, but climbs into the number 6 position, just because our day 2 pool of Pokemon was so diverse.
Yeah, our dragon types, where we had 4 of them listed, you know, back to back to back to back, they have been a little diverted in this spot where Garchomp in the top row, then Archaeodon staying roughly at the same percentage. I think it was around 20% now in 19. Dragapult there after, and Dragonite as the 12th most commonly used Pokemon. And I always wonder what you think about that, because obviously we look at the big sways up and down, right, Len, of like Pokemon that, you know, were maybe 11th on day 1 and go up to 6, and like, oh, okay, all the good players knew that this was the option. But like, what about a Pokemon that maintains its position, right? What about this Archaeodon that is essentially has converted at the same rate from day 1 to day 2? How do you value that information?
Well, I'm not sure there's many conclusions you can take from that. It means that it is having about its expected success. There's a not being overrepresented. It's not doing so well that you need to rush out there to put it on your team, but it's a serious threat that you have to account for even from top players. But some other Pokemon end up overrepresented. I mean, King Gambit and Incineroar both climbing in usage as well. And I think they're dynamic against each other, so interesting that to see them both in the top 4 in usage is really interesting.
Yeah, the other Pokemon, I think Porygon 2 was not on the graphic yesterday, and climbs all the way up to 21%. So I think that could be a big takeaway, as maybe the rest of its Trick Room teammates are not on the list, but at least Porygon 2 did crack the top 12.
Yeah, and I think it shows that Porygon 2 doesn't have to be used with a full Trick Room team. We heard Wolf mention in his interview earlier that he didn't want to build a team that was Porygon 2, Ursaluna, and then 4 Pokemon to support Porygon 2 and Ursaluna. Wanted a little bit more diversity from it. We're going to see Wolf again with that Porygon 2 next round, along with Andrew Zhang, who also has a Porygon 2 with a team that is not specifically built around it in any way. Just a Pokemon that can do pretty reasonable damage and help you control a game.
Yeah, so let's look at the bracket of what we have remaining. Of course, our next matchup will be Andrew Zhang and Wolf Glick, the final top 8 match here in Louisville. You see the other 3 names, Joe Garte, Riley Factura, and Parker Simmons. This surely should be a banger of a semifinals, but don't be too quick, Glenn. We got to enjoy this top 8 match first.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be 2 pretty interesting teams. I don't think we've seen Andrew on stream this weekend, and so it's going to be a new take on the metagame.
Yeah, of course, we did see Wolf in his top 16 matchup against Alberto, having a pretty decisive victory, very quick victory there as well for Wolf. So looking to continue this momentum with, as you mentioned, it's not just a Porygon 2 or Ursaluna team, it's not just the Unmega team, it's not just an Archaeodon team, they kind of all work in unison together.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a mix of speed control and damage options that's really hard to deal with and predict. I think pretty similar from Andrew, a mix of damage options like Garchomp, Golden Go, Sneasler, and speed control as well. Kind of unexpected Trick Room with this group of Pokemon. That's something you have to account for at any moment. You know, if you're too focused on Mega and Sneasler, Archaeodon, Tailwind, and suddenly Porygon 2 uses Trick Room and there's an Amoonguss on the other side, then maybe Wolf's in trouble. So both players with different speed angles to respect.
Now, one thing I find interesting in this matchup, Len, about this Golden Go, how we really have not, we know the usage is high in the general field, but have not seen it too much on the stream this weekend. It's Life Orb, Nasty Plot, Make It Rain, Terra Water instead of Terra Steel, so going for something a little more defensive. It doesn't really help you against Terra Electric, Electro Shot, or Jalodon to go into a Terra Water for the Golden Go. But when you see on the other side 2 normal types in Porygon and Ursaluna, and the fire resistant Incineroar and the Steel Make It Rain resist from Archaeodon, how can Golden Go fare in this matchup?
Well, the good news is for Golden Go, there aren't that many Make It Rain resists. The Archaeodon and Incineroar are a problem, but Archaeodon doesn't have an Assault Vest, which still take a ton of damage from an boosted Make It Rain. So if the window is there to Nasty Plot and then have a Life Orb boosted Make It Rain, the damage will follow through. But I think there's lots of other options too. The Garchomp looks pretty strong here. It's good into the Archaludon, and we've talked earlier today about how many of the Garchomps have moved away from Clear Amulet in a way that makes Incineroar able to mitigate that damage better, something Wolf's taken advantage of throughout this tournament. This Garchomp actually does still have Clear Amulet, meaning that Intimidate won't be able to help Wolf, this Archaludon, deal with Stomping Tantrum.
And here is the team that Wolf publicly let everyone know he's bringing Yanmega to the Louisville Regional Championships, and everyone was certainly excited to see it. We brought it one time in top 16. He brought it yesterday in that matchup against Stefan on stream as well. And it's a pesky little Pokemon that if you let it stay on the field forever, it just becomes the fastest thing ever.
Yeah, it can become very fast, and then it can use Tailwind to quickly catch its teammates up to that speed. I think its offensive mix is pretty interesting in this game. Could be really valuable against, for instance, Sneasler and Amoonguss, who don't want to take air slashes, and you can get above Sneasler with just one air slash, especially because the Sneasler on the other side is not unburdened. So even if it uses its Focus Dash, will stay slower. But on the other hand, Yanmega very bad at dealing damage to Golden Go, and so if the name of the game for Andrew becomes, support and deal damage with Golden Go, then Yanmega could be kind of stuck being less helpful, though of course that's why the Tailwind is there. If you can use Tailwind to get Archaludon or Incineroar up over the speed of Golden Go, then you can still provide a really valuable role for the team.
The Sneaslers could be fun to match up here with these two teams, as Wolf Sneasler is stellar Terra, has access to Throat Chop as well, so it's not completely walled by the Golden Go on the other end compared to the Terra Flying Sneasler for Andrew.
Right, that's a big piece of information that's going to make this Golden Go less valuable in this matchup. If this had been, the coaching Sneasler or the fake out Sneasler in that spot, then Andrew maybe really is looking at Golden Go as a way to take advantage of this. But when you have to worry about not just Throat Chop, but possibly a stellar Terra Throat Chop that could do so much damage that even if you survive it, you're probably going down to your next Life Orb hit, well, then maybe it's less valuable.
Top 8 here in Louisville. One of these two trainers will move on to top 4. Wolf Click, Andrew Zhang. Andrew, his third top cut of his career in the Masters Division. Sneasler, Porygon 2 for the lead compared to Wolf's Incineroar and Yanmega.
No surprise from Wolf to see the Incineroar hit the field and gets a pretty valuable Intimidate into Sneasler on the other side. Yanmega in a pretty strong spot to fight against the Sneasler, but we do have that awkward speed control matchup, whereas the Yanmega gets faster, the Porygon 2 could just decide to Trick Room and invert those speeds. The Sneasler has to watch out for Fake Out from Incineroar on the other side, doesn't want to give up that Focus Sash too easily. But of course, if you protect through the Fake Out, then that just means Yanmega is faster than Sneasler in the next turn.
Yeah, definitely important to keep note of the speed tiers. And, as we said, if Yanmega gets a couple of speed boosts, then you're going to be super fast. Go for Tailwind, boost up the rest of the speed of the team. So Sneasler going straight up for the close combat into Incineroar here on turn 1. No Fake Out from Wolf. Incineroar hanging on through the CC in the red, just barely hanging on. Air Slash from this Yanmega into the Sneasler, who has the Focus Sash, going to be brought down to 1 HP. So not going to be around for a lot of the rest of this match if he does not keep it safe. Incineroar will Parting Shot out here for on Wolf's end, lowering that special attack and attack by 1 stage on Porygon 2 side, but Wolf just gets to bring something in for free.
Right, Incineroar gets to leave the field, but took a really high amount of damage for it. Very, very low already. Not going to be able to use Pivot much more. And this Ice Beam is going to do less because of that Parting Shot, but still does a really good chunk to Yanmega.
Yeah, it does over 50%, so it would not be able to take another Ice Beam on the following turn. Ursaluna has brought itself onto the field, activated the Flame Orb, but there is no Trick Room, so Sneasler definitely threatens it.
Yeah, Sneasler threatens it, but Yanmega threatens Sneasler first. Wolf kind of putting the Sneasler on the other side in a speed sandwich, has the Yanmega moving first and the Ursaluna moving fast. Parting Shots out into the Ursaluna just in case it was Trick Room from the Porygon 2 on the turn, you would still have the speed advantage. And it means that Poison Touch on the other side is a really important decision. If this was Sneasler with Unburden that had just used the Focus Sash up, it'd be moving first, and this position would be a lot different. I'm sure those poisons earlier on have been helpful for Andrew, but right now, not paying as much dividends. Porygon 2 then is kind of threatened as well. Could just maybe go down to like an Air Slash and a Facade, and so there has to be some thought to getting the Intimidate in and trying to mitigate the damage from the Ursaluna on the other side.
Porygon 2 will switch out to get rid of those stat drops. The Parting Shot put onto it the prior turn. Incineroar comes into that slot. Incineroar the Grumpy, by the way, is a very adequate name for Incineroar to have on Andrew's end. Wolf's not going to switch out. Intimidate will be effective into Ursaluna, even though it's going to be a very strong Pokemon because of the Guts boost. It's just not going to be doing as much as it would have without that Intimidate. But Terra, Ghost, Ursaluna, now those close combats are going to be immune if Sneasler went for it. But no, Andrew does not fall for the Terra Ghost bait and protects itself on this turn. Yanmega with the Bug Buzz into Incineroar, so that means that he did not target the Sneasler slot there because you had Earthquake to cover both ends. Anyway, Incineroar will be able to take this the super effective but intimidated attack. The answer is no.
Yeah, so protects the Sneasler, doesn't close combat into the Ghost and falls for that bait, but falls for the even bigger bait, as Sneasler just protects itself while Yanmega doesn't even attack. Wolf uses the Ghost Terra on the Ursaluna to mitigate the risk of that. You don't want to predict that your opponent will protect Sneasler or not attack it just to have it close combat the Ursaluna. So by this combination of targeting into the Porygon 2 slot and using the Ghost Terastallization, you're not as worried about the Sneasler not attacking. But when it doesn't attack, you get massive damage. The Earthquake and Bug Buzz into that Incineroar slot would have done a lot of damage to Porygon 2, but instead picks up the KO as Incineroar comes in to try to intimidate that Ursaluna. Now things look a lot more difficult for Andrew to deal with the offense of this Ursaluna.
Goldengo is the choice for Andrew, so he has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here in Game 1 here, compared to Wolf, who still has not revealed that 4th Pokemon in the back. Andrew just try to speculate what's going on there. Goldengo is weak to the Earthquake on the other side from Ursaluna, and Ursaluna is also a ghost typing right now.
Yeah, I mean, and that means it's weak to Shadow Ball, so more vulnerable here. While Yanmega can deal with Sneasler, we talked before that Yanmega can't deal with Goldengo very well, so Ursaluna looks pretty vulnerable. Of course, if we know that Incineroar is in the back, it's so low that it might also go down to a Shadow Ball, but that would at least get you through the turn.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, something that Wolf has to consider right now, since it was intimidated the prior turn. You want to maybe potentially swap Ursaluna out here to reset that attack stat and use that Flame Orb to its highest value. Porygon 2 swapped into that slot, getting a special attack boost thanks to its download ability, so that is definitely going to help it do even more damage. And as a normal type, it would be immune to the Shadow Ball in case Wolf is worried about a Shadow Ball going into that direction. Andrew terastallizes Goldengo into a water type. Not too bad when you're not facing Archaludon on the other end. Yanmega will Tailwind here. Dire Claw's not enough for the knockout yet. Poison Touch here does land the poison, which will mean Yanmega goes down to that poison. Shadow Ball was the right call, so Wolf swapped his normal type in to take no damage.
Yeah, has the perfect switch in available for the Shadow Ball. Andrew has to use the Water Terastallization to respect the Tailwind plus Earthquake play, but instead it is just Porygon 2 coming in. Sneasler manages to outlast the Yanmega on the field and is still here. But now the Tailwind is there on the other side. Sneasler can't do that much damage back to Ursaluna. You can't hope for any Dire Claw luck because of the burn already being on Ursaluna. So if the Ursaluna is faster than Goldengo and has the Earthquake available, you know, there's no safe partner for Wolf to use next to that Earthquake, but it would deal a ton of damage to the Goldengo. You could also just Facade and try to pick up the KO on Goldengo before it moves.
Yeah, because as of right now, this Sneasler on Andrew's end, because of having coaching, it does not have Throat Chop for compared to Wolf's version that does have a Dark Attack for a Ghost Ursaluna. So Andrew definitely feels very threatened by the Ursaluna on the other end, so he will swap the Goldengo out into Porygon 2, getting the download boost. Close combat from Sneasler into Porygon 2 does just over 50% HP. You don't care about the stat drop since Sneasler's at 1 hit point remaining. Terra Blast, though, into the Sneasler, takes it out here, and the question is, does Wolf go for the EQ because he thought Goldengo would stay in, or did he click the Facade? And Wolf's not taking the risk. He knows he's in the lead here. Don't try to throw anything away. Facade is a 2-hit KO into Porygon.
Yeah, and Facade would have been a 1-hit KO into Goldengo where Earthquake wouldn't be. So this is just the way to make sure and prevent attacks from Andrew's side. Now there's probably a very critical decision. Do you think that the Goldengo will protect while Porygon tries to set up a Trick Room or no. I think the safest option from Wolf, you can just Facade again and take out the Porygon. Can Golden Go really deal with all three of these Pokemon? Maybe if you give it a Nasty Plot, let it out last the Tailwind, there's a chance, and so there's some risk that direction. You can also just Facade and go after the Golden Go immediately, but if it does protect and invert the dimensions with Trick Room, then maybe it's going to get to Shadow Ball before the Ursaluna, but of course you can just stall your own Tailwind out as well. So it seems like eventually one way or the other, Wolf can find the right speed matchup here.
It seems like no matter what, the Golden Go is sandwiched between two difficult decisions. If you want to try to protect, to stay safe, but then that could punish the potential Porygon on the other end. Very tough call for Andrew. We'll see what he does here. Wolf is going to recover HP with his Porygon 2, and the Facade goes into Porygon on Andrew's end. So Andrew down to just the Golden Go remaining here in game 1. This is a Life Orb, Make It Rain, gets the crit on Ursaluna, and it's still not enough for the knockout.
Yeah, even with the critical hit, not enough. Doesn't opt for the Shadow Ball to just lock in that KO, but also doesn't get the Nasty Plot that would give the damage to try to get through Porygon 2. Maybe hoping Porygon would attack and Make It Rain would be enough to KO it, but because the Porygon 2 recovers, now you really don't have any damage potential into the Porygon 2. It's free to Trick Room or just continue to recover or whatever it needs to do to eventually beat this Golden Go, which has been left all by itself as its partners go down to repeated Ursaluna attacks.
There is one turn of Trick Room left on Wolf's end, so he's going to use that boosted speed to his benefit on the Porygon, recovering for a second turn in a row to go back up to full HP. There is the Facade to knock out the Golden Go, and Wolf Flick is one game away from moving on to the top 4 here in Louisville.
You can really see how dynamic the speed options from Wolf are. Accounted for a possible Trick Room on turn 1 by having Ursaluna on the field, but then Ursaluna is fast enough that when that Trick Room doesn't come out, Yanmega can just Trick Room and seize the speed advantage that way. Wouldn't work against a lot of faster Pokemon. Ursaluna is slow enough that you can't get over a Garchomp and the Sneasler that way, but Golden Go slow enough that Ursaluna was able to be faster and be a problem for the Golden Go on the other side.
Yeah, I think a team composition like this just shows the skills of such an excellent trainer, because it has that tail room or tailwind / trick room aspect to it, where sometimes it's like, all right, one game I want to win through tailwind, one game I win through for trick room. However, Wolf is bringing both speed control options in the same set in the same game.
Right, to be able to have that flexibility. I think an important aspect of that game was the Sneasler from Andrew's side really didn't end up contributing much. It got the Terastallization out onto the Ursaluna, but then after that, it didn't have very good targets. It could go with -1 Dire Claw. We saw into Yanmega, couldn't even pick up a KO into like a 40% health Yanmega. Really could never do any damage into Ursaluna at all, which meant that while Andrew had to worry that it might take an Air Slash at any moment and be KO'd, Wolf was also content to just kind of ignore it. The Sneasler is going to have to contribute more if it's going to be led and stuck on the field for as long. But you can also see why Andrew would want it on the field. If it was the Porygon 2 led from Wolf or the Ursaluna led, then that close combat is a lot more valuable.
All right, let's see what adjustments Andrew makes here to force a game 3 against one of the game's finest here in Wolf. Yanmega Incineroar yet again for Wolf on his end. Andrew with the Porygon and Incineroar of his own.
Yeah, so no Sneasler this time to take the -1 from Intimidate. Instead, just Incineroars on both sides intimidating each other. Porygon 2 only there from Andrew's side, but Andrew doesn't have the team to actually go into some kind of Trick Room mode. A lot of times you'd see Incineroar next to Porygon and think the Fake Out or Parting Shot plus Trick Room is inevitable, but that doesn't work for Andrew. He's just going to lose that if it's Ursaluna in the back. So instead is going to have to fight with damage against these. Porygon 2 got an attack boost from download, not going to be threatening that much damage. The Incineroar can go out on the offense against the Yanmega. I mean, you have the option for just a double up into Yanmega if you want it, but lots of ways in which that doesn't quickly move you through the game. Yanmega can just protect itself or you can get faked out, but in this case, neither is going to happen. It's there if Andrew wants it. 2
Incineroars on the field, and neither of them decide to click Fake Out. Wolf's will Parting Shot the Porygon 2 on the other end, lowering its attack and special attack. The Air Slash from Yanmega also went into Andrew's Incineroar, so you always have the chance of Incineroar just not even having any attack on this turn. Ice Beam from Porygon 2 does over 50%, but Incineroar does break through, gets rid of the Flame Orb too on this Ursaluna, so Ursaluna will not have its boosted damage.
That could be really important in the long run. The Ursaluna not being able to get burnt doesn't just mean Guts won't be on, but also means Facade will be weak in power. Andrew saw this script in game 1, saw the parting shot from Incineroar turn 1 into the Ursaluna, and called it out this time. Got the knockoff into Ursaluna, could really change the complexion of this game. Think about how often in the last game it was the Facade forcing Andrew's hand.
Yeah, sometimes you would force yourself into the Earthquake if you wanted to, and then you're targeting your own teammate there potentially. You have to play around that, so we'll see how much the Flame Orb being knocked off will impact his team. Yanmega does click Tailwind on this turn, doubling Wolf's side of the field speed for the next 4 turns. And there is the Earthquake. Yanmega is immune to it. But look, without the Facade, it's not doing too much. Amoonguss is on the field now. Porygon sets the Twisted Dimensions. And this is what you were talking about in game 1, Len, where you can try to take advantage of Trick Room while Wolf clicks Tailwind.
You can see the live adjustments from Andrew. Gets the Ursaluna with the knockoff on turn 1 to mitigate the damage. It means it's just an Earthquake coming out, and then allows the Tailwind from the other side. That would have meant that Earthquake moved before Incineroar and tried to pick up the KO there, but it's Amoonguss, the adjustment, the new Pokemon coming on the field. And now also, because the Flame Orb is knocked off, you're free to Spore that Ursaluna on the other side, and the Tailwind means that Golden-Go now faster in this Trick Room than either of these Pokemon.
Right, and the beauty of Spore is that you can't have a Facade boosted attack as your status, because Spore, you cannot attack while you are asleep. So Andrew has a much stronger first couple of turns here in game 2 in this matchup. Spore from the Amoonguss, as the slowest Pokemon on the field, will be moving first under these Twisted Dimensions. Incineroar did swap onto the field. Wolf does use up this first turn of mandatory sleep on Ursaluna.
Well, ignore the speeds for a second. Incineroar doesn't care whether it's moving first or second. It is set up against Amoonguss, and Golden-Go resists all the damage that Golden-Go can do, has the safety goggles to not itself fall asleep from Spore, and threatens damage against this Golden-Go. So that's going to force the Amoonguss off the field. Incineroar is going to come in to intimidate the Incineroar on the other side and keep Golden-Go a little bit healthier.
And now this Intimidate is going to be even more impactful than it was in game 1, because Ursaluna, while the Flame Orb is activated, while you're intimidated, you're like, all right, fine, you're going to hurt a little bit of my damage, but because of the Flame Orb and Guts, it's still going to be so much better. Without the Flame Orb activating its Guts ability, this Intimidate is actually going to mitigate a lot of the damage output Ursaluna can go for. Terra Water for the Golden-Go with a Nasty Plot, boosting its special attack by 2 stages means you're going to want to do a lot of damage once you click that Make It Rain at +2. Knock off into the now Water type Pokemon is no longer super effective, but it does crucially get rid of the Life Orb.
Gets rid of the Life Orb, mitigates some of the damage coming out, but after a Nasty Plot, this Golden-Go is still doing more damage now than it was before. And you can see between the defensive Terastallization into Water type and the Intimidate coming in with the Incineroar, that Knock It Off did very little to Golden-Go. Incineroar now has Fake Out support. You can even maybe go for another Nasty Plot here, because there really just isn't much of a damage threat. Of course, the speed relationships are going to shift here eventually. For one turn, Wolf's Tailwind will expire and actually make Ursaluna faster than Golden-Go a turn before the Trick Room can expire and turn the Golden-Go faster again.
Incineroar from Andrew's end will parting shots. That means, it's technically underspeeding Wolf's. Incineroar has a less speed investment in it since the Twisted Dimensions will have the slower Pokemon moving first. And of course, the Ursaluna is going to be is not able to take advantage of Trick Room because of that Tailwind that Yanmega had set up so many turns ago. Amoonguss swaps onto the field. It's time for a +2 Make It Rain from this Golden-Go, and because the Life Orb got knocked off, Ursaluna survives that hit, but it still stays asleep, so Wolf cannot respond with any damage. He'll just have to parting shot the Amoonguss for Incineroar to swap out.
Andrew doesn't want more Nasty Plots, just goes out on the offense with the Make It Rain, gets a pretty valuable chunk into Incineroar. You're eventually going to have to deal with it, and with the Pokemon that Andrew's shown so far, it may still be Golden-Go's job, despite how bad that is for the type chart. But doesn't get the KO onto Ursaluna and leaves it on the field now for this crucial turn where Trick Room is still up, but Tailwind isn't, meaning that Ursaluna will be the first thing to move. Now, this Ursaluna maybe isn't that big of a threat anymore. It's not burned, it's -1. If Incineroar comes back, it's actually -2. So it isn't really threatening a KO against this Golden Go. Yanmega, it'd be interesting to see the speed relationship between Yanmega and Golden Go here in this trick room and with no speed boost left. You have to be a little bit worried that Yanmega might move first. Something like a Bug Buzz plus a Headlong Rush into Golden Go could get a KO. Of course, you could also just Rage Powder to get both of those attacks moved away and make sure that Golden Go stays healthy. And then Amoonguss, if it stays on the field, is the thing that's going to move first, so it can just spore the Yanmega. So Andrew's still in pretty good control here, but if he makes the wrong set of moves, there's a gap for Wolf on this turn.
All right, well, will the Amoonguss be able to help Andrew out on the field this turn? Let's find out. Ursaluna swapping out into the Porygon 2. Remember that Ursaluna is just at a sliver of an HP remaining in this matchup. Yanmega does click Detect on this turn. It's a Pollen Puff from Amoonguss, not Spore, not Rage Powder, just a low damage Pollen Puff into the Porygon 2. And now Golden Go clicks to make it rain, but it's only +1. It doesn't have the Life Orb. Golden goes back down to neutral special attack as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal.
Yeah, Andrew shows another safe way to make sure that Wolf could not attack on that turn. Pollen Puff would have moved before any Ursaluna attack and KO'd, and then of course Make It Rain would have KO'd Yanmega if it hadn't protected itself. But going with that option means the Golden Go has fully undone that nasty plot. It's back to neutral special attack again. The Trick Room has expired, meaning that Yanmega is the fastest thing on the field. It is a threat to kind of everything in the other slot with Air Slash could go after the Amoonguss. The Golden Go probably still not too threatened here. Has to watch out for like Terra Blast and Bug Buzz from Golden Go doing quite a bit of damage, but could still go for a Make It Rain that would finish off Yanmega and really start to dent Porygon 2.
Andrew taking a long time to consider his moves here, as this will be a very crucial turn. Understandable, since his tournament life is on the line right now. Every decision counts. Andrew will terrestrialize Wolf will terrestrialize his Porygon 2, get those air balloons ready, as now Porygon is a flying type. Air Slash from Yanmega into the Amoonguss is super effective. However, it will bring Amoonguss down low enough to activate that Citrus Berry, recovering 25% of its HP. Here's a neutral Make It Rain with no Life Orb. Takes care of the Yanmega, not the bulkiest Pokemon on the planet, but really does not do too much damage to the Porygon 2 in this sense. Now, what will the Porygon 2 go for? It's going for the Terrifying Terra Blast into Amoonguss for the super effective hit and the KO.
Yeah, Wolf making a declaration that Amoonguss is the main problem here, not the Golden Go that's now at -1 special attack. Amoonguss was the thing that was really creating that speed sandwich, getting the slower thing in Trick Room. But the Porygon 2 has paid a lot of health in the meantime to get that Amoonguss off the field. It's pretty low. With some combination of double up is vulnerable, not easy to get another Trick Room here maybe. We had, like we called out earlier, we did see Andrew's Incineroar move in Trick Room first, which might mean that now outside of Trick Room, Wolf's Incineroar would move first if we had a duels of Fake Out, if Trick Room was what Wolf was after. Of course, Ursaluna so low in the back, but without Flame Orb, it doesn't have the same kind of timer on it. If you think it can wake up, then even at 1 HP, Ursaluna might still be able to do a lot of damage if Trick Room can go up.
Wolf's Incineroar goes first. He goes for the Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar, so Andrew's not going to get anything out of his Big Cat on the turn. Porygon 2 recovers here, recovering 50% of his HP. It looks like Wolf shaking his head a little bit there, as Golden Go was allowed to Nasty Plot its special attack back up.
Yeah, and that's Golden Go's special attack constantly moving in this game, but now back to +1. Porygon 2 gets healthy enough to take that attack again, but misses maybe an opportunity for a Trick Room. Golden Go's still pretty healthy here. This Make It Rain is going to be the first thing that happens, or whatever Golden Go goes for is going to be the first thing that happens in this turn. And if it gets a chance to Make It Rain twice from +1 and then neutral, that might, definitely is too much damage for that 1 HP Ursaluna in the back, but it might be too much damage for this Incineroar as well. And losing the Incineroar would take away Wolf's flexibility in this game.
As you mentioned, the Ursaluna is probably not the clear win condition here for Wolf that it was in the prior game, since it's such low HP and has no Flame Orb with boost. Flare Blitz from Wolf's Incineroar into the opposing end, calling potential a switch or just trying to get a little bit of chip damage. And now the Terra Blast from Porygon 2 has the boosted damage into Incineroar. Not enough. Incineroar hanging on in the red, and it will parting shot out into this Porygon 2, lowering its attack and special attack, the special attack being the crucial one here.
Wolf perfectly calling out this protect on Golden Go and going for the double up into Incineroar, but the damage just isn't there. Incineroar hangs on and gets a very valuable parting shot into Porygon 2 that further extends the survivability of this Golden Go. Now the Porygon 2 has its special attack lowered. The Incineroar lurking in the back can intimidate the Incineroar on the other side again, and this Golden Go is looking pretty healthy. It's attacked 3 times already. That would have been minus 30% from the Life Orb, but it got knocked off, meaning that Golden Go is still pretty healthy. Porygon 2 on the other side, still very healthy as well. It's just not clear where Wolf's going to find the damage from.
Those are the trade-offs, because you got rid of Life Orb and Ursaluna was able to endure the hit, but because you got rid of Life Orb, now this Golden Go is still healthy, not taking the recoil damage. Wolf will parting shot his Incineroar into the Porygon 2 on Andrew's end. There's so many similar Pokemon in this matchup, so many similar strategies as well. We know the only Pokemon Wolf has left in the back is that low HP Ursaluna, so that might be all she wrote for Ursaluna in Game 2 if it gets hit by an attack. There's the Terra Blast into Golden Go as the water type there, but doesn't do too much damage, especially after the parting shot. And the Ice Beam at the -1 special attack from Porygon on Andrew's end means Ice Beam doesn't do too much either.
No, Ice Beam doesn't do too much, but it is accumulating. That Porygon 2 was going to have to take a time to recover at some point. The Ursaluna is here and very vulnerable, has to just switch back out to get Incineroar in again. Wolf finally tries to put some damage on the Golden Go in the previous turn, but it was still so healthy and had so much damage mitigated that Golden Go is still above 50% health. It still turns away from Wolf finding the necessary damage.
Ursaluna swaps out into Incineroar for this switch in to resist the Make It Rain. Both of Wolf's Pokemon so close to being knocked out. If there was a crit or if the Life Orb was still intact, it would have gotten the KO. But Wolf is able to recover up 50% HP again, and now that Ice Beam still not doing too much. Wolf's Incineroar, as Evan likes to say, Incineroar pivots remaining. He's running out of those.
Yeah, we've compared the Incineroar health bars throughout the weekend. This time they're both very low, but it's the Golden Go health bar that matters. It's pretty high, and the Porygon 2 one might not be high enough. Of course, Make It Rains are running out. Special attack is back down again to -1. This could be a window to, fake out and Trick Room again and try to look for Ursaluna as a win condition. But the Porygon 2 on the other side is still pretty healthy. It's going to be hard to take it out with Ursaluna before the Porygon 2 would just get a chance to Ice Beam and KO that Ursaluna.
Andrew swaps into his Incineroar at low HP, so hoping to bait Wolf to have an attack go into that slot and knock his Incineroar out instead of the Porygon. But Wolf instead will fake out the Golden Go, flinching it, meaning there's no damage from Andrew's side of the field this turn, and Wolf will recover up yet again, bringing Porygon to almost essentially full HP.
Really crucial for Wolf that Porygon 2 can hang on here. Of course, with all the other Pokemon so low and completely unable to recover, can't afford to give it up. But he's having to use every spare moment he gets in this game, every turn of a bit of advantage, like the fake out on that last one, to heal the Porygon, not to make forward progress. Nothing is quickly moving him through this, but he's also not falling behind very quickly. The Incineroar health bar has been the main thing he's lost over the 4 or 5 turns since the last time that we saw a fake out plus recover happen. Gotta find some way to become more active in this game, though. Without speed control, the Ursaluna is just always going to be vulnerable. It's slower than all 3 Pokemon that Andrew has, and of course all 3 of them can KO it. So if Trick Room never happens, the Ursaluna shouldn't ever get a chance to attack.
Golden Go clicking Nasty Plot this turn. Probably wanted to have that a couple turns ago because these Make It Rains keep lowering its special attack. You got to reset up with the Nasty Plot. But parting shot from Wolf, instead of trying to get the KO into that position, wants to parting shot the low HP Incineroar. We know this will swap into Ursaluna. This is a 3v3 match right here, so the moment somebody loses their Pokemon, they will lose all of that pivot flexibility.
Wolf may be hoping to get the Trick Room and parting shot on that turn and recognizing that damage from the -1 Incineroar not going to be too valuable here, but again, doesn't really make forward progress.
Oh, Ursaluna moving first and will protect. I was like, oh, it's a pretty slow Pokemon. How's it attacking first? Of course, it's because the protect had the extra priority there. Make It Rain will not hit Ursaluna. However, it does go into the Porygon, and Porygon takes that like a champ. If this Golden Go is going to have to continue clicking Nasty Plot, it will eventually run out of Make It Rain. It's actually coming down to a pretty scary position right now for that, but the Incineroar does survive the turn and is able to swap and Parting Shot back out into Andrew's Porygon 2.
So Incineroar continues to lower Porygon 2's offense, but now Wolf finally finds the moment to get the Trick Room. The Ursaluna is on the field next to it. Took a lot of turns of pivoting to find the way Wolf wanted to do it, but this is it. But the key problem from my perspective is that the Ursaluna and Porygon 2 don't have the damage into the Porygon 2 on the other side. If Ursaluna, even if it gets the KO onto Golden Go, I'm not sure that if that's traded for Ursaluna going back down with the number of recovers that Wolf has already had to use on his Porygon 2 versus the recovers used on Andrew's Porygon 2, that's an end game that he can count on.
Yeah, this Ursaluna, that so many turns ago when that Flame Orb was knocked off, proving such a big deal, because sure, it would have knocked itself out by now from recoil, but think about the amount of damage that the Ursaluna could have done while Tailwind was up. Potentially could have had a very strong facade into this now water type Golden Go, and that's a lot of damage that Wolf was not able to access here in Game 2. Because of the Parting Shot, Porygon is going to swap itself out into Wolf's low HP. Incineroar, Intimidate, not really going to matter into either of these two Pokemon on the other end. But the Ice Beam targets Ursaluna instead, not the Incineroar. So Ursaluna is KO'd, and then now you obviously have any type of attack on such a low HP. Incineroar will be more than enough to KO it. So now it's just Porygon 2 left against 3 of Andrew's Pokemon.
Porygon 2 moving before Ursaluna there means that after all of Wolf's pivoting and repositioning, Ursaluna still never finds an opportunity to attack after that initial knockoff of the Flame Orb into Spore on the next turn. Ursaluna totally mitigated in this game, and that is the key difference for Andrew. That game 1, the Ursaluna was the big threat. 2 facades into Porygon, got a KO. Facade into Golden Go, got a KO. But now, this game, no damage at all, and now a 3 versus 1 advantage for Andrew. Now, a 3 versus 1 advantage can still be slow to capitalize on when it's a Porygon 2 on the other side with a few recovers left, but there's a Porygon 2 on this side too. It's got the type advantage with the Ice Beam. You can see how much that does with a critical hit. The writing is eventually on the wall here. Wolf's Porygon 2 cannot win this match.
Right, especially because he clicked the Terra Blast on this turn for the KO instead of a potential recover, but Wolf playing to his outs here. The Terra flying on Porygon. I do like how he tried to swap up his strategy. I mean, this game did take 18 minutes of back and forth Incineroar swaps and Porygon recovers and 3 different nasty plots. I think Golden Go has used 7 of its 8 Make It Rains as well. So
it clicked the 8th Make It Rain on this turn, but won't get a chance to use it because Porygon 2 goes down to Ice Beam first and ends game 2 in Andrew's favor.
All right, so Andrew does accomplish the first goal. It was step 1, win game 2. Step 2, potentially win game 3, move on to the top 4 here in Louisville. But Wolf might have to play a little bit differently, not being so quick to swap Ursaluna on the field when the Incineroar is there to potentially knock off its held item.
Right, because that was really the key moment. We played for another 15 minutes afterwards, but the decisive and critical moments for this game were those first couple of turns where Ursaluna got its Flame Orb knocked off and then took a Spore and then slept for quite a while after the full 3 turns of sleep. They gave Andrew the time to take advantage of his Trick Room during Wolf's Tailwind and really build a health lead against Wolf's team.
Looking at these replays, Golden Go, you don't get to see it too often, clicking Nasty Plot in 3 different turns and it not just like auto winning the game, right? You see sometimes somebody will double Nasty Plot and they'll be +4 and then they'll just Make It Rain everyone to smithereens, but that didn't work this time around for Andrew. Had to continue bringing his special attack back up from negative with the Nasty Plots instead of just having a super powerful one to begin with.
You have to imagine that's the most times this Golden Go has attacked in a match today. I mean, 7 attacks would have been 70% health from that Life Orb if it hadn't had it knocked off.
All right, game 3 between Andrew Zhang and Wolf Glick, the last players remaining. The other 3 members of top 4 are waiting on the results here in this game 3. Incineroar, Ursaluna for Wolf, Incineroar, and Amoonguss for Andrew.
Well, one way to make sure that your Flame Orb does not get knocked off before Ursaluna gets burned is to lead Ursaluna, protect through the first turn, and get burned. So Ursaluna already on the field here, of course, takes an Intimidate for that. Incineroar already on the field for Andrew is going to intimidate the Ursaluna. And we see that Andrew's sticking to the same kind of pivots he made in the previous game. With Amoonguss and Incineroar, we see the full 4 now. So the pretty slow mode surrounding the Golden Go. We don't know yet if Wolf has stuck to the same strategy. Wouldn't be surprised if with these 2 led, there is no Yanmega lurking in the back. It's seems like more of a Pokemon that establishes an early agency in the game. But if you don't account for it and it comes out ready to threaten Air Slash into Amoonguss or set up a crucial Tailwind to outspeed Golden Go, then you could be in trouble.
Ursaluna will protect, as you mentioned, say, hey, after turn 1, you could knock off my Flame Orb all you want, because all you need is that 1 turn to activate the Flame Orb and make the Guts ability do way more damage. Amoonguss will Spore into that protect here. So now Flame Orb Ursaluna is officially online. Sure, it's been intimidated. Maybe wants to swap it out to get rid of that attack drop. But at least we know later on the Golden Go is not just safe against this Ursaluna.
Right, and a completely safe turn from Wolf to fake out the Incineroar, knows that with Ursaluna protecting and Safety Goggles on the other side, this Amoonguss can't do anything. And Andrew doesn't take advantage of that safe turn to reposition to a different place, and now gets the Citrus Berry knocked off as well.
There you go. So no won't be able to recover 25% HP when it falls below 50%. There is the attack into Incineroar, but it's not enough for the knockout thanks to the Intimidate from before.
You can see the really substantial speed differences in this Incineroar. Not just are they different from each other, one Incineroar moved before the other Ursaluna, the other Incineroar moved afterwards, and Parting Shot it out after taking a Facade on this turn. So very slow Incineroar on Andrew's side.
That's what's one of the best parts about VGC is how you can take the same Pokemon, same stats and everything, and train them completely different to have completely different utility on your team compared to your opponent.
So now Amoonguss has had its survivability lessened by getting the Citrus Berry knocked off. The Incineroar has taken a ton of damage already, and meanwhile Wolf has paid nothing for it. Just had the attack lowered on the Ursaluna, but Andrew is looking very far behind after just a couple of turns. Now Golden Go, the critical Pokemon, is on the field and going to need to look for opportunities, but it's already scary. There's lots of damage potential on the other side. You can bring back in the Incineroar to get both of these Pokemon 2/2. That's exactly what's going to happen to get some Regenerator health on to the Amoonguss, but even at -2, you're going to be forced to Terastallize. You can't afford to take a headlong rush from -2 Ursaluna, and that damage is going to start to accumulate on Golden Go, especially if it then doesn't get its Life Orb knocked off.
And look at how low HP Andrew's Incineroar is already at on the switch in here compared to Wolf. So if there's a long drawn-out Parting Shot battle, Wolf would be coming out on top there because of the amount of HP remaining. But Golden Go will Terastallize yet again into a Water type, get rid of that ground weakness, and here comes the Nasty Plot, boosting its special attack by 2 stages. The Flare Blitz, though, from Wolf, from one Incineroar to another, is ineffective and not enough for the knockout. So now it's Ursaluna with the -2 headlong rush into Golden Go, doesn't even do 50%.
No, but picks up valuable damage. Unless this Golden Go can find its way next to Amoonguss to do Pollen Puff, that is damage that will stick. Wolf, goes for Flare Blitz there. Could have gone for a knockoff into the Golden Go, but maybe intentionally wanting to keep the Life Orb there. It's going to make it really hard for Golden Go to deal with a recovering Porygon 2 later on in the match. The Amoonguss eventually just has to switch on the field. When Amoonguss is stuck against 2 Pokemon it can Spore, a lot of players will just continue to Spore that Incineroar spot, expecting it to eventually Parting Shot out and let you land the Spore somewhere else. But Wolf just refuses to do that. Stays in, continues to attack with Incineroar. Andrew spends 1 turn failing a Spore into the Safety Goggles and then just gives up and has to switch it out.
Ursaluna does swap out here on this turn for Wolf, though, as the Amoonguss is no longer on the field, and he wants to reset those attack drops that it's taken in this game. So Porygon goes into that slot. Here's another Make It Rain. Does over 50% to Porygon. Is resisted hit into Incineroar, so it doesn't do too much. And just like that, the Golden Go is back down to neutral special attack after 2 Make It Rain. So this was Wolf's Incineroar clicking the Party Shot this time to lower the stats on Andrew's low health Incineroar.
Yeah, with no Amoonguss there, it is safe to just pick your burnt Pokemon off the field. To go ahead and Parting shot and drop the attack of the Incineroar on the other side. But now Yanmega was lurking in the back. It could try to go after this Golden Go, but it's going to be doing so at -1 special attack as Incineroar parting shots into that slot.
Yeah, the Yanmega being the 4th Pokemon revealed for Wolf. This is, we've seen him multiple times on stream this weekend, and pretty much, it's not 100% certainty, but pretty much when he did bring Yanmega, it was a lead Pokemon instead of a Pokemon to bring in the back. It does have its special attack lowered thanks to the parting shot from the last turn, and because of Amoonguss' regenerator ability, it was able to recover up its HP back to full.
Now Amoonguss can redirect attacks, try to keep this damaged Golden Go a little bit healthier. At +1 special attack, it is still a big damage threat, but maybe not a threat to KO either of these Pokemon. We saw it do just about 50% at +2 special attack to Porygon, and of course Yanmega still has the Focus Sash intact. So if you get the Rage Powder, take a lot of damage into Amoonguss for a Make It Rain that maybe just gets recovered off, and you take more Life Orb recoil in the meantime. That was a big aspect of the last game, was that Golden Go got to just keep spamming Make It Rain because it didn't have the Life Orb anymore. This time it's a timer on Golden Go unless you can find a chance to Pollen.
Wolf is going to swap Incineroar into the Porygon 2 slot just in case Andrew wants to put a pesky Spore into that location, and with Incineroar safety goggles, he's going to be immune to that. But Andrew does not Spore. Instead, will Rage Powder to redirect the Yanmega's attack away towards the Amoonguss. Because of the parting shot, it doesn't even bring Amoonguss down to 50%, meaning it wouldn't, potentially, with the rolls, would not be enough for a 2-hit KO. Here's the Make It Rain, bringing Yanmega down to its Focus Sash and Incineroar into the red.
Golden Go continues to get lower, getting in dangerous territory where a Fake Out plus Bug Buzz play is possible. You have to worry that Golden Go is getting too low to fight in this game. But also the Make It Rain damage is accumulating. Yanmega down to 1 HP, Incineroar very low. Porygon 2 took a big chunk and then didn't take the opportunity to recover previously, and so it's going to be vulnerable when it comes back out. But any attempt to attack from Andrew is scary because this composition is so focused on Golden Go doing the other damage. The other 3 Pokemon aren't going to be able to carry through it, so it has to leave the field. It can't feel comfortable risking a trade of Golden Go at this point.
Yeah, its special attack was so low, you don't want to take a Life Orb recoil for such minimal damage, so Incineroar will swap onto the field in that position. Andrew actually making a double switch here with the Amoonguss leaving the field, finally revealing his 4th Pokemon in this game, which is the Porygon 2. Gets an attack boost, not the special attack boost he was looking for. Yanmega does click Tailwind. We've actually seen Wolf do this quite a lot once Yanmega's down to its Focus Sash, because the speed boost, just click Tailwind and let it get knocked out and let your other Pokemon sweep through those turns. There's no burn from the Flare Blitz there, and it really doesn't do too much. But now, do you want, Yanmega's here, maybe you get the KO into Incineroar to stop the parting shots, but I feel like you'd rather have Ursaluna in while Tailwind is up to do more damage.
Or the other aspect of the Tailwind is that it makes it easy for the Porygon 2 to Trick Room. That's how Game 2 ended up playing out. I think this ended up being a pretty good double switch for Andrew. Doesn't pay a high cost for it. Amoonguss doesn't stay on the field to take that. I think from Wolf's side perspective, instead of just going for damage in the Golden Go, you can make sure everything on the team is faster than Golden Go, and then eventually have the Yanmega land to this Air Slash. That means that there's no more Intimidates coming out, no more parting shots coming out from Andrew's side.
Flare Blitz not doing too much damage to the Porygon at all. Does actually get the burn this time around, and Porygon doesn't have a guts ability, right? So it's not like that burn is going to make it any better. Will do that residual damage every turn, that tick damage at the end of the turn. He does use Trick Room, however, so now the slower Pokemon will be moving first, and Speed Boost means Yanmega, it's pretty much the slowest, or it's the last Pokemon you could ever want under Trick Room with how fast it is from 3 Speed Boosts.
Yeah, Andrew immediately reacting to the Tailwind on the other side with a Trick Room of his own. Both of these Pokemon are so low that even a combination of Porygon 2 and Amoonguss is threatening just 2 KOs before Wolf can attack.
I think there is the world, though, where you want, potentially, as we saw in one of the prior games, Andrew clicking a Pollen Puff into a switch-in, and it did no damage to Wolf's Pokemon compared to trying to maybe Pollen Puff your own teammate. As you know, Amoonguss will be moving first under the Trick Room here. So Golden Go does switch into that Porygon 2 slot, and it's exactly what Andrew goes for. Pollen Puff recovering Golden Go's HP. You just got 5 Life Orb recoils back from that Pollen Puff onto into this Golden Go. Incineroar clicking parting shot here to lower Amoonguss' stats.
It's a scary game, though, because you've left Wolf with all of his flexibility to pivot around, and it doesn't matter how much health this Golden Go has, it is never taking a facade. There's no Intimidate to mitigate that facade. Now Ursaluna is on the field. If you can't just KO the Ursaluna here, you're going to have to redirect away big facades that are doing so much damage. The Pollen Puff may not pay for itself in the long run. You can see already where Amoonguss could have just KO'd the Yanmega, Golden Go would have just been at slightly lower health, and Yanmega would have been gone.
Yeah, this Golden Go is only at neutral special attack since it just swapped in. Now it had time to set up a nasty plot. So even though we are in these kind of precarious turns where Golden Go is normally faster, but because Tailwind is up and Golden Go's under Trick Room, now it will be moving first before the Ursaluna, but Ursaluna is pretty bulky. You wouldn't be too worried about a neutral Make It Rain, even with the Life Orb boost at this point. And Ursaluna, if it endures that hit, will punish and knock out Golden Go.
Right, Ursaluna can go after this Golden Go, probably threatens a one-hit KO. There are options like trying to Pollen Puff the Yanmega to turn Make It Rain into a single target attack. Even with no boost, a single target and Life Orb boosted one attack would be enough. The Yanmega just protects itself, stays on the field to lessen that Make It Rain damage. And for now, just Pollen Puff for a little bit of chip into Ursaluna to go alongside this Make It Rain. This is critical damage.
Will it be enough to KO the Ursaluna before it can attack and respond with a KO? No, it's not. Neutral Make It Rain, even with the Life Orb boost, does not take out Wolf's Ursaluna. And now he can click the facade. Andrew's Terrasilize Pokemon, the win condition he's built this whole matchup, this best of 3 around, is knocked out.
So without Golden Go left, you then have to look at what the damage picture looks like for Andrew, because all the Pokemon are very low. There's definitely not off the table that Porygon 2 and Amoonguss could try to close this out. The Porygon 2 we've seen is faster in Trick Room even without the Tailwind on Wolf's side than the Ursaluna, so you can just go for Pollen Puff and Ice Beam to threaten these KOs. The Incineroar is low in the back. The Porygon took a +2 Make It Rain and then has never had a chance to recover since then. So it is not out of the question that even without a major attacker left, that Andrew could try to finish this up while the speed control is in his advantage.
One of the things I've talked to about Wolf in the past, we've got conversations on the broadcast about using HP as a resource, and that's something Wolf is fantastic at. And at this point, he has leveraged a lot of that resource. He doesn't have much of that resource remaining on his Pokemon with a low HP Ursaluna that could knock itself out from Flame Orb Recoil. With a 1 HP Yanmega, with a non-recovered Porygon 2 from all of those turns ago, Wolf is running out of that resource to use in this matchup. So Incineroar will switch into the Ursaluna position, expecting or anticipating either an Ice Beam or Pollen Puff into that slot. Yanmega will also swap out, meaning it has to be the Porygon 2 coming into this position for Wolf. So a double switch means he's not going to have any damage on the field this turn. He does get a special attack boost from the down low, but Amoonguss goes for the Pollen Puff into his own Porygon 2 to bring it back up to full HP. And there's the Terra Blast from Porygon 2, KOing the Incineroar. Finally, Wolf has lost his first Pokemon of this match.
And Wolf managed to lose almost all of his HP before losing a single Pokemon. But Andrew there gets health back onto Porygon, makes this a little bit more respectable. But Wolf also has preserved the 2 Pokemon that were very vulnerable while Trick Room was up because of their low HP, so that they can outlast until the Trick Room goes back down again. Even one Air Slash from Yanmega could be pretty impactful, but the damage is not still clearly there. The Porygon 2 on the other side is low. It's also vulnerable to Spore. If it gets put to sleep, then obviously it cannot recover.
This Ursaluna is also so low that it looks like potentially the Flame Orb, even if you protect this turn, I think it will be able to hold on through this turn, the Flame Orb Recoil. However, it'll be brought so low that the next turn will be Ursaluna's last. Spore goes into Wolf's Porygon here, so forcing it to stay asleep this turn. It means it cannot recover. Ice Beam into the Ursaluna's Protect. So Wolf has one last turn with this Ursaluna, or one last turn where it stays on the field before it knocks, itself out from the Flame Orb.
Yeah, it was forced to protect itself on that previous turn because of Trick Room, but now Trick Room will expire. And so Ursaluna should be the should move before either of Andrew's Pokemon, but it needs to do a lot of damage. If Trick Room goes back up from the Porygon 2 on the other side, then Andrew's just probably going to win this. Amoonguss can just protect itself through this turn. Is the damage there? Porygon 2 for this turn just going to stay asleep. No one-turn sleep.
Yeah, Wolf could have tried to double up the damage into the Porygon 2 to stop the Trick Room, and the facade is not enough. Porygon 2 hangs on. Andrew successfully resets up those twisted dimensions, meaning his slower Pokemon will move first over Wolf. You see the shrug on Wolf's end, understanding that that sleep definitely helped Andrew there. If Porygon got an attack off, then Andrew's Porygon does not get to reset the Trick Room.
Absolutely critical sleep to have this Porygon stay for 2 turns. Now the Trick Room is up. Both of Andrew's Pokemon will move before either of Wolf's. Porygon 2 very low, but has 2 different ways to get recovered, either recovering itself or Pollen Puff from the Amoonguss. You can also just go for the damage into the other side. Just really critical speed control from Andrew. It's not often that you would see the team that features the Garchomp and the Golden Go against the team with the Ursaluna using Trick Room to win, but Andrew set up the situation, has the Porygon 2 once again fairly healthy.
Yeah, back up to 50 HP thanks to the Pollen Puff. Amoonguss targeting its teammate to keep it healthy on the field. Yanmega will keep itself safe from that damage thanks to the Protect, and Porygon 2 sleeping the full 3 turns on Wolf's end.
If Porygon 2 could have woken up there, probably would have reversed Trick Room in order to have Yanmega then be the first thing to move on the next turn, but it might have still been too little too late. But now with Yanmega, it was going to have to go for a double protect on this turn. I just don't see another way things can go. But of course, meanwhile, the Porygon 2 is just getting healthier and healthier. The double protect fails.
30% chance, and it does not come through for Wolf. 2 Pollen Puffs in a row. This Amoonguss has been so crucial in this set, just keeping his Pokemon so healthy. Ice Beam into that 1 HP. Yanmega finally, Yanmega goes down. He might have buzzed his last game here in Louisville. Trick Room from Porygon 2 will wake up finally from those turns to sleep, resetting these twisted dimensions. But of course, it is just the it's just this Porygon left against this full health Amoonguss, full health Porygon, and Porygon 2.
Porygon 2 could recover here, get back health, but there's just no way to come back here. A freeze is what Wolf is looking for, but it's burnt already. Wolf, you can't freeze it. Spore into Porygon 2 is going to put it right back to sleep.
Yeah, we understand how this one's going to go down. The recover could have just drawn the game out a little bit longer here, but Andrew said, hey, don't mess with my twisted dimensions. Bring the Trick Room back, and now he can just slowly but surely whittle down Wolf's half HP Porygon.
I'm so fascinated by the way that this game played out, the dynamic speed here. It really feels like the crucial moment in this game was when Wolf decided to Tailwind with that Yanmega. It gave the gap that Andrew needed to have a speed situation that was fully in his control, to get the Trick Room up during Wolf's Tailwind and make sure that the Golden Go was going to be the first thing moving. That's what let it get that massive make it run. It didn't KO the Ursaluna, but it left the Ursaluna so low that it eventually wound up with Andrew winning this game, winning this match, and moving on to top 4.
Yeah, the king of VGC is down in top 8. Andrew Zhang will move on to top 4 of the Louisville Regional Championship. What a phenomenal set, best of 3 that was between these 2 trainers. To lose game 1 like that and to have the adjustments in game 2 and 3 to take out Wolf, you got to give all the compliments in the world to Andrew here.
Such a delicate game to keep the right resources around, to find the chance to heal the Golden Go, to make sure the Golden Go could get the necessary damage in, and then find a way to close out the game with those more supportive Pokemon. Both players taking so many very careful repositions and resetups of the speed, but Andrew coming out on top, and coming out on top against a player that's very difficult to beat in that way in Wolf Click.
And there's the one Pokemon that we didn't see that entire set out of Wolf, which is the stalwart Terra Electric Archaludon, right? So I think it's just something to give Wolf credit to with this very fun and creative team, using Yanmega, who's not a conventional Pokemon, using the Archaludon, who's popular but in an unconventional way compared to the rest of the metagame. Even though his run ends in top 8, still deserves all the credit in the world for how fun and interesting him and I think it was him and Yotam building this team together.
just a great run to do it and really show Yanmega is a very powerful Pokemon. Got a lot of damage out in this match, got a lot of speed control out in this match. Looked very strong in that game 1 when it was up against the Sneasler, which we've seen at #1 in usage both in day 1 and day 2. But Andrew makes the right adjustment. After losing game 1 without the Sneasler contributing much, never brings it again. Switches to the Amoonguss and tries to play under the speed of Wolf's team, despite him having an Ursaluna on the other side. Recognizes that if the Ursaluna is fast enough to play this dual speed mode where the Tailwind from Yanmega was able to help Ursaluna sweep through Andrew's team in the endgame, well, that means it's not slow enough to beat the Trick Room side of Andrew's team.
Yeah, think about just how much HP Andrew was able to recover in that game. The multiple pollen puffs onto the Golden Go. I believe he hit Golden Go once, he hit the Porygon 2 twice. It was essentially, you have 4 health bars in a game of 4v4, but he ended up having like 600% HP compared to 400% HP on the team.
Yeah, it was definitely a game with plenty of healing. You got some regenerators, recovers from Wolf's side, but with the key things, those kinds of matchups, is recognizing what are the resources that never come back, right? So, for instance, Wolf had no way to heal the Incineroar. You could see kind of the time clicking down on that match, because Ursaluna got low in game 2 and game 3, or the Incineroar got low in game 2 and game 3. There was no way to come back from that. It was just advantage that Andrew was gaining that was permanent.
Yeah, absolutely impressive performance from Andrew. I think that's a skill. It's one thing to win in VGC, right? And you feel great, and you're facing great opponents in Top Cut here on your way to top 4. But to lose game 1 and maintain the composure when the whole world is watching, you're seeing this top 8 match, it's on stream, everybody sees the potential mistakes or other decisions you could have made in that game 1, to maintain that composure and understand what your win conditions need to be in game 2 and game 3. And I think that set was probably about 53 minutes of gameplay total, something like that.
Right, to maintain your composure throughout that long set, not just after game 1, but think back to what the situation was after the first 2 or 3 turns of game 3. Andrew had accomplished basically nothing yet, had failed a couple of spores, had taken a ton of damage from his side, but he found a way to stay in the game, just keep searching for opportunities, found the right opening, and just exploited it in a way that would have been so easy to kind of fall apart after 40 minutes of playing Pokemon against such a difficult opponent, and then being that far down in a game 3. To stick with it is so impressive.
Yeah, you really don't see it too often. And for everyone who watches our broadcast here, you don't see the 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. It doesn't happen too often in Pokemon, especially the deciding or the type of archetype you use. I use a bunch of fast teams that the game's over 2 or 3 turns in. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here for 18 minutes. I want to move on to the next match,
I think I may see the 2 or 3 minutes a little more often than you do, but definitely a rare occurrence to see it twice in a match like that. It's just a draining situation, and now Andrew's got to kind of pick himself back up, get ready for what's going to be another very tense, difficult match in the top 4.
Yeah, and then, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to get further ahead, but just thinking about Andrew's run, particularly if he goes on to win this regional here in Louisville. On the other side of the top 4 bracket is Joe Garte and Riley Factura, right? If if he wins his top 4 match, he would have to face one of those 2 legends of the game in the finals. That taking out Wolf in one of those 2, I did get ahead of myself, Len. I did.
Well, it'd be a pretty impressive run either way, but don't get too far ahead of yourself. We don't want to jinx it. We'll let the Riley and Joe match play out, and then get back to seeing Andrew in the other top 4.
Yeah. So I guess what's our closing thoughts on this Yanmega strategy here? I know it's not the Yanma that streamers were using with the fun Compound Eyes hypnosis, but do you think it can stick around, or is this just like a Wolf Yotam specialty? Like you gotta be in that mindset to use it properly.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense as a reaction to Sneasler. I think it is a reasonable Tailwind support. It's like you wish you had Tornadus. Well, here's Yanmega. But after a couple speed boosts, the Tailwind comes out pretty fast in a way that can support a lot of things, and it has good type matchups against a lot of the field. If we think about what those top few spots are with Sneasler and Rillaboom, you're doing pretty well against them. So wouldn't be surprised to see it pick up a little bit more traction now that Wolf has shown it off at a high level.
Yeah, that's the pseudo prankster nature of speed boost, right? At that point, because at a certain point you'll just be so fast. And then even into some of the other pranksters, I'm thinking like even if Whimsicott's around, you have the air slash. There's always the chance of an air slash flinch as well. So we'll see what happens in Andrew's run in top 4. But let's get a word in with him with Evan over in the lounge for our winners interview. So Evan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. I am out here on the floor with Andrew, who is our first top 4 competitor after that incredible match against Wolf. There were so many intense positioning battles, speed battles. How did you keep it all straight?
I think I just, after the game 1, where I tried something new in case he led like the Archaludon stuff, which didn't work. Once he went into his mode of just instant P2 Ursaluna and like double speed control, I just kind of did the same thing and just trusted myself to make the plays when I needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such a tense back and forth. There were moments where it seemed like you were way ahead. There were moments where it seemed like Wolf got way ahead. But in the end, you were able to come out victorious and make it now to the top 4 here at the Louisville Regional Championships. How does that feel?
Pretty good. The last 3 events I went to, I whiffed day 2, so it feels good to finally make it back and far exceed the day 2 expectation that I maybe haven't failure placed on myself, but it just feels really good overall to finally make it back to cut.
Absolutely. Like I always say, it's not your last events that matter, it's the one you're currently in that matters. So in this one, you're at top 4. And it's all about that Golden Go, which we had kind of talked about, seemed like it was falling off. It still was really popular in day 2, but wasn't getting a lot of success in the top cut. Only 5 out of our 26 competitors had it. It was crucial to your team. Why still with the Golden Go?
So originally the team was made by Maddie Morgan, who got second with it at Dortmund, and I just it felt really good to me in testing, so I just didn't change anything. I did change a lot of the sets. I know he had a really fast Goldingo, and whereas I had more of a hard trick room team, so all my speeds were super slow. For example, the Porygon underspeeding the Ursaluna, that was completely unexpected, and I was able to take advantage of that.
Absolutely. Definitely an unexpected moment for me as well. But we are going to have to let you go so you can get ready for your top 4 match and recover after that incredible set. Any people that have been out here supporting you, anyone you'd like to thank, who's been with you for this entire event?
Yeah, shout out to my testing partner, Chris, and everyone in Ohio State VGC. Could not have done it without all of you. And also, shout out to Maddie for making the team.
Awesome. Well, Andrew, we'll go ahead and let you rest up for your top 4 match. For those of you at home, stay tuned because we have so much more Pokemon action coming at you from the Louisville Regional Championships.
Palisand is known as the Beach Nightmare. Possessed people controlled by it transformed its sand mound into a castle. As it evolved, its power to curse grew ever stronger. It pulls its prey down into the sand by controlling the sand itself, and then it sucks out their souls. Buried beneath the castle are masses of dried up bones from those whose vitality it has drained.
Spooky. Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
It is top 4 at the Pokémon Louisville Regional Championships, and myself, Rosemary Kelly, and Jake Muller are back to walk you through this next match of action. It has been a hot day of competition, though. We started the weekend with 751 Masters Division trainers, and now we just have 4 left.
4 trainers left, all of whom have secured a medal, a nice little trophy to take home, but of course they are so close to that final match of the day, and they want to go at least one more match further. Just to take a look back at our bracket to recap some of the action over the last couple of rounds, we did just see Andrew Zhang defeat Wolf Glick in top 8. Parker Simmons, Riley Factura, and Joe Ugarte are also our remaining semifinalists. we're going to see Joe and Riley up first, give Andrew a little time to rest after that crazy top 8 match with Wolf.
And this top 4 is going to be explosive. You've got Joseph Ugarte and Riley Factura, who are both looking to add another regional championship title to their belts. Riley already has 5. Joseph Ugarte, I think, at least has 2 as back-to-back Portland regional champions. And now he gets a chance to look towards potentially getting another one. It is going to be a crazy top 4 match. We've got a weather war on top of the fact that we've got 2 titans of the game going at it with each other.
We have a fun dichotomy in our 2 top 4 matches with 2 veterans who have many results to their names. Someone you sit down across from and think, oh, I don't want to play this person.
I know.
It's going to be really hard. And then we also have our other 2 semifinalists who are looking to make their first regional final. So it's going to be really cool to see the difference between those 2 styles once we get to that final. But of course, top 4 up first, we have Joe Ugarte and Riley Factura ready to fight it out for a spot in the finals.
Whoo, boy, this is going to be an incredible match. You've got Joseph Ugarte and Riley Factura. You can see their accomplishments below, and these are definitely players you do not want to have to sit across from a table from, but no surprise that both of them find themselves in the quarterfinals of the Louisville Regional Championships. You've got Sun for Joe, Rain for Riley, and 2 very fast teams.
We have weather and also weather speed boosting abilities. The Chlorophyll and the Swift Swim are both in play for Joe and Riley respectively. Joe, very well known for this kind of team, has used Torkoal and Jumpluff to great success in the past. Of course, King Gambit, another signature Pokemon of his. So really cool to see continued success with that team. Those 3, of course, joined by Garchomp, Dragonite, and the Hisuian Typhlosion, which we saw get off some major eruptions in yesterday's match.
The last time we saw Joseph Ugarte on stream 2 yesterday, we saw the double-edged sword, what this team can provide. While it does have a lot of firepower behind it in the Torkoal and the Hisuian Typhlosion, it also has a couple of moves that can miss. Over here on the Torkoal, we saw a couple of Leaf Storm and Sleep Powder miss from that Jumpluff, so I really hope that both of those Pokemon get some good sleep between yesterday and today.
Jumpluff is the kind of Pokemon that's extremely good until it's not, right? You have the option to Sleep Powder anything that doesn't have a grass typing or safety goggles, and that can be incredibly powerful in games to shut down potential options from your opponent. But if you do hit that 25% chance to miss the Sleep Powder, it becomes a wasted turn and that Jumpluff becomes a liability.
On the flip side of things, though, Riley Factura has made a name for himself as one of the top players in North America because he actually doesn't want to use any of those inaccurate moves. In fact, when you take a look at this team, you're going to see that every single move has a path to be 100% accurate. Even looking at the Hurricane, which is the only one that stands out above the rest, as one that actually could be 70% accurate outside of the Rain, but you've got the Pelipper setting the Rain for basically the whole match.
Riley's name has become synonymous with consistency in VGC. He's so good. He's never had a bad tournament. I don't think maybe a bad tournament is going X and 2 in Swiss instead of X and O instead. So I think it's really cool to see him back in the semifinal stage of a tournament with these very consistent Pokemon. Like Wave Crash, the strongest move on this team, won't miss. Hurricane has perfect accuracy. This Sneasler has become a signature of this metagame, and he's been using it to great effect with that Unburden ability after Focus Sash has been activated. So we're going to see the consistency of Riley go up against the volatility of Joe's team here. Basculegion and King Gambit right off the bat for Riley alongside the Jumpluff and the Typhlosion.
What's amazing is that both of them have saved their weather setters in potentially the back, and you have the opportunity to bring either the Torkoal or the Pelipper in to have that natural synergy with either of their partners.
I think advantage to Riley right now though, because if you want to switch in your weather setter to boost up the weather abuser on your team, the King Gambit on Riley's side is slower than the Typhlosion. So if you do switch in your Torkoal or your Pelipper, Riley should get it in second, which means that the Rain will stay on the field after Torkoal sets up the Sun.
But you're still going to run the risk here of potentially having to deal with just the sheer firepower of this Basculegion. And so Garchomp is going to come in and potentially weather an attack here from that opposing threat. We are going to see the King Gambit switch out as well, so both the King Gambit and the Hisuian Typhlosion saved for a little bit later, as when it rains, it can pour, and maybe this Basculegion gets to show us why.
Pelipper hits the field, Drizzle is activated, and a Terrestrialization comes through right away. There will be no Sun, there will be no Torkoal on this first turn, and Basculegion right off the bat going for that Terra Water, boosting up the power of that Wave Crash even further. And since Rain is up, it should be acting first.
And it's going to be dealing a major amount of damage to either of these Pokemon, even if it's going to be resisted by the Jumpluff. And so, sorry sorry, Jump Bluff. It is going to just get one hit knocked out here to that Basket Legion's Wave Crash.
If I had a nickel for every time a Wave Crash KO'd something that resisted it, I'd have 2 nickels, which
isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Right? No, that is absolutely crazy damage. We've seen it time and again. This Terra Water Basket Legion with that Swift Swim ability to make it move quicker than its opponents is capable of knocking out even Pokemon that resist it, which makes it such a huge threat. Now that the Pelipper is on the field, though, the possibility for this Torkoal to switch in on Joe's side of the field is there, but you have to contend with taking a possible Wave Crash at the same time. Even if the sun goes up, this Terra Water Wave Crash will still do a ton of damage.
But that's where the Hisuian Typhlosion could potentially come into play, because if you do get the Torkoal in, you might be naturally faster than the Basket Legion, so you get a chance to actually move first, and we might actually have 3 nickels in this particular match.
True. The Wave Crash, we can kind of eruption there too. It's going to be interesting though. Pelipper does swap out, so Riley wants to be able to reset the rain later on in this game, should that be a requirement, but I don't believe Joe swapped either of his Pokemon, so rain stays active.
Okay, so we are just going to have to see this Typhlosion deal with this storm. Even though it is going to take this terrestrialization, what are you hoping for here?
I'm not sure what this buys you. You still keep the water weakness. You don't really gain anything from dropping the ghost typing in this instance. Basket Legion protects itself though. No damage coming out from Riley this turn.
So that's going to be really big here because Garchomp actually went for the Dragon Claw into the Archaludon, and maybe a double up here from this Hisuian Typhlosion might be enough to actually knock out this Archaludon. You can see the nod, you can see the eruption though, and even though you're not going to be doing a whole lot, you still get a chance to actually get this damage down with this Fire Terra, even if it is in the rain.
That's a really bold play from Joe. If Riley had opted to go for an attack with that Basket Legion, he would have taken another knockout with Wave Crash into either of these Pokemon. The Eruption does come through because of the rain, is not enough to KO our Charlodon, but it's well in range for another attack from Garchomp or Typhlosion. I like that play from Joe a lot because if you think about Riley, we talk about his consistency. He doesn't like to take big risks. That was a very safe play to make if you're Riley, and if you're Joe, already kind of on the back foot, losing that jump left, you might have to make some of those riskier plays in order to get a foothold back into this game.
You still have a way to go through this, though. I mean, yes, this Basket Legion is still going to be fast. With the rain active, you are going to still have that swift mobility, so you're going to be the fastest thing on the field. But there's still that opportunity to actually bring in the Torkoal, shut that off, and give a little bit more power behind this Typhlosion. Our Charlodon, though, doesn't want to stay around. It's going to be the Pelipper coming back in. Riley may be expecting that the Torkoal would have actually switched in at some point, but it's just going to be another Wave Crash. This poor Typhlosion, it is just going to get out of here.
How many times over do you think that knocked out the Typhlosion? Maybe 2 or 3?
Oh god, like yeah, 3 times I think, probably at least.
Big Wave Crash sends Joe down to 2 Pokemon remaining, so if he does swap out this Pelipper and bring it back in later on, the rain will remain up for the rest of the game. Earthquake here coming out though from Joe. Good play, knowing that one of the Garchomp or the Typhlosion gets knocked out. And if the Typhlosion's already knocked out, you can't do any damage to it with your own Earthquake. You finally take out this Basket Legion after it takes 2 one-hit KOs with that Wave Crash.
Yeah, but you're in this awkward position where if you're Joe, you have just 2 Pokemon remaining. The Garchomp does have a couple of other tricks that it can go for, though. It does have Stomping Tantrum as well as Dragon Claw, and you now have set the sun for at least 2 turns for you to be able to take advantage of that, while Riley's going to have to manually switch out that Pelipper.
The Garchomp is still pretty healthy as well. I don't think one Sucker Punch from this King Gambit should be able to knock it out before it can get off at least 1 more attack. And neither trainer has Terrestrialization available to them anymore, which means if Joe wants to use Earthquake with this Garchomp, he's got to either allow Torkoal to take that damage, which you really don't want, or protect it, which means that you might not be able to do as much as you might like to on that turn.
King Gambit's going to go for the Protect. It's going to buy itself 1 more turn as the Pelipper retreats to be able to set the rain just a little bit later. But Joe's going to get this knockout for free because Riley has to sacrifice this Archaludon to get the Pelipper back in this next turn.
A very worthy sacrifice. I think you really want that rain back up so this Torkoal is much less of a threat. And also, you want this Pelipper on the field in front of that Garchomp so you have that immunity to those ground-type moves. You have to make Joe think twice before going straight for those Earthquakes and even possibly sacrificing his own Torkoal to get damage out, because Earthquake and Stomping Tantrum will now both deal no damage to this Pelipper. This is still not a 1 game for either player because this King Gambit on Riley's side, again, cannot terrestrialize away from a ground weakness. This Garchomp from Joe is Life Orb and will do a lot of damage to King Gambit, possibly enough to take it out in 1 hit, but of course Sucker Punch still on the table. You can try and get some damage out before it gets knocked out, and if you're Riley, I think you have to focus this Garchomp because Pelipper will beat this Torkoal 1v1 pretty easily.
So you're kind of having to hedge your bets a little bit here if you're Joe. You want to make sure that you can try to get around something like that Sucker Punch just KOing you instantly, but this Torkoal is going to have to weave in damage somewhere, and because the rain is active, your 2 fire type attacks are going to be stunted pretty heavily.
You have to wonder if something like a Helping Hand Dragon Claw is enough to KO Pelipper. It is holding the Covert Cloak and not the Focus Sash like we sometimes see on it. So maybe that's your out here if you're able to KO Pelipper before it could possibly get a Weather Ball off.
That's big though, because the Sucker Punch is going to fail this time around because it was going into this Garchomp, which will be protected thanks to, of course, the Protect that it went for. And as you go for the Burning Jealousy into the King Gambit, it's going to at least help do a little bit of damage, but you got to stall out the number of Sucker Punch power points you've got here.
That's true, and that little bit of chip damage also might be the difference maker between Stomping Tantrum when it KOing King Gambit or not. It's very possible that King Gambit's bulky enough that even a Life Orb Stomping Tantrum is not enough for a one-hit KO, but that Burning Jealousy could be the difference maker, and Helping Hand coming out here with this Garchomp, probably looking to KO this Pelipper.
Yeah, well, the Sucker Punch is going to have to try to get the KO here now, but it's not going to. And even if you weren't going to be able to get the knockout before with the Helping Hand, it's still going to be the Pelipper you go after. We're not going to find out if that mattered at all because a critical hit is going to ensure the knockout onto this Pelipper.
That is unlucky for Riley there. The critical hit obviously making that a clean one-hit KO, but you have to wonder if that mattered. Pelipper holding the Covert Cloak on this team might be trained to be a little bit more offensive, make great use of that Hurricane and Weather Ball in the rain. And maybe the Life Orb Garchomp with the Dragon Claw could have been a KO here, but because of that critical hit, should seal this game up for Joe. Even a Sucker Punch, could knock out this Garchomp before it attacks, but 2 overheats from Torkoal, even in the rain, should be enough damage to lock it up.
You also have Protect, so you're still playing the mind games of whether or not you're actually going to go for the Sucker Punch with the King Gambit. And when we see the Protect come out here, Riley kind of head in hands at this point because he did go for Sucker Punch again. And it's going to fail because the Garchomp wasn't going for an attack. That leaves another opportunity here for the Torkoal to get some damage down onto this King Gambit. And I don't know. I think you could just safely try to go for a double Protect here. That would just seal up the game even more here for Joe.
Yeah, I think 2 Burning Jealousies just ends the game regardless. Even if Riley happens to call this with a Kowtow Cleave into Torkoal, it's going to survive. You're going to be able to get off at least 1 more attack. Burning Jealousy will bring King Gambit down very low, and now a single Stomping Tantrum or Burning Jealousy is enough. A really smart call to use that Burning Jealousy instead of Overheat, because at this point, your one out, if you're Riley, is dodging an Overheat, which simply can't happen if you're using that 100% accurate Burning Jealousy.
Exactly, and so either way, you're going to go ahead and get the Stomping Tantrum into the King Gambit, and Joe Ugarte is going to win this first game of the best of 3 and top 4.
Really impressive play from Joe, even though the weather was almost never in his control, and after losing that jump off on turn 1 to a wave crash, kept his head in check and made sure that, maybe my Torkoal in the rain isn't as useless rather as you might expect. I've still got Helping Hand, I've still got some chip damage with that Burning Jealousy, and I think that the choice to be using that Burning Jealousy really important there because it was chipping things down into possible KO range, and of course that Helping Hand, huge difference maker.
This lead was really difficult for Riley to have to deal with as well because you make a choice. Something's going to switch in potentially. So do you want to go for the chlorophyll fast mode? Do you want to actually see if a sleep powder is going to come out? Or is it going to actually be the sun into the jump left slot? Then maybe you actually just see the Hisuian Typhlosion totally outpace you.
I do really like leading the Basculegion with your King Gambit if you're Riley. King Gambit's probably the slowest thing on his team other than the Amoonguss, which might not be too great into like a Torkoal jump left kind of team. And by leading that King Gambit next to Basculegion, unless Joe leads the Torkoal and sets up Sun on the first turn, nothing's going to be slower than that King Gambit, which would allow it to switch out after Riley's King Gambit. So that means if you switch in Pelipper on that first turn, you're guaranteed to get at least 1 powerful wave crash off with the rain up. If you use that to take out Jump Left, that's great. That's a lot of control you can assert over the rest of the game, unless by happenstance you happen to find yourself in the way of a critical hit Helping Hand Dragon Claw from a Garchomp. But I think that is a really smart lead from Riley. It just allows him to guarantee at least 1 turn of that Basculegion attacking in rain, which can set you pretty far ahead, and it did. You just gotta, maybe play the middle and the end of that game a little bit cleaner to secure that win.
It's tough because of Basculegion, every time you use that Wave Crash too, you put yourself ever closer to getting knocked out. All of that recoil damage is going to start to stack up. And if you don't have something like an Amoonguss, maybe that would help you. Maybe Pollen Puff over to the Basculegion, allow it to stay alive a little bit longer. But having to bring the Amoonguss in, doesn't feel great when you're running into a team that has so many different answers to Amoonguss.
And even though Riley did take that big KO in the first turn, the Archaludon on Riley's team accomplished nothing really. It was kind of a damage sponge, which can be useful at times, but it didn't get to attack a single time, I believe.
Trade wasn't good enough.
Exactly. So you got to make better use of, I think, all of your tools. Even if you take a huge lead, if you let Joe back into the game by kind of sacrificing that Archaludon for no damage, that will be a great way to kind of let him back in.
Well, here comes the Amoonguss next to that Basket Legion for Riley in this game number 2. And for Joe, it is going to be that Jumpluff and Garchomp once again to see if this is going to be the way to get the victory in this top 4 match.
Again, Amoonguss will be slower than Garchomp, so if both of those Pokemon swap out to the respective weather setters, rain will go up. Amoonguss does indeed switch out. Will we see the Pelipper come in here again? We, in fact, do. I wouldn't be surprised to see another Terra Water Wave Crash, Rosemary.
I wouldn't either. And so I think, unfortunately, either of these Pokemon being on the receiving end of that is going to be a knockout here for Riley. And there is that Terra. So these Wave Crashes, Aqua Jets, anything else are going to be further boosted ever more in the rain.
Of course, no switches happening for Joe, so whichever target this Wave Crash connects with should be knocked out in one hit. Garchomp will protect itself, though, hoping to catch Riley targeting it with this Wave Crash. And we'll see what happens. Wave Crash, though, into the Jumpluff instead.
So the Jumpluff, I'm so sorry, little friend. It's going to be another Pokeball KO for you. And we're still not going to get a chance to see the Jumpluff do anything in either of the games that we've had so far. We can just see how much recoil this Basket Legion's going to have to take. Not just from the damage that it dealt from the Wave Crash, but also the Life Orb recoil. Gives Joe an opportunity, though, to bring in this Torkoal for free and now put Riley in a position where you've got to take those 2 turns to actually get the Pelipper back in and out.
The nice part about the eject pack here as well is that if Riley switches out the Pelipper and Wave Crash isn't able to KO Torkoal, you can go for that overheat, lower your special attack by 2 stages, and immediately switch out, which will give you a great way to pivot that Torkoal back in later. We did see the Typhlosion is the 4th Pokemon for Joe in this case, and because the Jumpluff did go down, Tailwind is no longer an option, which means that some of the faster Pokemon on Riley's team might be able to outspeed that Typhlosion and threaten it with some damage before it can get off an Eruption.
Yeah, or even if you just have that King Gambit in the back, you're going to have the Sucker Punch damage into the Typhlosion anyway, and then Eruption is still going to be mitigated. But as we head into the next turn of this game, Pelipper is going to just go away for a little while as our Archaludon comes back in to take its place. The last time this happened, Riley got burned by the fact that it was just going to have to take an attack on the income, and so this Archaludon does have to get hit with a Stomping Tantrum.
Nice call knowing that Pelipper likely switches out, but Basket Legion stays in, goes straight for this Wave Crash with the Terra Water boost and the Life Orb. Will it be enough to KO? And it's not! Torkoal barely hangs on, should be able to get off an overheat here.
That's if it's able to connect with this attack, and sure it does. So the overheat is going to be the double up that this Archaludon needed to get knocked out. And Torkoal also gets a chance to get out of here with that eject pack, and so you have to play this war again. Where in the world is this weather gonna go?
It's also another case where we've had both the Jumpluff and the Archaludon be knocked out before they can attack even once. Not really the greatest use of resources on either end, but if you are Joe in this case, I like this trade much better because we do see there is no King Gambit. The remaining Pokemon are that Basket Legion, the Amoonguss, and the Pelipper. If you're Riley and you bring in the Pelipper here, that means that you can easily just swap that Torkoal back in the Garchomp slot. Typhlosion usually should outspeed the Basket Legion and the Pelipper without any kind of Swift Swim modifiers, and that puts you in position to fire off some major eruptions. This Basket Legion has taken so much recoil between the Wave Crash and the Life Orb that a single attack should be able to knock it out.
It's a really tough decision to have to make, because I think even if you bring the Amoonguss in, this Typhlosion is going to be able to do a lot, even through the rain that the Pelipper could set, and then Basket Legion is still in this awkward position of having to come back in, maybe even when Wave Crash is going to knock it out with all the recoil. Here's the Amoonguss, though, so this does give Riley those options. If you want to bring back in the Pelipper, you can, and this Basket Legion could just go for a knockout into the Typhlosion or the Garchomp if it wants to.
I do think the Amoonguss is the smarter play for Riley here. It does give him the option to switch in the Pelipper on the Basket Legion slot. Again, should be slower than both Typhlosion and Garchomp on Joe's end, and rain will go up after a possible Torkoal switch. But at the same time, you're dealing with a Choice Specs Terra Fire Eruption. Even in the rain, that's going to do so much damage. And if you do opt to stay in with both of your Pokemon, you can double up that Amoonguss with a possible Dragon Claw or Stomping Tantrum to ensure it gets knocked out before it can possibly put anything to sleep.
I was gonna say, Spore might be able to change things up here in just a little bit, but Riley's gonna keep it as the last Pokemon potentially in his party as the Pelipper comes back in to take its place, set up the rain, and you're gonna have to hope that this Basculegion can do enough in this game before it ends up getting knocked out. Here's the Terra commit though onto the Hisuian Typhlosion.
It will be able to boost the power of its fire-type attacks, but because rain does go up, Basculegion will have the chance to attack first. If Wave Crash goes into that slot, it will knock it out, but Lashra Specs instead, not enough for the KO, but Eruption will be doing pitiful damage here.
You got the Dragon Claw into the Pelipper, and you can see just how much it's able to do, even without the Helping Hand, even without the crit, and both of these Pokemon are within range of this Hisuian Typhlosion, even with this Eruption.
Talk about sad eruptions. That did negative damage there.
They're gonna survive.
Really, really smart Lashra Specs, though. I love that play from Riley, because if Typhlosion doesn't Terastallize, obviously it gets knocked out with that Ghost typing. But even if you just barely miss this KO here, you put Basculegion in a position where it's still here, right? You still have 3 Pokemon, and when you're playing a match like this where the weather control can be so important, that is major. You can pretty easily switch out Pelipper here if you want to make sure you keep the rain up, because that Basculegion didn't take extra recoil from that Wave Crash.
And Lashra Specs was going to have boosted power because that Archaludon went down so early. And yeah, I absolutely love that. You still have this Life Orb recoil that you're going to have to take, but you have the opportunity here to just keep going for something like those Lashra Specs. You've got the Torkoal, though, to help shut off the rain for now, but this Pelipper can actually still do some work.
It
If
can.
it's not careful, you can go for Fire-type Weather Balls, but Riley's going to think better of that and just switch the Amoonguss in instead.
Amoonguss does hit the field. The Basculegion, I imagine, probably protects itself this turn just to make sure that Riley can maintain those 3 Pokemon left. If you are Riley, next turn becomes a pretty easy opportunity to swap Pelipper into that Basculegion slot and let Amoonguss survive. It should be faster than Torkoal, unless these Torkoal and Amoonguss are trained kind of differently than we're normally used to. So Amoonguss, again, they took a decent chunk from that Life Orb Dragon Claw, but shouldn't be knocked out by a second attack, which means that something could get put to sleep here.
Starting to get really tense. Riley may have been able to find a way back into this series and take us to a game number 3. But every single decision is going to matter when you are this close to the finish line to make it to the finals of a regional championship. And so they're going to take their time. They don't want to make a mistake here.
One wrong move could be the end of your tournament life, especially if you are Riley in this case. Down a game here in top 4. Amoonguss will swap out, not the Basculegion actually, so the Basculegion gets the Swift Swim reactivated right away and should get able to fire off one more attack. If Joe protected either of these Pokemon, it might come down to which gets hit, but Wave Crash comes through. There will be a knockout this turn, and Torkoal will not be able to reset the sun.
And that Garchomp KO is huge. This Basculegion was going to go down regardless because of the Life Orb recoil, the Rough Skin recoil, or even just the recoil it's taking from that Wave Crash damage. And you're right, it comes down to this Pelipper and this Amoonguss. The problem is that Hisuian Typhlosion, it was able to reset its choice specs. If it wanted to, it could go for something like a Heat Wave instead. And especially if Torkoal can get the knockout here, but it cannot. This Burning Jealousy is still not going to do enough to get rid of this Pelipper.
Pelipper hangs on. Amoonguss got to activate its Regenerator as well. So thanks to the rain being up, even though this Typhlosion has the Choice Specs, has the Terra Fire, Amoonguss is nearly at full HP. And we're going to have to see whether or not the Typhlosion has enough juice to knock out the Amoonguss with a Choice Specs Terra Fire Overheat possibly coming out from this Typhlosion.
Yeah, before this Pelipper maybe gets knocked out as well. This is such a tough position to be in. I mean, the Pelipper can still just go for a Weather Ball here.
It can. You have the option to go for a Helping Hand here, and Helping Hand Overheat, I think probably knocks out Amoonguss, but then you leave yourself in a position where this Typhlosion will be at -2. Pelipper probably knocks it out with Weather Ball, and if you're using Helping Hand with Torkoal, you're not getting any damage out onto the Pelipper, so the Pelipper can just finish off the Torkoal after that. Josie really needs to get this turn correct to have a shot at winning this game against Riley, who has positioned his Pokemon very well.
Oh, the Protect onto the Pelipper. If there's no Protect from this Amoonguss, it's just going to have to take both of these attacks so that Hisuian Typhlosion is able to hit the Overheat into the Amoonguss, and it's just going to take it out in one hit.
Oh, that's huge. The Pelipper protecting there means no damage being dealt by Riley this turn. Even with the rain, the Typhlosion has enough power to take out the Amoonguss on Riley's side of the field. That should secure this game for Joe. Not to jinx anything. Maybe an overheat miss.
Overheat can
I'm
miss.
not willing it. I'm so sorry if this happens. Joe, I'm praying with you.
He's putting his hands together.
There
He's
it
hoping
is.
that's going to be enough, but the Typhlosion does land the overheat, and with one more KO, Joseph Ugarte finds himself in another finals of a Pokemon Regional Championships.
What an impressive set from Joe. He lost that jump left on turn 1 both games and ended the game with Torkoal sitting on the field in the rain for a few turns, but showing that, hey, I don't need the sun up. I can have my rainy days and still come out on top. Really impressive match there. Of course, congrats to Riley on a fantastic top 4 finish, but Joe just showing his experience with that Torkoal and jump left combination was enough to carry him to victory.
The sun is shining here in Louisville, Kentucky as we keep this top cut rolling. Wow. Joe had to make some very, very tough decisions in that match, had to get a lot of calls correct, and he did. Reading Riley's protects, going for these aggressive plays, and it was paying off dividends.
I think the thing with Joe there is that he has a lot more experience in these very volatile situations. Riley likes to play very consistent teams, make very consistent decisions, and that is a very good way to get far into a tournament. But if you're playing someone like Joe, he's going to force you into situations where you have to make tough decisions, and if you're not used to making those tough decisions on the fly, he might just dance around you just enough to get those really close wins, and that's exactly what happened in both games of that set.
Joe finds himself in very, very familiar territory now. He has had a ton of top 4 appearances, a ton of finalist appearances.
Yeah.
Even just won the Portland Regional Championships 2 years ago. And he might be adding another regional championship title to that list today.
I'm wondering if we'll get to see Jump Left do something. Like in his match yesterday on stream, it didn't do a whole lot other than miss some
no
attacks.
Leaf storms,
It
no
got
sleep
knocked
powders.
out before it attacked both times this time.
I think it tailwinded maybe
know.
once or twice.
True,
but,
maybe. But we'll see if it gets a little bit more productive in this final match. But I mean, if you're Joe, obviously you take your Jump Left not doing a whole lot in those 2 games in exchange for winning a top 4 match, putting yourself in the finals, giving yourself a shot at yet another regional championship.
Jump Left put in a lot of work for Joe at the Portland Regional Championships in 2023. He ended up coming in with this very unique Sun team with the Jack Pack Torkoal, with the Jump Bluff, and these are definitely Pokemon that he has a lot of experience with. So if he's been able to take that experience and apply it here to the Regulation H meta, who knows how far he can go? If it's not Louisville, maybe it's the next regional he competes in.
I know I certainly wouldn't want to find myself sitting against Joe at any tournament at this point, proving that he is always a threat to show up and do very, very well at any tournament he enters. And even with the Jump Left, right? It's like a psychological terror. That thing has Leaf Storm, which can do some decent damage, but more importantly, Sleep Powder, which can ruin your game plans, Encore, which can punish the more defensive plays, Tailwind, which can set up the rest of the team. Like, I understand targeting it down before it can do anything, but even in getting knocked out, it just creates so much space. You give yourself so much room to attack with your other Pokemon with that Jump Left.
Well, I think we both need to catch our breath really fast and just take a second to chill out before we get ready for our next top 4 match, where we will find out who Joseph Ugarte will be playing against in the finals of the Louisville Regional Championships.
Mimikyu lives in dark places, untouched by sunlight. When it appears before humans, it hides itself under a cloth that resembles a Pikachu. There will be no forgiveness for any who reveal that it was pretending to be Pikachu. It will bring the culprit down, even at the cost of its own life. A gust of wind once revealed what hides under this Pokemon's rag to a passing trainer, who then went home and died painfully that very night.
Welcome, children. Tonight, we gather as the shadows fall to bring you an exciting, astonishing show. This is a mysterious and haunting tale about a Pokémon. Once upon a time, there was a tea master who dedicated his life to perfecting the art of the tea ceremony. And his pursuit of perfection bordered on obsession.
Do not lift the tea bowl so high. Do not step over the utensils. Do not speak while handling the utensils. What are you doing?
Strictness soured his reputation. Eventually, not a soul would suffer his company. And without guests to entertain, his pursuits were meaningless. Regret is a bitter sip. As the tea master said this, he fainted from exhaustion. His short temper proved to be his undoing, a truth he never realized. The master's tea caddy passed from owner to owner, until finally, after many years of neglect, the tea caddy started moving on its own and suddenly transformed. The caddy then flew out of its storehouse. After some looking around, it noticed an ill-mannered woman and approached her. As the caddy sprinkled her with matcha for some reason, she sensed its presence and waved it away, breaking a teacup in the process. Let me tell you, that really teed it off. Its temper rivaled the old tea master's. Later that night, the woman noticed her skin now possessed a peculiar glow. But the glow was short-lived, for trouble was brewing. The matcha steeped in her life force sapped some of her strength as it returned to the caddy. How terrifying! Then it began sealing up cracks with its matcha, starting with the broken phone, then a power outlet, some headlights, even Tinkaton's hammer. The tea caddy in this story is, in fact, the grass and ghost-type Pokémon, Poltergeist. People say the tea master's regret still dwells in this caddy. Should you ever meet it, a proper greeting may save you from a bitter fate.
Nice tea mecha!
Right then. Now in the land of Kitakami, parents tell their kids, if you waste your food, Poltergeist will sprinkle you with matcha. Even flavoring things with matcha is forbidden there. Huh? Wasn't this chipped?
Oh, wait! It's been sealed? Oh no! My skin is glowing. Just fine.
Well, I sure hope nobody was drinking any matcha or any matcha-flavored food in the Louisville Regional Championships during that last break. But if you were, at least you can recover with a fun top 4 match here. We have 3 trainers remaining. The winner of this matchup between Parker Simmons and Andrew Zhang will face Joe Ugarte in the finals. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Len Duel, and I mean, for how decisive and, you know, a lot of decisions had to go back and forth. Our match wasn't in top 8, Len. That Joe and Riley match, I think their whole set was less than one of our games.
It was really interesting the way it played out. You know, sometimes weather wars are about very meticulous positioning and switching out and back and forth, but instead this one was about Riley being able to guarantee safe attacks. Like the wave crash is going to go here, the last respect is going to go here because I can switch in at that moment, and then Joe using that just to make a trade. So the games was simplified down so quickly, and ultimately both times not in Riley's favor despite the safe attacks.
Yeah, especially in some of those situations where you didn't know if it was going to be enough damage, but Joe had the confidence to go for the Terrifier overheat in the sun for the knockouts. As we mentioned, 2-time regional champion is awaiting the winner of this match in the final.
Yeah, if there's one player I don't want to see up against in kind of a 50-50 will they, won't they end game, it is Joe. I wouldn't want to be trying to guess what's on his mind. But yeah, it's going to have to do it again in the finals to take home the tournament.
Well, at least the benefit for Andrew is if he does win this match, Parker also has Torkoal, so you kind of have to be, now it's Torkoal Executor, it's not Torkoal Jump Club, but at least you'd have the matchup experience going into the finals.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I felt like earlier on in the day, the narrative for the tournament felt pretty set. Like we had 6 people with buys and 3 of them had pretty coaching-focused teams. Well, all the coaches are gone now. We might end up with 2 Torkoals in the final. That's not true, though. There's one coach left, which is the Sneasler on Andrew's team we're about to see in the semifinal. So maybe coaching can still come out on top.
Coaching, we're still waiting for the what Evan asked for the coaching fan art of Sneasler in like a football hat, visor or whatever for you to coach on the sidelines. We're still waiting for that fan art. Somebody get on that stat for sure. But yeah, this matchup between Andrew Zhang and Parker Simmons. Parker had a really fun set earlier today. Had a great interview with Evan. Says he's the egg. What did he call himself? The egg guy now? He said, "Wolf, move over, Wolf. I'm the egg guy." Or something. He's dressed to impress on the stream as well. It's a very impressive day for Parker.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf hasn't brought Executor to a tournament in a while. This then didn't bring it to the top 4 of a regional, so maybe he is the egg guy, but definitely an inventive team. Has the Executor as the expanding force user of choice next to NDD, also has the Trick Room to go with Torkoal. So somewhat a normal size spam team where you have the 2 Trick Room options, one with expanding force and then the Sun and the Ursaluna, but the Executor gives it a little bit of a different flair, and then the Zoroark gives it a little bit of a different flair as well, because you never know, one of those took one on the other side, you could be really focused on denying Trick Room or stopping a Sleep Powder or stopping Interruption, and it could just be a Zoroark the entire time.
Yeah, that's one of the most frustrating things to deal with, and you see so many posts online, and it's like, oh, how did this random Pokemon, how is it immune to my Fake Out? Well, and everyone just replies, Zoroark, it's Zoroark, and you feel so silly, but it happens to everyone. You get caught by the illusion every once in a while.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to forget. When playing the Global Challenge, you gotta like really mark that you, yeah. Okay, this match is a Zoroark, don't forget that one of those Pokemon to be Zoroark. So by the time you go from team preview to the game, you will forget, but I don't think Andrew's gonna forget. Gonna be watching out for if any of those leads are Zoroark. Otherwise, Parker's game plan is pretty straightforward here. This is a Trick Room team. We saw Trick Room on both of the teams in the last game, but they were kind of mixed speed teams. Here, you have 2 separate Trick Room setters. You have 5 very slow Pokemon with just the Zoroark to mix it up. So the name of the game for Parker is get under Trick Room and do as much damage as possible. For Andrew, on the other hand, he's got a more of a balanced team. Has the Golden Go that we saw do a lot of the damage in the last round, but also has attackers like Sneasler and Garchomp. The Porygon 2 is a really valuable tool in this matchup for a team like this because it can reverse the Trick Room. A lot of times it's, can you stop the Trick Room, and if not, can you weather the storm for 5 turns? But when you have a Porygon 2 of your own, it's can you stop the Trick Room, can you reverse the Trick Room, and get back to a pretty stable position? I think that's going to make things pretty difficult for Parker. I think the Golden Go matches up pretty well as well. It's been like a popular pick in part for a long time because it helps to deal with the size spam. It resists the expanding force. plays into Glade very well and can try to do a lot of damage to deny Trick Room going up.
I do think while Glade can while Golden Go can pop off here, I think it does have to be cautious as Parker has 3 normal types on his side in the Hisuian, Zoroark, Indeedee female, and Ursaluna. So you see those juicy targets like Executor and Glade that a nice Shadow Ball would do well into them, but there's always the option where literally half of Parker's team you can swap in and take that Shadow Ball for free.
Right, and so then you may focus on the Make It Rain Sid, have to watch out for the wide guard from the Glade, which can restrict the Golden Go's offense. Another important tool for Andrew is the Incineroar. Always your Dark type is very valuable against the Psy Spam, and especially the Incineroar because of its fire resistance against Torkoal, and is also useful for the Intimidate against Ursaluna, so no surprise to see both of them on the field already, the Incineroar and the Golden Go up against the Executor and Indeedee female.
Yeah, Andrew Zhang with Incineroar, Golden Go, Indeedee female, and Executor for Parker Simmons. If you're wondering, hey, isn't it usually an Armarouge next to Indeedee female on these teams? As Parker told Evan, one Executor and Armarouge have the same special attack stat, and Armarouge can't put things to sleep with Sleep Powder.
Armarouge can't put things to sleep with Sleep Powder, and Armarouge can be put to sleep, but this time it's not actually an Executor. We get the sneak preview on the stream. It's a Zoroark.
See, I told you it happens to the best of them. I'm not even playing in the game, and I just think that it is an Executor. And now it's one of the things we talked about with the Shadow Ball, right? You think it is an option into Executor because as a Psychic type, it would be weak, but Hisuian Zoroark would be immune to that hit. Andrew is going to Parting Shot into the Indeedee female on this turn. Not that the Indeedee stats matter too much being lowered, but Amoonguss does get to be on the field in case Parker tried to set up the Trick Room this turn, which is what Indeedee goes for.
Well, the illusion has been broken. The Executor tried to use Shadow Ball on the last turn, and that should be alarming to Andrew, since Executor does not have that move. But Golden Go protects itself, gets safely through the turn, and what that means is it's just this situation a lot. Andrew knowing that that's Zoroark means that's a safe Spore target, and the Amoonguss will move before that slot in Trick Room. The Indeedee isn't much of a threat to Golden Go, can Psychic the Amoonguss for a pretty good chunk of damage, but might be a worthwhile trade to get something put to sleep in the other slot. But of course, the other thing about the illusion of Executor is it does confirm there is an Executor somewhere in the back, which means that that Executor is a safe switch in to a Spore here. So you want to find an opportunity to do something with this Indeedee, but you don't want to end up sporing the Executor switching, or with something with this Amoonguss, but you don't want to spore an Executor switching into either of these slots.
And there is the Executor swapping out into the Torkoal. That would have been funny if it swapped out into itself, but no, it is the Torkoal. So now Parker on this turn has essentially revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here in this game 1 by showing the Torkoal, and we know Hisuian Zoroark was there with the Executor. So the sun will be set up on the switch in. Indeedee terrestrializing into a grass type. Remember, Amoonguss is one of the slowest Pokemon out there, so you can try to go for a Spore into that, but no longer into Indeedee as a grass type.
No, Indeedee now immune to Spore. Golden Go also using terrestrialization to make itself into a water type and not have to worry about a Shadow Ball, not worry as much about a Shadow Ball coming out from Zoroark. That may mean the Spore wasn't going into that slot. Follow Me is going to redirect the Spore and definitely confirm nothing falling asleep on this turn.
All right, Andrew's attacks are going to go into that slot. The Spore did hit this now grass-type Indeedee, who is immune to the Spore, so great call by Parker. And this Golden Go, while it terrestrialized, will Nasty Plot, boosting his special attack by 2 stages.
Parker navigates getting Torkoal on the field safely really well. Golden Go already terrestrialized, so we know that it's not weak to fire, but still a lot of damage if Eruption comes out. The other part about not switching to Executor is now the next Executor to hit the field still won't be clear which Pokemon it is. It could be either the Zoroark or the Executor. And for now, it's Torkoal leaving the field. Something's come in.
Yeah, it's either Executor or it's not. That's what Andrew's going to have to figure out on this turn. As Amoonguss swaps out, since there really was nothing beneficial, you don't want to stay in front of potential Torkoal. You can't Spore the Indeedee, so Amoonguss will come back later on in this match. The Incineroar takes its position on the field. The Make It Rain brings it down very low to the 1 hit point, and that Focus Sash from the Executor reveals that it was the actual Executor, as the Hisuian Zoroark is holding holding the choice specs item. Indeedee reverses the Trick Room on this turn, bringing it back down to normal, which means Golden Go is, Golden Go is pretty fast. However, this is the real Executor that does have chlorophyll.
So Executor ready to go, but takes a lot of damage. The Golden Go finds a time even in Trick Room to get the boost and then deal just a massive Make It Rain. Already so much of the health bars spent for Parker. The Pokemon are very low, but Executor is ready to go and do some damage. Can't be faked out this turn because of the Psychic Terrain, but also doesn't really threaten that much damage back into the Incineroar. The Golden Go can just protect itself and let Incineroar deal with the situation. It's free to KO either of these Pokemon or Parting Shot out to try to take control of the game in another way. So the Incineroar finds itself in a really good position. No surprise to see Golden Go protecting itself.
Yeah, for sure, especially after we saw Andrew's strategy against Wolf in the top 8 match, taking it slow and steady with Protects and Parting Shots and just trying to slowly get there. The Expanding Force from Executor is not going to hit Golden Go at all because of the Protect, and of course Incineroar is a Dark type, so it is immune to Expanding Force. The knockoff goes into the Indeedee slot instead of Executor here, so he is around to stick around for another turn, maybe trying to go for another Expanding Force.
So now the speeds have shuffled all around Parker now with the faster 2 Pokemon on the field. The Zoroark pretending to be a Torkoal here with Executor already on the field. It gets to bluff a different Pokemon. Meanwhile, the damage against Incineroar is still the problem. It's pretty bulky. Executor really not much of a threat against it at all. The Zoroark's not going to be able to one-hit KO it, and it's going to continue. Every knockoff it uses is a KO into one of these Pokemon with nothing to mitigate that.
Yeah, it's so funny seeing Hisuian and Zoroark work because of the illusion, and if you ever catch your opponent sleeping, you can get so much value out of it. But instead, this Executor will go for the Expanding Force, brings it down low, but not low enough for the knockout onto Golden Go. Incineroar brought to half HP as well, and there's the Make It Rain, crits the 1 HP Executor for the fun of it, and also takes out Hisuian Zoroark. So it's just the real Torkoal left in the back for Parker.
Torkoal left on an island here, not going to really have much chance against the Golden Go, Incineroar, and remaining Pokemon for Andrew. Just ultimately, the damage from Golden Go came out too quickly for Parker to handle.
Yeah, as the Psychic Terrain ends on this spot, Torkoal's super slow. You did think it was a very scary moment for Andrew when he clicked the Nasty Plot as Parker decided to Trick Room, but because of how the speed tiers interacted, and of course you have Hisuian Zoroark in the back who's a very fast Pokemon, he then had to spend another turn, unsetting his own Trick Room later, so it just seems like Parker was not able to get enough damage dished out here in this game.
I think a really key moment was when the Torkoal switched back out. It was at one point in the field at full health under Trick Room, but facing down Incineroar and the water type Golden Go, and it switched out of that position into the chlorophyll boosted Executor, which then required undoing the Trick Room, but then the damage wasn't there, so the damage just came back and the trades were made. I think Parker's going to have to be a little bit more decisive about which side of the speed to go on. Having to set it and then just abandon the situation of Torkoal in Trick Room was just way too expensive.
Andrew Zhang is 1 win away from moving on to the finals here at the Louisville Regional Championships, and I think on one end I'm seeing here looking at Parker's team, Len, and you do have the Gallade that has access to Wide Guard. If Andrew has kind of shown in these last 2 stream sets that he really does value the Golden Go, it's a 36% usage Pokemon for a reason in the field, that Wide Guard shuts down the Make It Rain.
Absolutely. The problem with focusing on Gallade to shut down Make It Rain with Wide Guard is that you can just get hit with a Shadow Ball as well. I think the speed is the real thing that you have to watch out for, along with if you have Trick Room, then you are threatening the Golden Go with Eruption, which may force the Terastallization. If you have Water-type Golden Go and you don't have Trick Room, then you're threatening it with the Executor Energy Ball. There's a way that these can go where you can threaten the Golden Go on either side with just KOing it before it moves. But you have to keep Pokemon healthy enough. You have to set up that situation without having to kind of do both in one game, and that may be really difficult to ask for. So I don't know what the initial adjustments are. The Ursaluna could come and provide a more stable source of offense inside of the Trick Room that is also able to deal with the Incineroar, because that was a big part of the problem with that first game plan. The Indeedee wasn't KOing the Incineroar. The Torkoal was not KOing the Incineroar. The Executor was not KOing the Incineroar. The Zoroark, we saw it go for its strongest option into Incineroar, the Terra Blast, and it just did 50% health. If 50% health is the strongest attack you have at all into Incineroar, it's going to be really difficult to win the game. And so I think Parker's going to need to find an adjustment that also gives him a secondary damage option into Incineroar. Otherwise, kind of however the speeds go, however Golden Go trades away the damage, those knockoffs are just going to mount and be a very significant part of the game.
And I do definitely like the Ursaluna adjustment as a potential option, because then, as you're mentioning, if you can force that Terra Water from Golden Go, because you don't want to be weak to Ursaluna's ground attacks, and it makes it easier for the Executor to try to knock it out with its grass attack. So I think it's important for Parker here to be driving forward in this match with his foot on the gas. Stop trying to react to what Andrew's doing and just focus on what your game plan is, your win conditions. And DD female and Gallade for Parker. Andrew having Porygon 2 and Incineroar.
Well, another way to hit Incineroar is with Gallade. That's a very scary Sacred Sword on the other side, and the Clear Amulet is going to mean that the Intimidate doesn't weaken it. So Gallade finds its first way into this match with 2 Fighting League Pokemon on the other side and immediately a pretty significant damage threat. We do see Porygon for the first time on Andrew's side, ready to reverse Trick Room if it goes up. Parker ended up reversing his own Trick Room in the last game, though, so it's not clear that just reversing Trick Room is enough, because if you reverse the Trick Room just to find out it's Zoroark and maybe or a Chlorophyll boosted Executor in the back, that could have been an expensive thing that didn't actually gain you very much.
Yeah, and the Gallade here is kind of licking his chops, seeing 2 Pokemon that are weak to a fighting attack on his, and Golden Go would be the conventional switch in on Incineroar as you go from being weak to fighting to immune to fighting. And DD female clicks the helping hand to boost the damage for this Gallade. That's a Psycho Cut in Psychic Terrain with helping hand, and it still doesn't KO the Porygon 2. Porygon 2 crits the Indeedee back, bringing it back under half HP.
Parker not willing to commit the Sacred Sword to play the guessing game of where Golden Go comes in. The Psycho Cut gives more stable damage. The Porygon also could have Terastallized, or the Incineroar could have Terastallized if you went after it with Sacred Sword. So just gets a chunk of damage into Porygon 2, but not a KO into Porygon 2. Now Golden Go finds its way on the field in a pretty good position. Can go after the Gallade, has to worry about Follow Me, redirecting a Shadow Ball, but it can also Nasty Plot. We've already seen how much damage the Indeedee's taken. If you can get a Nasty Plot boost while also getting some extra damage to finish off the Indeedee, then you can start to set up for a sweep with Golden Go in the same way that we saw in the last game.
Right now, Andrew's Porygon 2 is certainly threatened as it's under half HP, and then even if the Incineroar wants to switch into that slot, you still have the threat of a Sacred Sword from Gallade into that position. So Porygon 2 does not switch out. Instead, Golden Go will click the Shadow Ball into Gallade. That is super effective, one-hit KO. Parker getting no damage on the field this turn as the Ursaluna swaps in. It's up to the Porygon, who clicks Recover. It's almost like that whole turn 1 didn't even happen now with Porygon recovering 50% HP.
Absolutely demonstrative, just an incredible turn for Andrew. That is the kind of turn that just wins you a top 4 match in one turn. Takes out the Gallade, says you will not follow me, goes for the Shadow Ball into the Gallade and gets the KO, and then at the same time gets Porygon 2 back to full health. Or nearly full health, just really strong. Now, there's still damage threat on the other side. Parker can still try to get Trick Room up, try to sweep with Ursaluna under it, but this just got so much harder with Gallade lost for nothing there as it goes down to a Shadow Ball.
And now, it's gonna be Parker trying to make reads on if Gallade, or if Golden Go will Terastallize into the water typing. Indeedee goes down. Ursaluna is already in the red at this point. Even with the Flame Orb activated, he's just lost so much HP. The Terra Blast from Porygon 2, more than enough to take out Ursaluna, and Parker already down 4-1 right now.
No reads necessary. Make It Rain is just enough damage because of that Terra Blast earlier, and unlike Wolf's Ursaluna, which was kind of hedging between Tailwind and Trick Room, this is a maximum slow Ursaluna, which means it's slower than the Porygon 2 on Andrew's side, and so Ursaluna just goes down. This has resolved itself so fast. This game is already over. A Shadow Ball and a Terra Blast will just KO Torkoal and punch Andrew's ticket into the finals.
Yeah, 2 turns and it's over. Way faster set this time around for Andrew than his top 8 matchup against Wolf was. A lot more quick damage output this time around. Terra ground Porygon 2, doing it for the fans, Len.
Sure, a Shadow Ball and a super effective Terra Blast is better than a Shadow Ball and a neutral Terra Blast. Torkoal gonna Terastallize as well, because why not? If you manage to survive, you might as well do as much damage as possible, but there's a scary amount of offense coming in on the other side, and then 2 more Pokemon lurking in the back.
I mean, those who dreamed of a Torkoal v Torkoal finals will definitely be disappointed here in this moment, unfortunately. Gets the special defense drop as well, so now Porygon can go for the Terra Blast into the Torkoal. Takes the KO, and Parker's fun in the sun comes to an end in top 4. Andrew Zhang will face Joe Ugarte in the finals of the Louisville Regional Championship.
Such a strong game from Andrew, just no hesitation, knew how to play in the Trick Room matchup, stayed ahead throughout the matchup, and was willing to take specific risks that he knew could capitalize in a way that put him ahead, right? A lot of players wouldn't Shadow Ball with an NDD ready to just follow me away because there's a risk you get nothing out of that. But Andrew recognizing that if that risk pays off, if you land a Shadow Ball into Glade, then the game might just be over in the way that it ended up being. And the payoff, if you're wrong about that, is not that bad. The NDD redirects it away, the Porygon 2 still gets to get an attack off that turn. It's not the end of the world. So takes a measured risk, has it pay off, and just wins so cleanly against Parker.
Yeah, I just think that turn was so cool from Andrew to decide that, you know, I'm not gonna try to play it slow. I understand that even if I don't get a Shadow Ball into a normal type, it's not the end of the world, as you're mentioning. You still get value from the Porygon 2 slot. So it's either not the worst play in the world, or it's a game-winning decision to go for it on Andrew's NCC. Also, Parker having to be forced to, in this game 1, terastallize the Indeedee just so it doesn't get put to sleep, means you don't have a more valuable terastallization for something else on the team later on. And you can see this nasty block Golden Go. We wondered all day where Golden Go's been on the stream. It's in the finals, Len.
Yeah, it's in the finals and is the MVP Pokemon of both the top 8 match and the top 4 match. Just doing so much damage and showing why Golden Go was our #2 usage Pokemon in day 2, even if we haven't seen that many of them in Top Cut.
Everybody pay attention to that Terra Ground Porygon 2 knocking out Torkoal. Could be an important interaction in the finals too.
I'm sure Joey watching that going, I can't let that Terra Blast come in. Got to be a little bit careful about that one.
So what do you think of Parker's team here? Obviously, hey, he's the egg guy. He's got Executor. He had the Illusion, Hisuian Zoroark. Like, this is a really fun, version of a Psy-Spam Sun team here that Parker got top 4 with.
Right, and it's a really interesting version of that team, but fundamentally it is still the same sort of construction, right? Like the Executor over Armarouge is or whatever second psychic type it is, maybe Hatterene or something else. Yeah. It is an interesting change up to what that team is. But because it's still so similar to the main construction, when you run into an opponent like Parker who has all the necessary tools, the Golden Go, the Incineroar, the Amoonguss, to help deal with a Psy-Spam team like that, then they are confident in their game plan and they can come out and stay ahead, right? It's not something that is going to be totally unexpected for Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to see, what happens here. Andrew playing at the top of his game. We saw he had a couple of other great performances in his VGC career so far, but by far this finalist position for Andrew, this is the best he's been playing.
Yeah, it's really been impressive. 2 wins against strong opponents. There's always risk involved, right? There were definitely situations where that match can go differently. I think Parker missed a big opportunity in turn 1 of game 2, right? That I'm really thinking about again, where the Glade got a helping hand attack off and then didn't get a Sacred Sword into a super effective target to get a KO. Something like that could have put Andrew more on the back foot, but those are how small the windows are. When you miss your one opportunity to get a big attack in, so a player like Andrew can capitalize on that and just push further and further ahead. Andrew's going to have to watch out, though. Joe may be less likely to make those mistakes, and Joe's the kind of player who hunts for his opponents to make those kinds of mistakes, and so it should be a really great finals.
Right. I mean, the margins between victory and defeat are, razor thin in VGC, and who knows? This matchup should be pretty volatile, pretty fun. You got some inaccurate moves. You got, some weather and some interesting terastallization types. I mean, I hope everybody's really been appreciating our stream throughout the weekend, but I feel like the best best is yet to come, you know?
It should be a pretty fun finals. I think a lot of terrestrialization guessing games. I think a little bit of control of the weather and speed will be very key to the game.
All right, well, we're finally ready over in the lounge. It's been a spooky weekend here, this regional, and we have a reason as to why over in the lounge with Evan. So Evan, take it away.
There's always a reason, Joe, and I am here in the lounge with Jake and Rose. Jake, seems like you've picked up a friend since...
Yeah, I just kind of sat down and he did this. I'm not going to fight it.
That's probably for the best. Well, over the break, we have been carving some pumpkins here with some of the stencils and images that you can find on the Pokemon.com website to get ready for your Halloween celebrations. And we've worked extremely hard on these pumpkins. Rose, I saw you basically excavating a pumpkin for the greater part of the day.
I think I ended up with pumpkin guts all over myself. I still smell like pumpkin, for better or for worse.
It's pumpkin season, so it's probably right.
I did have a pumpkin spice latte this morning to celebrate.
Basic.
And?
No comment.
Well, if you are pro-basic, then you can absolutely participate in our Twitch poll and vote for Jake's basic pumpkin as part of this event. As you can see, we have a number of pumpkins on display. You are seeing first a Dragonite silhouette, very scary, from
So
Joe
spooky.
Brown. The cutest, best, incredible craftsmanship on that Sunflora pumpkin, right next to a pretty basic little gimme ghoul right there. Actually, sorry, that was actually a very nice gimme ghoul. There's a basic Zubat. The gimme ghoul was Len. I did the Sunflora. Jake, you did this beautiful Zubat that brings back terrible nightmares of walking through caves in red, blue, and yellow.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Rose, we have the excavated Umbreon howling at the moon.
That's mine.
I think my Zubat used Supersonic. It confused you into
Yes.
thinking my pumpkin was basic.
I was distracted by the supersonic noise.
Maybe you were hypnotized?
55%, 60%?
I call it a win.
That's a wed. But you can go ahead and participate right now by voting for your favorite pumpkin, like that Sunflora one. And we will be crowning the winner of our pumpkin contest as part of the end of our show. Now, you can see, again, all of these great pumpkins. Again, the Umbreon howling at the moon for Rose, Supersonic Zubat for Jake, the Gimme Ghoul with a little smirk for Lynn, just like him. Of course, myself with an amazing, incredible smile, so happy, so kind.
So spooky.
So scary.
So scary.
The season can be cute too, Rose. It doesn't have to be scary. And then Joe's Dragonite silhouette there at the end. So again, get those votes in for your favorite pumpkin. Now, to business. We have a champion to crown today.
We do.
It is not just about pumpkins. We have two incredible players in our finals, and I am so excited to see how they're going to match up against each other. Andrew Zhang versus Joe Ugarte for the finals of the Louisville Regional Championships. And I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I love watching Joe play. Watching Joe play that top 4 match against Riley was so much fun.
My heart.
It's so fun because I love, sometimes when you watch Joe play, he locks in his moves instantly.
Oh, yeah.
And then sometimes he takes his time because he has to actually think about what is my opponent going to do. And he was so locked in against Riley in that top 4 match. I think that's one of his greatest strengths. He was really playing the player that game.
And sometimes he scrolls so fast that he hovers over the forfeit button when he's winning. Don't do that, please. Please don't do that. No, but it was amazing to watch. Every single time, I feel like you never really know what you're going to end up getting out of a Joe Ugarte match. You just know it's going to be pure entertainment.
Yeah, and Joe is so confident as a player as well that when he does, auto-lock those moves, I know I wouldn't trust myself to act that quickly, but knowing Joe, how good he is, how confident he is with these teams, how much experience he has with them, I just trust him with my life. I don't know. I would let him do my taxes that quickly.
But not Jumpluff.
But
Well,
not
no,
Jumpluff.
Jumpluff, yeah.
Jumpluff is just there. That being said, Jumpluff has contributed to Joe's regional championships in the past.
True.
This will be another regional championship for Joe using Jumpluff and the Eject Pack Torkoal, which is kind of a Joe Ugarte staple.
And even before that, Joe had a huge streak, back to back to back, of getting top 4, top 2 at regionals before he ended up claiming that Portland Regional Championship title in 2023. So it's no surprise that after also a couple of top 4s at international championships, in between then and now, he's found himself once again in a finals of a regional championship.
I'm excited to see.
And Jump Jump Puff was also there.
I think he used like Venusaur Groudon back in the day too, so always those Chlorophyll Sleep Powder Pokemon. I'm excited to see how that style and how that team matches up into Andrew though, because we saw Andrew in his last 2 matches be much more methodical, much more slow in his game plans, and making sure that he's not giving up too much, all of his resources all at once. And his game's probably about triple, maybe quadruple the length of Joe's on average, but still finds himself in the finals.
It's actually going to be a really interesting tortoise versus the hare matchup, except the tortoise is the hare and the hare is the tortoise. The coin ghost is the tortoise here, because Andrew Zhang played so slow in his matchups against Wolf earlier on in the tournament, and then did have a really good matchup up against Parker in that last top 4 match. But I think it's going to be so incredible to see, is Joe going to be able to set the pace of the game, or is Andrew going to be able to set the pace of the game? A slower game absolutely feels like it favors Andrew for this setup.
And I think for Andrew as well, major credit to him, because he's gotten to this point in the tournament after taking down so many tough opponents. The fact that he beat Wolf, the fact that he's also had to face down against maybe a couple of Pokemon you weren't expecting to see at this tournament, like that Executor, I think
Betty
speaks
didn't
volumes.
test against Eggy.
I don't think many people tested against Eggy or Yanmega.
Yeah, true. And he's been able to weather all of these storms and take this team that has so many flexible options with it that I don't think there's a team he doesn't have a game plan against, even if it's a couple new Pokemon that he hasn't seen so far. I bet he's probably not played too many Torkoal either going into this finals. Not the most popular Pokemon in the current metagame, but with how many options the team has, you've got the Incineroar with Parting Shot and Fake Out, like that can kind of carry you through some tough matchups as you learn them along the way.
Yeah, I think that Incineroar is going to be a key Pokemon for this matchup, absolutely. Able to resist any of the big fire-type damage coming out from that Typhlosion or the Torkoal, as well as resisting Leaf Storm from the Jump Up, and with Safety Goggles being unable to be put to sleep. Incineroar is going to be a key piece for Andrew to take home a regional championship here in Louisville. He definitely has had experience making it into the top cut and against incredible players, so definitely someone who I think is due for a championship. This is his opportunity, this is his time. But when I talked to Joe on Friday, he's so hungry. He really he has always wanted to be the best player in the world. He has been very open about, I want to be the best player. And I think it's so incredibly awesome and refreshing to just have a player out here who's like, yes, my goal is to be the best, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get there.
And he puts in the work.
Absolutely.
Before every single event, I know also the way that he's been preparing for regionals has changed slightly to be a little bit more methodical in terms of his prep, maybe be a bit more thorough when it comes down to making sure he has the right matchups ready to go, and still can pull out all the stops when it comes down to maybe having to make a couple of aggressive reads here or there and going off script to make sure that you can actually get those match wins.
I do think Joe's at his best when he gives himself the space to make those aggressive plays, because that's a kind of a hallmark of the way that he plays VGC, is that maybe more in the past where he would go for more aggressive plays more often. But if he gives himself more of the defensive backbone, some more options when it comes to, maybe I don't need to go straight out on the offense right off the bat. But if you have the option to do that, that can create some explosive game plans. I think most specifically the Hisuian Typhlosion. Like if you're able to find a room for that Typhlosion, just use Eruption a few times, it's really hard to deal with, especially combined with the flexibility in Joe's team.
Yeah, Joe's out here looking for consistency in his Pokemon, consistency in his results, and he's going to have an opportunity to add another regional championship to his title in just a second. But he will have to go through Andrew Zhang to do it. Andrew, who looked so incredible, beating Wolf at a pivoting match, a balanced match. So many turns of Trick Room, keeping his cool, keeping his counts in line. This is a player who absolutely knows how to close it out and get it done. And I, for one, cannot wait to start watching this match. So Len, Joe, take us through it.
Thank you very much, Evan, Jake, and Rosemary, for that ghoulish conversation you had in the lounge. Just like to throw out, I loved your pumpkin. It was
thank
a
you,
great
Joe.
smirk.
I loved your pumpkin as well.
Thank you. Lack of context, by the way, for the poll. It was Terra Normal Dragonite. He was out there e-speeding on people, okay? He wasn't just wearing like a Monopoly hat.
I think it's too late. You can't convince them now. The poll is done. We got to move on to the match.
We got to move on to the important match here, not the Twitch poll. We got to move on to our Masters Finals with Joe Ugarte and Andrew Zhang. I think our crew over in the lounge kind of set up this matchup perfectly well about how great Andrew is playing in the moment versus compared to how great historically Joe has been and how comfortable he's been with the Torkoal jump bluff strategy.
Right, it is his hallmark. There's definitely just players out there, top players, who are known for specific combinations of Pokemon. We saw Alberto with his Garchomp and Corviknight earlier on in the tournament, and for Joe, that is the Jump Bluff and Torkoal. And he's brought it in this regulation, had success with it in a much more open field, and got all the way to a finals, and will be playing a more standard team, but not a perfectly standard team. Probably not a set of 6 Pokemon that he's actually had matchup prep against, because it's fairly unique. And so he's going to be figuring it out a bit on the fly, looking for what kind of offensive pressure he can push. How can you get an Eruption off, and what can actually deal with an Eruption? It looks pretty strong, right? There's only a couple of fire resists there, along with a couple of fire weak Pokemon. You can get massive Eruptions off. But also, what offense does Garchomp provide? What offense does Dragonite provide? It's going to be really interesting team preview decisions of which tools you have. I think also, unlike the previous match we saw from Joe, where Torkoal had to kind of come in and out to deal with weather wars against the Basque Legion on the other side, in this case, there is no opposing weather. So once the Torkoal hits the field once, it is Sun for the next 5 turns for Joe to take advantage of. That makes it a little bit easier to do something like position Jump Bluff next to Typhlosion in the Sun and have both of them unlocked.
There's so many levels of comfort for Joe here on his Portland Regional Championship team. He had the Chlorophyll Jump Bluff. He had the eject button overheat Torkoal. He had Terra Flying King Gambit as well, so he was able to avoid his team's Earthquake attacks there. The big difference this time around is this Hisuian Typhlosion.
It can put out so much damage so quickly. We've seen the Terra Fire Eruption in Sun, how much it does. It means that even a Pokemon like Garchomp that resists it is still threatened with quite a bit of damage coming in. If you let a little bit too much chip come through, or you have a bit of extra damage like the Sucker Punch or Leaf Storm, then the Garchomp will go down. And if those things that can take Eruptions like Incineroar and Garchomp start to get chipped away, that opens things up. But Joe's team is also flexible enough to not just focus on that, which can throw a game plan off for the other side. If you instead end up with a very King Gambit and Garchomp focused strategy, then maybe the answers for Andrew are different. But in terms of Andrew's offense, we've seen the Golden Go for the last 2 rounds, and it's probably going to be about the Golden Go again.
And Andrew, as we have mentioned throughout the stream, has a very balanced team composition. That's Sneasler, the #1 used Pokemon in both Day 1 and Day 2 here in Louisville. You look at the rest of the team, I believe Andrew doesn't have a Pokemon that is lower than 7th or so in the usage chart, so he's truly using the most prevalent and strongest Pokemon you can bring to tournament in Regulation 8.
Yeah, the Justin Pang recipe for team building put to work. And then what leads to a pretty unique mix, because it's Porygon 2 with all these other Pokemon. And this could be a matchup where Tailwind is useful, despite a otherwise pretty quick-looking team for Andrew's side. There's a lot of fast Pokemon on Joe's side. If you can get some advantage against things like Typhlosion and Jump Bluff and Garchomp, then maybe it's the Trick Room that you need. But all of that's going to come down to what Pokemon Joe brings, because if it's the Torkoal and King Gambit and Dragonite that you're dealing with instead, then the Trick Room is a lot less valuable.
Joe Ugarte, 2-time regional champion, both of those in the city of Portland. This would be the first time outside of Portland he'd be a regional champion. Andrew Zhang looking for his first ever regional championship. Andrew at the top of your screen, Porygon 2 and Sneasler is the lead. Joe Ugarte on the bottom with his Sun Core, Torkoal and Jump Bluff.
No surprise to see the Sun Core out immediately without worrying about weather disruption. It's pretty easy to lead these two. Try to get Torkoal off the field to Typhlosion or some other sweeper in the future. This is a more interesting combination from Andrew, though. It's the Porygon and the Sneasler at the same time, trying to kind of measure what kind of approach Joe takes to the game and be able to respond kind of on either side of the speeds.
Yeah, it's such a crucial turn. You know that Joe likes to play fast. You saw his set against Riley, one of the best players in North America, and those games were over relatively quickly. He's very decisive as a player oftentimes. We have the benefit of seeing his perspective a lot, and sometimes he just locks moves in 2 or 3 seconds. He knows what to do.
He is quick about it when he's had a turn to think, and now both players locked in. Terastallization coming out. It is Jumpluff going Dark type.
There is that Jumpluff 2 turn into a Dark type here in this spot. On this first turn of game 1, Joe has already locked in his Terastallization. It's the Sleep Powder, 75% accuracy, and it lands into the Porygon 2. That means Porygon 2 has to stay asleep, at least his first mandatory turn, but he calls the Terra Dark into what was a flying type, and the close combat hits the one-hit KO into Jumpluff.
Such a strong turn. Joe hoping to get away from a super effective Dire Claw, instead walks right into a super effective close combat, and Jumpluff, a key part of his team, goes down on turn 1 with just the Sleep Powder.
Porygon 2 taking that turn of sleep, so can he get more value out of this? Torkoal, Overheat in the sun will bring Sneasler down to its focus sash. Now you're not too worried as Torkoal for the special attack drop because of his held item, the patented eject button Torkoal that Joe has made famous throughout the years here in Scarlet and Violet. It will swap itself out, so now Joe can get 2 other Pokemon onto the field for free without taking damage.
No surprise to see the Typhlosion come back in to try to take advantage of this sun, but with Jumpluff already down, less clear how you deal with the Sneasler on adjacent to it. With Jumpluff still around, you would have had the speed advantage against the Sneasler, but instead, Torkoal just comes right back onto the field in the other slot, means that Sneasler is going to get an attack off this turn.
And that's one of the things that this Torkoal has access to on Joe. This set is just so unique to him, where he has Helping Hand. Instead of people trying to facilitate in a, say, slow Trick Room fashion, make Torkoal do the damage, he has Overheat in case, you know, as a literal emergency button, but he has the Helping Hand to boost Hisuian Typhlosion's damage. However, there is no access to Terra Fire this game.
Right, the Terastallization has already been used on the Jumpluff and used in kind of a disastrous way where Jumpluff ended up going down. Porygon's taken 1 turn of sleep so far, would only have a 1 in 3 chance to wake up this turn. Sneasler, while it can get an attack off, can't threaten Typhlosion very much. We'll have to see what happens, but first it's the Helping Hand.
Yeah, Torkoal lends a Helping Hand to the Hisuian Typhlosion. Close combat from Sneasler brings Torkoal down to pretty much 50% of its HP. Sneasler is at 1 HP, so it doesn't care about these stat drops, but Poison Touch from the Sneasler is going to activate the poison onto Torkoal, putting it on a timer. Sun boosted eruptions from this Hisuian Typhlosion gets 2 KOs.
Who needs Terra Fire when you have the Helping Hand? Porygon 2 down in 1 hit, not something you see very often, never even gets a chance to wake up. Torkoal, though, now on a timer, takes pretty significant damage from the close combat, and then the Poison Touch on top of that means that Torkoal will be very low.
Garchomp is the switch in here for Andrew. He only has 2 Pokemon remaining. Joe has technically not revealed his 4th Pokemon in this matchup yet. It will be the Garchomp and Incineroar. Those are 2 fire types on Joe's end, and Garchomp loves clicking Earthquake.
Garchomp would love to get an Earthquake here. Incineroar can also go for a knockoff into Typhlosion, no Terastallization to get away from that at the moment. Both of them also crucially resist the eruption that Typhlosion is now locked into. Now, they resist it. Helping Hand, Sun Boosted Eruption is still going to do a bunch to them, but Incineroar will take it a little bit better, so you could try to protect Garchomp and get through the turn, or you could just try to look for 2 KOs on this turn. Really a big threat, but actually Garchomp just faster than Typhlosion here. It trained in speed in a way that Typhlosion is not, despite a natural speed advantage for Typhlosion, means that Typhlosion goes down. Critical information for this match.
That's huge to know going into the future games here. That Garchomp 1-hit KOs Hisuian Typhlosion with Stomping Tantrum and is faster. Overheat in the sun, that is ineffective as Garchomp is a dragon type, so it hardly does any damage. And now Torkoal on the clock with Toxic or being poisoned and lowered special attack. It's just King Gambit left against a ground type and a fire type on the other side.
A ground type on a fire type on the other side, and a sun boost to that Incineroar Flare Blitz means that damage is big on the other side. Torkoal only has 1 turn of life left with the poison from Poison Touch earlier. Andrew decisively ahead in this game 1.
Yeah, you look, Joe looking to, do I Sucker Punch, do I Low Kick? Turns out he will Helping Hand into this King Gambit, so we'll do more damage if the Sucker Punch goes through. Yes, Garchomp went for an attack. Sucker Punch is not enough to take out the Garchomp. You'll have some rough skin damage in retaliation onto the King Gambit, and then a super effective Stomping Tantrum bringing King Gambit down very low. Here's the Sun Boosted Flare Blitz into King Gambit, and that's going to be it here for game 1. Andrew Zhang 1 game away from winning his first regional championship.
Andrew just getting absolutely everything here. The speed advantage with Garchomp. The Garchomp being able to take the sucker punch and hang on. The damage coming through into King Gambit. Just so far ahead in that game 1. And all of that really traces back to that turn 1 call out to close combat into the jump bluff. Joe used such a valuable resource in the terrestrialization just to have it backfire and lose the jump bluff, which would have been key to kind of mitigating what Sneasler could do later on in the game, or threatening Sleep Powder into Garchomp's, or threatening a switch into a Stomping Tantrum. But once that Pokemon goes down in just 1 turn, things start to look so much more difficult for Joe.
So if we value the Sleep Powder landing on the Porygon 2 at the cost of losing your terrestrialization for the game, and remember Sneasler has the Focus Sash as we see here in the replay, so it's going to take at least 2 hits minimum to get rid of that pesky Pokemon. How much do you value Sleep Powder in game 2 compared to saving that terrestrialization to boost the damage multipliers on your Hisuian Typhlosion?
It seems like if the strategy is going to be Typhlosion, then the jump bluff is absolutely critical. And the main reason for that isn't any of the stuff we saw early on, it's the speed advantage for Garchomp against the Typhlosion. If you don't have the Tailwind threat from jump bluff, or the Sleep Powder threat to stop Garchomp from attacking, then every time Garchomp and Typhlosion are up against each other, it is a disaster for Joe, because there's going to be a Stomping Tantrum coming that way and a lot of damage that's difficult for him to deal with. The Dragonite would be the only safe switch in. Maybe that's an adjustment you have to make to have some kind of defensive backbone against Stomping Tantrum, but otherwise you've got to keep Jump Bluff alive, and you have to be ready to get the speed advantage in Typhlosion's favor.
Joe Garte's back is against the wall, but this is not the first time he's been down in the finals. He's made many finals at the regional level in his career. Hisuian Typhlosion and Torkoal is the lead adjustment for Joe in this game 2. Andrew with Incineroar and Porygon 2. Oh, Torkoal actually gets swapped out immediately because of the Incineroar Intimidate, lowering its stats, forcing the eject pack to activate.
Torkoal immediately off the field is probably not so bad for Joe. Gets another threat in to do some damage. Could have been the jump bluff to have some support alongside this, but right now King Gambit comes in a pretty strong position. Has to worry about a Flare Blitz, but anything that can draw attention away from Typhlosion is pretty good. Meanwhile, Typhlosion isn't in the best position for, we saw what the damage is into Porygon 2, but that was with Helping Hand last time. And if you just get damage into Porygon 2 and Incineroar without getting a KO, then Typhlosion could go down, but calls out the Terrestrialization, it doesn't get it.
He called Typhlosion to Terrestrialize into just a Fire type, so Joe stays with the Ghost type, avoids that fake out, and the low kick into Incineroar. You see Joe nodding along, knowing that was the right play. Now Andrew had the big turn 1 in game 1. Joe gets the knockout in game 2.
Really crucial turn. Thought maybe Joe would fish for enough damage to KO the Porygon 2 by using the Fire Terrestrialization, and the Fake Out would just block it. Instead, Fake Out does nothing, and Incineroar, a really crucial piece for being able to resist the Fire offense, goes down. And now Trick Room went up, hoping to have Incineroar take advantage of it, but it's Sneasler forced onto the field. Will actually be the last thing to move inside of this Trick Room. Porygon 2 will move first. Oh, it's just over.
It's over. It's absolutely over. Andrew understanding that was GG. Went a little overzealous, going for the fake out into the Ghost type. King Gambit was going to Terra Flying as well, so he'd be no longer weak to close combat. But when you set up Trick Room for yourself, and then Sneasler is going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field, with the Focus Sash will get broken, you'll just get the double KO, and the Porygon 2 doesn't threaten enough damage into the King Gambit or the Torkoal.
Just a really poor single turn for Andrew.
I told you it'd be fast, Len.
A very quick reaction to it, too. Surprised not to see that play out. But probably some frustration about how that turn went, making that kind of mistake to fake out the Typhlosion and just quickly moving us on to game 3 of this finals. Yeah, we talked before the match about how the Trick Room could go either way. It can be a powerful tool if you're up against the right Pokemon, the Garchomp, the Jump Bluff, the Typhlosion. But if it is the Torkoal, which we knew was in the back in that situation, the King Gambit that was already on the field for Joe, then that Trick Room is a lot more difficult to use, especially if you've already lost Incineroar. We have to imagine Amoonguss not waiting in the back for Andrew. It would have been the thing to hit the field instead of the Sneasler. So just a couple of fast Pokemon that weren't going to be able to take advantage of the Trick Room. You can imagine the game plan was probably Trick Room goes up, King Gambit, or the Incineroar rather, is still around on the field and is then threatening big damage into either the King Gambit or the Hisuian Typhlosion. But with that failed fake out, and the eruption damage coming through, it just wasn't the case.
So if you're keeping track at home, game 1, Andrew calls the Terra on the flying type, goes for the close combat, making a prediction. But then game 2 makes the prediction into the ghost type that he's going to terrestrialize, so you can fake out. So it seems like Andrew, we say Joe is the go for broke kind of player. Andrew is matching his energy.
No, Andrew is absolutely matching his energy, and sometimes it is a very good way to play it. If you know the other player is going to make big calls, well, it takes making risks to make big calls. And then making big calls is a way to exploit the risks that another player has taken. So Joe is going to go for something big like the Terrifier eruption. If you can call that out, then you can win. But if it backfires, it can be just destructive, as it was in game 2.
The final game of the weekend, game 3 of the Louisville Regional Championship Finals. Andrew Zhang and Joe Ugarte. It's Incineroar Porygon 2 yet again to intimidate this Torkoal. Joe is going to swap the Torkoal out. As you mentioned in game 2, it's not the end of the world because Torkoal is so slow. He'd take a lot of damage anyway. His job is to set the sun. Now you can potentially have Jumpluff and Hisuian Typhlosion on the field on turn 1 in the sun.
Right, this is the perfect combination to have. I was surprised to see Joe not go into it when given the opportunity in game 2, but this time with Jumpluff already on the field, it is quick and easy. It is much more difficult to get these two next to each other when the eject pack doesn't do it for you. Now you can have so many different threatened options. You can try to sleep powder the Porygon, you can go for offense. Of course, the Incineroar can still respond with knockoff into Typhlosion or Flare Blitz into Jumpluff. Either one might just be a KO. You can try to call out a Trick Room and get your own Trick Room sweepers out on the field. So it is still a very volatile position, a position that is ready for either of these players to make the kinds of big calls they've shown us they want to make. For now, Jumpluff leaving the field, what's going to come in?
And now Andrew has to make the call. Last time he expected Joe to drop the ghost type being to click fake out. This time, do you expect him to stay a ghost type and click the knockoff? It will be no terrestrialization from Hisuian Typhlosion. Eruption in the sun brings Porygon down to very low, but Incineroar will go for the Flare Blitz into the Torkoal switch in there, doing resisted damage. Now it's up to the Porygon 2 to click Trick Room, and Torkoal is the fastest Pokemon under the Twisted Dimensions.
Torkoal should be the fastest thing and threatening a ton of damage of its own. No eruption from the Torkoal this time because there's no Trick Room from Joe. He doesn't usually expect to be in this position, but still threatening a lot of damage. Andrew decides after how game 2 went, don't try to opt into guessing what the Typhlosion is going to do. Just try to get a Flare Blitz and KO the Jumpluff. It was very strong for him in game 1 when Jumpluff went down early, but Joe doesn't allow it to happen. Gets Jumpluff safely into the back and instead has the Torkoal take that Flare Blitz. Now it is time to fire terrestrialize that Typhlosion. The offense is ready to go.
Yeah, these attacks will be so massive from Joe in the sun. Overheat does land into Porygon for the KO. So Andrew's patented Pokemon that's helped get him so far in this tournament. We've seen how crucial Porygon 2 has been in his 2 stream sets in top 8 and top 4. But the knockoff into now just the fire type on Hisuian Typhlosion means it doesn't get the KO. There's no choice specs, but you're still Terrifier and the Eruption. Incineroar is going to resist that though, so it does not get a KO.
Right, you use the fire terrestrialization to be able to take the knockoff, but the knockoff still mitigates so much of the damage because Typhlosion was still forced to use Eruption on that turn, and so used it from only about 40% health and lost the 1.5 boost from the choice spec. So even with a single target, Eruption isn't able to do a super significant damage to Incineroar. Definitely not enough damage that the -2 Torkoal is threatening a KO into the Incineroar, so pretty safe. The Amoonguss also now hits the field in Trick Room. Andrew has all of the tools to try to take advantage of the Trick Room and ended his game 2 in this game 3. Joe's going to have to find the right response to it. Step 1 of that is going to be probably figuring out where this Spore is coming. If he can land the Jumpluff into a Spore, that's progress in coming back into this game. But if a Pokemon ends up asleep out of this and Incineroar gets a big attack off or just parting shots its way to come back in later, or for now just a Pollen Puff to get healthy again, all of them are problems for Joe.
Amoonguss moving first under Trick Room here. Torkoal is -2, but he goes into the Incineroar that just healed 50% from Amoonguss's Pollen Puff, so it did no damage there. Now you have Flare Blitz from Incineroar into Typhlosion, resisted, and it doesn't matter. Typhlosion is down.
A strong turn for Andrew. Joe wants to just finish something off, use the Torkoal to try to get this Incineroar off the field, but Andrew doesn't fall for it, doesn't try to guess where the Jumpluff might be coming, doesn't try to get a Spore, instead just Pollen Puffs this Incineroar, and this Incineroar is looking like a massive problem for Joe. The Sun boost to Flare Blitz means that he can use it really aggressively offensively. The King Gambit has an Assault Vest, can't protect itself. Both Pokemon that could be in that slot are weak to fire. The Amoonguss can move first and heal the Incineroar even more. Not often that we see Incineroar as a really potent offensive threat, but it's shaping up to be one in this game. Of course, King Gambit can also, we saw the low kick damage from King Gambit in the previous game. It also might move before Incineroar in this Tailwind, so the Trick Room. So the other option is just Rage Powder away those attacks. Torkoal now at -4, still a damage threat into Amoonguss, but probably not a one-hit KO threat. So really, it seems like all the momentum, all the options are on Andrew's side. Joe's gonna have to make one of those kinds of big plays that he's famous for to fight his way back into this game.
And the King Gambit is in a really tough spot as you've already used the Terrestrialization on Typhlosion. It means he cannot get out of this fire weakness. Sucker Punch goes into Incineroar, doesn't do a lot. The Spore from Amoonguss will put King Gambit to sleep. That means that King Gambit would be forced to take that first turn of sleep the following turn. Here is a -4 overheat into the Incineroar. I think 2 turns in a row, Joe potentially expecting or hoping for a switch into that slot, but King Gambit is just down. Incineroar claims another KO.
Both the Spore and the Flare Blitz go into that slot, but the damage was enough that recoil is going to take down this Incineroar. This Incineroar that has been such a problem for Joe is gone, but things look so difficult. That is Torkoal at -6 and cannot switch. It is stuck on the field. Sun will expire soon. Trick Room will expire soon, and things will flip to a speed advantage for Andrew. Now, the Jump Bluff was the most important, maybe the most important piece of this for Joe from the beginning. It's still around, but it's not important as a damage threat. That's really the problem for Joe here. The -6 Torkoal is not the damage answer. The Jump Bluff is not the damage answer, and if it tries to be the damage answer, it will quickly find itself at -6 as well.
It's finally time for Andrew to respond with his Terrestrialization here in Game 3. Will be Terra Fire for Garchomp. I'm sure Andrew has found many uses of it throughout the tournament this weekend, probably avoiding Will-O-Wisp and things of that nature, but this time it will just resist a lot of these attacks. The Spore from Amoonguss will put Torkoal to sleep. Not that Torkoal would have been much of a damage threat at this point at -6 special attack. Torkoal taking that first turn of sleep. Here's the Dragon Claw into Jump Bluff. That is a 2-hit KO. Sleep Powder does land into the Garchomp, so that means Garchomp cannot attack next turn.
Everything is napping for the moment, but the damage recipe is just so difficult for Joe. Trick Room and Sun both expire on this turn. Amoonguss will move last at the end of this turn, but is even less threatened by overheat from Torkoal now without the amplification from Sun damage. Encore is going to keep Amoonguss using Spore, but it's just a matter of time for this Garchomp to wake up. Where is the damage against the Garchomp?
Garchomp's going to be asleep here now. As a fire type, it both resists overheat, it resists the grass attacks from the Jump Bluff. There is no Sun anymore to boost your overheat damage either. You can Encore Amoonguss into the Spore. That's not going to work in the Jump Bluff, and Torkoal is already asleep. But you know, at a certain point, as you're saying, Len, the Garchomp doesn't care if it's 3 turns of sleep or 6 turns of sleep. He's not taking any valuable damage.
Right, even if you start to get Leaf Storm damage like this first one, it can just be Pollen Puff back off, and look how small that is. That is the strongest a Leaf Storm will ever be in this game. Andrew is just so far ahead. Garchomp now wakes up. He's going to get the Dragon Claw off. That's the end of Jump Bluff. This game is all but over.
Yeah, Torkoal is Joe's final soldier standing. One of his patented Pokemon that everybody knows him for. Joe has definitely had much success in his career with the Suncor. Won a regional back in 2019 with Sun. Won in 2023 with Sun. And here will finish second. He's going to lock in the forfeit. And Andrew Zhang will win his first ever regional championship in the Masters Division here in Louisville. What a phenomenal performance this weekend for Andrew.
Just so well played throughout this top cut, taking down difficult opponents from Wolf to Joe. Parker's interesting new matchup for Andrew to fight. Every step of the way, it felt like Andrew was in control, knew his game plan, knew his path, especially felt like he was in control of the speeds so often, always making opponents second guess where they were in the speed control and really using that in his advantage. One time it backfired poorly. That game too, a Trick Room happens and he just immediately concedes the match. But the mental fortitude, we talked about it in the match against Wolf, the mental fortitude to lose a match by clicking Trick Room and then go back and say, this is still the right game plan, this is how I'm going to win, and follow through with it using the Incineroar offense is so impressive and well-deserved for Andrew with this regional championship.
Yeah, honestly, just a great performance throughout. We saw him start in top 8, getting that iconic matchup against Wolf, which lasted, I believe it was like 54 in-game minutes or something of that best of 3 set. We got down to the 3 minutes and 2 minutes timers in all of the games. So be able to withstand against one of the greatest trainers of all time, having his matchup in the top 4 against a really difficult team that, is there an illusion? Is there, what's going on with this Executor, right? Being able to stay confident there. And then taking out Joe in his quote-unquote home court advantage of a Sun team, and you're able to come out on top.
Yeah, and playing Joe at his own game, making that terrific read in game 1 to close combat the jump off, but then kind of reverting to his own game plan in game 3. The big story of that game 3 is no specific read. It's no specific turn where Andrew called out exactly what Joe was going to do. It was just controlling the game and moving himself further and further ahead. The knockoff into Typhlosion to mitigate damage, the Flare Blitz to get the KO, and Joe just from an early point searching for anything to try to get some damage. -2, -4 overheats and not being able to find it.
Yeah, that King Gambit was put to sleep and knocked out before it even had the chance for the one-hit KO. It seemed like even though Joe was the one who set up the Sun with Torkoal, it was the Incineroar on Andrew's end that got the most value out of it. And then Garchomp said, hey, I like being a fire type too. We're going to resist your grass attacks, resist your fire attacks, and go for the game and claim a regional title for Andrew Zhang.
Right, it really was the extra offense from the Sun and Flare Blitz that meant that the King Gambit never got a chance to attack. Just put to sleep and then KO'd in one turn. The extra damage meant that he could safely Flare Blitz the Typhlosion in that slot as well instead of just going for knockoff, which meant there was no way to switch in there. It was just the jump off and the King Gambit in the back. Just really safely played and great use of your tools and great use, different use of a tool, right? Incineroar is not usually a tool that you use to set up Trick Room and then kind of unleash its offensive potential, but recognizing that in that situation, that was the role that Incineroar needed to play. That was how he was going to claim a regional championship and following through on.
Yeah, I love Andrew's decision there. He's saying, I don't need to parting shot to prolong the game. I can just Flare Blitz in the Sun and send you back to the Poké Center. You'll get knocked out. So look at these final standings. These are our top 8 trainers here at the Louisville Regional Championships. A lot of different Pokemon. Obviously, there are some that you definitely expect to see multiple times. There's the Sneaslers and Garchomps and Rillabooms and, and whatnot. But some interesting things. Executor, Basculegion came back on Riley's end. Cerulege, Gastrodon for Marco. This was a really fun and, well-rounded event that we had here this weekend.
So many different Pokemon and so many different Pokemon that were very central to their teams. Sometimes there's like that 6th Pokemon that's kind of unusual but isn't the key factor. But that Cerulege team built around Cerulege. That Basculegion team built around Basculegion. And then only one Golden Go in the entire top cut, but it's the thing that comes out on top and redeems Golden Go's performance in this tournament.
Yeah, honestly, he was saying, "Where's Golden Go?" the whole time. He said, "I'm in finals. I'm on the podium. I'm accepting the regional trophy there." I think, going forward, people are going to be prepared or going to have to prepare for some of these multi-aspect teams where you have Porygon 2, but it's not necessarily a Trick Room team. You kind of use it by itself on Andrew's end if you kind of look at how his team is constructed, because you have somewhat slow Pokemon in Incineroar. You have a Moongus to punish all your opponents that want Trick Room up, and of course Porygon can reset the Twisted Dimensions after your opponent clicks Trick Room too.
Right, it does feel like Andrew's team is a culmination of several of the trends that were going around. You mentioned the Porygon 2, the same kind of half-speed Porygon that Wolf had, but also we talked about the coaching a lot earlier in the day. Most of those teams fell off in top 16. We don't know how often Andrew was actually using it. We never saw it on stream, but he came out on top with the coaching Sneasler next to the Garchomp. And pulling those trends together while still keeping some of the things that had been successful already in the format, like the Golden Go, and the team built around supporting it.
Yeah, I'm thinking the coaching, I mean, yes, you could coaching for Incineroar, but as you mentioned, usually not used offensively except in the finals. So the coaching is really just there for the Garchomp to make it do even more damage.
Right, yeah, and so I don't know how common of a tool it was. It isn't that much of an investment in your team to use the 4th move slot from Sneasler. That way it definitely doesn't seem like it's as important as well as some of those teams that we saw clicking it nearly every turn they had available to them. But definitely an interesting grouping of all these trends into one team to come out on top.
Now, I'm not sure what, your closing position on, like, your closing thoughts of the whole weekend. It's hard to culminate an entire weekend of matches and into a concise point. But to me, I feel like this game is not solved. And if you follow the social media conversation, a lot of people have kind of made up their minds about Regulation H. But we saw Assault Vets Metagross to punish all the Sneaslers that are #1. We saw Jan Mega come out as well from Wolf here. Like, I feel like there's ways for this game to continue opening up as we head on to, we have Leo next week. We have LAIC in Sacramento. Like, I think that this regulation still has room to grow.
Absolutely, it just seems so open. And so the most important thing then, it feels like, is to play with comfort, whether that's comfort from an almost historic perspective, playing like Joe with a team that you've used for years and just with Pokemon that you're comfortable with in the same way that Alberto did to have a really strong finish, or that's comfort just in specific matchup level, having a combination of Pokemon that you know inside and out, you know how to take on different teams. Even with some new threats, it didn't seem like Andrew was second-guessing himself about how to deal with the Psy-Spam team in top 4, for instance. He had that comfort, and I wouldn't be surprised to continue to see just a diverse set of teams, because it's up to the players at that tournament what they're comfortable with, and that'll be the teams that come out on top.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if we went back to the graphic, I think if we see Golden and King Gambit were tied, and then you had 20% on Arch Outland again, we might have cracked 90% on those 3 steel types if you add it all up. Maybe 88% if we're being lucky, or if we're being generous. But I think even though they are still so prevalent, like, there's still other options like Metagross, or even Rosemary was talking about Hisuian Gudra. He's trying to be a defensive wall with the steel, right? But we'll see what happens in Leo and throughout the rest of the season here in Regulation H. But for now, we are ready to head over to the stage to crown our regional champion. Evan, take it away.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Len. What an incredible weekend it has been here in Louisville, Kentucky, and I am so pumped and amped after that incredible finals set. And I think it's time we honor those players who made it all the way to the finals and then became our champion. First, we have our 2-time Portland Regional Champion and our Louisville Regional Finalist, Joseph Ugarte. Congratulations, Joe. When we talked on Friday before this whole tournament began, you told me this was all about consistency for you. Do you feel like you got a consistent result this weekend?
I definitely would say that. I mean, you make finals, and I think sometimes it's very easy to be hard on yourself when you, make a play that maybe could have been a bit better, or you could have done something better. But honestly, this finals was a bit weird for me because when I lost, I wasn't really upset. I mean, of course, I would have loved to win, right? Like everyone would. But I'm actually really happy with myself, I think, this weekend. And one thing I learned about Pokemon is sometimes you gotta have some really hard breaks of tournaments to have your really good ones. And I think it's important to be grateful of every success you have, whether it's win, finals, anything. And I came in here not really coming in to win the regional at all, and I was within striking distance, right? And
one win away.
Yeah, and it was really just for me to get some good practice for LAIC and upcoming tournaments, and I feel like I really did the team justice, and I felt like I played well. So
absolutely. And on a personal note, I love the support Torkoal. I'm so happy to see it justified here with the eject pack in the finals, and even the jump pluff. Didn't have a great showing on stream, but clearly was doing good work for you over the course of the tournament. Is this Comfort team still something that you believe in?
I think it is a really strong team. I mean, you saw in finals, 2 of the games ended really quickly. It is a team that kind of forces the pace of the game to really accelerate, right? You can almost end a game in 2-3 turns in some cases, and if you're able to convert on really aggressive reads, it can kind of put you in a really good situation. So I'm a fan of the team. You do have to, I mean, like you said, Jump Left had some trouble on stream a couple of games. I promise you, it was so much better not on stream. On stream, it was doing way worse than everywhere else.
Well, Joe, congratulations again on a finalist appearance here. 2nd place at the Louisville Regional Championships. I know your next regional championships as a champion proper is right around the corner, but congratulations once again.
Thank you.
If there's anyone that you'd like to shout out who supported you along this journey.
Yeah, so I have a few shout outs. First shout out I have to give to Sierra, Mom, Dad. You know, I love you guys very much. Thank you so much for all the support. It really means a lot. I know you guys are watching and you were rooting for me, and I'm sorry I couldn't win, but you know, I really appreciate all the love. And from my cousins as well, they were watching and all rooting for me. And shout out to Momo Nation, you know, my friend group, very, very, you know, awesome group of friends, so many talented players. And yeah, I just want to say too that, like, I think this game has a really a good way of sometimes making you doubt yourself sometimes, right? Like, you can have like a string of bad tournaments, you can have like some really bad luck, but to everyone watching at home, I just want to let you know, like, always try and celebrate the little things, always try and enjoy stuff, and remember that even if you have a really bad tournament, there's always going to be another one where you have a great run if you just put in the time and work.
Absolutely, Joe. Thank you so much again, and congratulations on an incredible tournament run. All right, everyone, that means it is now time to introduce to you all in Louisville, Kentucky, your first ever regional champion, Andrew Zhang. Andrew, congratulations. And I just have to tell you what a pleasure it was to watch that finals straight ahead from game one when you immediately made the call out on the Terra Dark jump up to go straight for the close combat with that Sneasler. What was going through your head when you were coming up with such a big play?
To be honest, that play, I panicked a little bit, and what I did was I clicked Ice Beam and Close Combat, and like not expecting the sleep powder even though it was on the sheet, and it just worked out, and it's not like something that I really made a read on, to be honest.
Well, sometimes it's just those moments that are good enough to get you into the finals. And after such an amazing tournament run to get here, you went through some incredible players. You went through Wolf Click in top 8. Then you had to play Parker Simmons using that really out there Executor team. You had a really rough go of it at the tournament from a matchup perspective, from the players you had to play. How did you feel playing against Joe in the finals, a two-time regional champion?
Yeah, definitely shout out to Joe for being a great competitor. I really enjoyed our set, and what kept me going was pretty much I started day 1, 2 and 2, and then I knew I had to go on a crazy run if I wanted to like make it to day 2. And after I did that, I knew I could beat any matchup no matter how difficult it was.
I'm sorry, so you started day 1, 2 and 2. So since round 5 on, you've been playing on Tournament Life?
Yes.
Okay, if there is ever a better example of why you shouldn't go on tilt after taking 2 early losses, it's right here. So our regional champion just went, what is that? 10, 12 rounds undefeated after that? Incredible play. Way to go, Andrew. You've obviously had so much help to get here. You've had an incredible run. People have been supporting you. Who's out there right at home sort of bawling their eyes out seeing that you're now a regional champion?
Yeah, definitely shout out to my family and shout out to everyone at Ohio State that plays VGC. And finally, shout out to Europeans for letting me take their teams every regional.
Shout outs to all the teams that are out there that you too can use and potentially win a regional championship after you get some reps in. Gotta learn how they work a little bit too. But Andrew, congratulations. You are the first ever Louisville regional champion. No one has ever done it before. Next year, you may be defending this regional, we don't know, but I hope to see incredible things out of you. You have now also qualified for the World Championships with this win. How are you feeling about, potentially competing in Worlds and how do you feel you will stack up against the competition?
Yeah, so this next summer will be my first Worlds actually, so I don't know, I'm not sure what to expect, but I will try to do my best. And I think winning this was pretty convenient because like the next, I think 4 to 5 months, there's like literally no events I can go to. So this is kind of, this is basically a big opportunity for me, and I'm glad I could pull it off.
One and done. That's the easiest way to do it. You just win a regional, then you get the Worlds invite. Do you have any plans to attend any other regionals after that time ends?
Yeah, I'll see like what gets posted and then go from there.
Awesome. Well, Andrew, congratulations again on becoming our Louisville regional champion. Everybody, let's give it up one more time for our first ever Louisville regional champion, Andrew Zhang. Let's toss it back to the lounge to wrap up our tournament.
That is incredible. This is Andrew's regional win. First Worlds invite, gonna go to Worlds this summer, and didn't really have many other opportunities to actually play in any events, but got it done the first time.
Just a testament. You know, if you can only go to 1 or 2 regionals, you can still show up, have a great weekend, win it, and have your Worlds invitation in hand. I highly encourage anyone that may be trying to compete for Worlds to just go for it. Why not? You could show up and win.
What an incredible run from 2-2 to all the way through the end of the tournament, winning it, getting that invite. I'm sure exceeding all of his expectations for the weekend, just so incredible for him.
And it's not even just about the incredible performance that Andrew had and his, his accomplishment in going to Worlds, but it's how he did that, beating some of the best players in North America. There's celebrating victory, but then also celebrating and appreciating how you got there too, and he can definitely appreciate that.
Yes, you can. It's been such a phenomenal tournament so far, but we got one more contest that we've got to crown the winner of, and that was our pumpkin contest. Now, before we actually get to that, I want to hear from you two specifically. What was your inspiration to do your pumpkins?
Well, Gimmighoul is such a cute little Pokemon, and we never get to catch it. I keep trying in Scarlet and Violet, it just gives me a coin and runs away, so I thought I would make a pumpkin and catch it that way.
Well, for me personally, my original inspiration was to do an Umbreon pumpkin, and then Picasso Rosemary on the other end was working on a beautiful Umbreon pumpkin. So I had to pivot, and I found a cool Dragonite, and I was like, you know what's cooler than Dragonite? Terra Normal Dragonite, clicking extreme speed with this little hat on, and that was my inspiration.
You mean Dragonite in a top hat?
No!
It is definitely Dragonite in a top hat, which I think actually might be cooler. I'm not sure.
I mean, he's more distinguished, for sure. Dapper. I don't know if he's cooler.
Very dapper, very demure. Wait, so why did you pick Zubat?
I just thought it was fun. Zubat is like the embodiment of terror when you're walking through caves in the Pokemon games. And after I was finished carving it, I thought, you know, what's something even scarier Zubat could do, and that's use Supersonic.
That's
so
true.
It confused me into carving out a couple more lines there.
I like it. All right, well, Twitch chat has spoken, and the winner of the pumpkin contest is...
Spooky drum roll.
Spooky drum roll?
Spooky.
I have no idea.
The anticipation is scary.
You
can just declare yourself the winner. Just say Umber.
That's true. Oh, I did win!
Yay!
Oh wait, that's awesome. Thank you.
Ta-da! Or it didn't happen.
I had actually no idea. That
yours was by far the best. Very well deserved.
No, absolutely. It was beautiful. It was wonderful.
I hope we get a chance to do another pumpkin contest or like a cookie decorating contest at some point. That was very fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
Always a good time.
Wow. Thanks, Twitch chat. Thanks, everybody. Thank you guys, too. This was fun. I hope we get to do this again.
Yeah.
It was great. All right. Well, now we get a chance to actually talk a little bit more about what happened at our competition this weekend. Louisville, full of surprises. As we are going to take a look back on what has happened for day number 2, we can look at that top 12 usage again. Because after the first day of competition, I felt like there were some pretty clear favorites. We got four Dragon-type Pokemon. We had Gold and Go that actually somehow crept up in popularity when it came down to our top 12 for day number 2. What were your guys' thoughts on the top 12 usage?
I thought the 4 Dragons was really fun. They all fulfill similar roles, but are different enough that they're all very important in this metagame. Garchomp being number 1 kind of makes sense to me. It matches up really well into like really that whole top row. You threaten a lot of damage with those ground moves. But Sneasler continues its dominance. I think the utility with Dire Claw and Fake Out alongside coaching is unmatched.
It actually went up in usage from day 1 to day 2, just having a really strong performance. I think the biggest takeaway to me here is the biggest loser of this top 12, which is Primarina falling from, I believe, the number 4 spot all the way to number 11, and then actually having an even worse conversion rate into the top cut. Only 1 in the top 26. Just a Pokemon that did not have much success this weekend.
More like Fraud Arena, am I right? Anyway, I think it's what, 91%? We were talking about the Steel Trio usage if you combine it up. I'm not the greatest at math and I don't want to do it live on air, but I believe it's 91 or 92% combined between Golden Go, King Gambit, and Arch Aladon. But hey, maybe Drew is going to inspire more Metagross to get into the field in Lille and LAIC.
I'd be down with that. I'm always excited to see a little bit more Metagross. Definitely one of my favorites in terms of the megas that we have in Pokemon. But let's take a look ahead for what to expect for the rest of the 2025 season. We still have so many more events as we look forward to the Sao Paulo International Championships there down in Latin America. And then we've got the Sacramento Regional Championships directly after that. That's 2 pretty big events back to back to each other.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch. Latin America International Championships is always a really exciting event. A lot of the team building down in Latin America is much more creative than we'll see in other regions, and it always rises to the top. We had Reggie Alecki doing very well last year, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more crazy teams like that in the final stages of that event.
Yeah, I think it's where anyone who's been kind of labbing something will go to unveil it, try to come out on top at a big international tournament. And then the turnaround, if there'll be people in Sacramento reacting to what the Sao Paulo teams were, or just getting their chance to play. Sacramento, our first West Coast tournament of the season and one of few that we have. And so a big group of players will be showing up there trying to do well at their home turf.
Yeah, I'm sure that there will be trainers that attend both Sao Paulo and Sacramento and probably use their team because there is not a big turnaround. You could say, I'm not building a team for one event, I'm building a team for 2 and trying to see how it'll perform at both versions of the events.
Well, that would be a lot of travel for some of our competitors, but I know some of them are not shy to doing that. And we've got another event coming up next weekend, and that is going to be the Lille Regional Championships over in Europe. That's going to be so much fun. Make sure to tune into the action October 19th to October 20th and see what Europe is up to. It's so funny that we get to ping pong back and forth between the North America and European events. I know Andrew was just shouting out Europe for allowing him to steal some of the European teams, but I don't know. I think NA's got something to say about that.
It's just great because our metagames interact with each other more than a lot of others do. We have a lot of players that collaborate back and forth between the regions, and that turns into a lot of teams moving back and forth between them as well. So, of course, there will be influences from this event over in Lille, but there certainly will be new innovations as well.
I'm sure there'll be a few American players over there as well, trying to invade and have some success. Like you say, the metagame trends, while it's a lot of shared team building, they are always surprisingly different to me. We do have very different styles available, so we may see a totally different take on Regulation H next weekend as well.
I'm also excited to see if they innovate on our pumpkin carving competition. Maybe do like some Halloween crepes or croissants or something like that. It'd be pretty cool to see. So make sure you tune in.
That'll be fun, and then we really get to see those 2 regions clash at the Latin American International Championships down in Sao Paulo. That is going to be coming to you in November, and the weekend after that will be the Sacramento Regional Championships, so a lot of Pokemon action for you to tune into. But that's going to do it for us here at the lounge in the Louisville Regional Championships. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know what you're looking forward to at the events that we have coming at you and what you are enjoying from even just this event. Final thoughts, guys, before we get going.
This is just so much fun to watch. Congratulations to Andrew, of course, capturing your first regional championship. Always a huge accomplishment. And I can't wait to see what you do at Worlds this year.
So much impressive play, so many impressive and unique teams this weekend. It always just has me excited to see what totally unexpected Pokemon shows up next week. An Executor this time, what'll it be in Lille?
Yeah, an absolute blast here. Absolute pleasure to work with all of you. Shout out to Evan and the whole team. First event of the 2025 season here on the broadcast, and looking forward to many more throughout the season.
We definitely have a lot of events ahead, so make sure you follow all the channels to keep in touch with us, and we will see you all next weekend at the Lille Regional Championships.